hopefully I have sound. Now, I was trying to set up a tablet so that I could get sound, and I put in the Wi-Fi box, but sadly it didn't work. So I guess I'll just have to rely on you to tell me whether or not you can hear me. What do you expect for something I got off a job site that they threw away? Anyway, hey, it's better than using these to save your data. All right, now let's see. It says here. Okay, good. Now, this is going to be a very interesting Live at 8 with Rick. When the week started, it was pretty uneventful, but a lot of interesting things have happened this week. And it all started on Monday with our friend and loyal supporter, Kurt. Meathead is what he goes by in the chat. He took the initiative to send me a most delicious piece of meat, which I put on the video, on a short video, as he requested. Normally, when people give me something, I don't want to tell anybody about it unless they tell me it's okay. And if they tell me it's okay, then I will definitely put it out there because I really appreciate it. I've been enjoying this meat every day, along with eggs. I was 18 pasture-raised eggs. Now, I have to admit, my duck eggs are more flavorful. But again, it's just the thought of the whole thing that somebody who watches a quack like me would take the time out to send me something, because it just doesn't happen. I'm not like a lot of the big YouTubers that get all these sponsor offers and people sending him money and this. No, that doesn't happen with me. And ever since I've been on YouTube, there's only been 3 people that have offered to send me anything, that have gone out. Now, I've had at least 30 or 40 more people offer to send me, like, get me a coffee or some type of super chat or whatever. But as you know, I did not enable super chats on my website, and I never will. And I'll tell you why. Because YouTube gets such a large cut of it, and I don't know. And I monetize my channel, but the amount of money that I get is so small, I've actually turned off monetization for all the lives. I will turn it on only for the longer form edited videos that I do. But I'm not going to bother you with the nonsense for the short videos or any of that, because again, I have a total of, I think, $8 for what I've done this year. That's ridiculous. I can make more money emptying a garbage can than I could in almost 18 years on YouTube. So this is, that's, whatever. But anyway, that's not the big thing that happened this week. Now, again, work, pretty routine stuff. Did some work at home, did some jobs away from home. In fact, yesterday I was just installing light fixtures and redoing toilets for rental units. Nothing outstanding. If you've ever had to fix a toilet, I mean, the hardest part is getting the tank off, and I had to use a grinder to grind some of the bolts off, because nowadays a lot of the toilets, well, they use steel bolts, and in the old days they were brass, so they were easier to remove. But you just take a angle grinder and cut it off, fix it up, whatever it takes. All right, so it wasn't work, and I did my usual ride and talk video and a few shorts. Nothing outstanding, just a typical Rick Live at 8 with Rick kind of thing, and that's fine. That's great, and I like doing it. I do it simply because I just want to meet people. And again, I've said from the beginning, the main reason why I went on YouTube was to meet people. However, when I was working on Thursday, I was running a little bit late. And as you can see, my little assistant has joined me. Yeah. What? I fed you, sweetheart. What's the matter with you? You want to look up there at the camera? Come here. Come on, little monster. Come here. There's my little sweetie. Yes, you're a good little kitten. Yes, you are. Look at that cute face. Look. Come on, Milton. Look. Here you go. There's Milton. Look at that face. Aw. You talk about a lucky kitty. Yes. You went from being a stray cat to being Rick's cat. And now you're somewhat of a little celebrity. Yes, you are. Anyway, so on Thursday, I was working, and actually, what I did, I was looking at a van, one of these moving vans that was from U-Haul, and it has the same engine that my truck has. The thing been sitting in the weeds. It hasn't been running like 10 years. We were trying to start it. For some reason, the injection pump will not pump fuel. So what I ended up doing, we struggled and struggled and struggled. We finally pulled it out of the weeds, moved it to another spot. I still have to take another crack at it. I think the engine is good because it does turn, although it turns a little slowly. It may be because the batteries we were using were not so good, but it seemed to turn evenly. A lot of times when these engines wear out, they go, there's like a difference, as they rotate because the compression varies. But this seemed to be pretty standard. And I have a feeling the engine's probably good because this thing has been sitting for at least, I don't know, 10 years, they said. I don't know how many miles it got when it was being used as a U-Haul. U-Haul is notorious for rigging things, but those diesels are pretty durable. And I have a feeling that if it had plenty of oil in it, it is probably fine. So that was what I was doing. And anyway, why do we have a car going slow? No. When I got back home, I was on my way home. I try to catch Wi-Fi, and I have an old phone that a friend of mine gave me. And, I try to check out some of the chats. So when I got over there by the Tom Thumb, I was able to catch some Wi-Fi. And I went on to Carrie's Q&A that they have on Thursday night. I always like to go there. I'm not really that concerned about Carrie because he never answers. He never says hi to me at all. He did originally back in 2023 when I first discovered his channel and he realized how long I've been carnivore. I was sort of like, one of the guys he talked about. But I think after they discovered Maggie the Rancher, Rick the Quack was out of the picture. Nobody talked about Rick, except once in a while maybe Rick cooks his food with tallow, Rick does this. But it seemed like as time went on and on, Carrie's got so many people that are just chasing after him, and he's really popular. I mean, the guy's he's got what, 300 and something thousand people now. He had less than 100,000 when I first discovered his channel. So he's got a lot of fans, a lot of things going on. Well, okay. Anyway. Oh, okay. I turned off my phone system. I have a customer that's calling me, and I am not going to answer it. I tell them, this is my time. You leave me alone. I don't care if the place is on fire. If it's on fire, you call 911. You don't call me. Right? That's right. And I've taught all my customers where to turn off the water supply in case the water pipe breaks. Anyway, so when I first discovered Homestead How, I was sort of one of the ones that they talk about a lot, and, we communicate whatever. But as it became more and more popular and more people got into the carnivore lifestyle, he encouraged everybody to start setting up their own YouTube channels. And there was an explosion of carnivore YouTube channels in 2023. But a lot of those YouTube channels today are inactive or simply gone. So I have a feeling it's like anything else. It's just like life itself. You start out as a couple of cells, you become a baby, you're born, you grow up, you reach your maximum potential, and then you sort of decrease until you drop dead. That's just the way that it is. And I think that's true of everything. But anyway, going back to my situation, in all this time, Carrie Mann has never sent me an email. Now, the last time that I got an email from him was last year when Dr. Baker was in Miami, and I emailed his team, and they went ahead and sent me a response that, that wasn't possible. But of course, I didn't expect the big celebrity carnivores, even if they come to Miami, to waste their time with the carnivore quack. I think in many ways I'm an embarrassment to the popular part of the carnivore community because here I am, the longest term carnivore in the United States, the longest term male carnivore and the tallest carnivore, and the only one that started the carnivore diet as a joke, as a form of protest, because my dad was very much into the whole grains, vegetable, plant-based diet. That was his thing. And I just saw it as eating crap. Everything that you eat has to taste bad. That was sort of the whole measure behind it. So I rebelled. I said, you know what? I'm going to do what I like. I'm going to enjoy the foods that I like. and I don't care. I'm a skinny kid. I'm short. I hate my life. You know, I look at these kids in junior high, and I look at the high school kids, and I see how big they are, and I think about the constant bullying that I'm going to have to deal with. I mean, junior high was bad enough. Well, and as you know my story, that summer I took on the carnivore diet. I invented Rick's heart attack diet. And to this day, when people joke about quacks and heart attacks, there's only one person you think of. Now, all the popular carnivores will mention, you know, heart attacks. But the question is a heart attack really in your future? And I think, well, for a lot of people it is, because sooner or later, just like that old engine in my truck, the system wears out, the system breaks down, and there's got to be, you're either going to blow up or you're going to rust out. You could be, let's say, like a vehicle that's just not running that well, and you push it under a tree and you let it rot away. That would be like getting sick, getting stuffed in the nursing home, and then just decaying. Or you could be out there on the racetrack, you're all out, and all of a sudden, kaboom, the engine blows up, or you're drag racing, you're ready to launch, and there's a big explosion, your torque converter or your clutch is blown up, parts are flying everywhere, and, you know, that's kind of the way that you go. So you're either going to rust out or you're going to blow up. So I figured, carnivore diet, you're going to blow up. And they always told me the importance of complex carbohydrates. If you don't have complex carbohydrates, you won't have any energy. Well, my life proved, and it has proven to this point, that eating meat is not as bad as they say. And thanks to you people, I never really realized that this could be a therapeutic diet that could actually help people. Now, initially, I was very enthusiastic about Carrie's carnivore documentary. I thought, man, this is a great idea. So I joined in both his 12-hour and 24-hour live stream. I don't have any money to give to his cause, but I figured if I went on there and I shared my experience, people would donate, they would get excited about the movie, and, you know, Carrie seemed like a nice guy. He seemed like somebody that was sincere. You know, I mean, you have somebody there, you know, nice looking guy, nice looking family. He lives in a beautiful place. He's got his movie theater. It's like kind of like the ideal family. Sure, they have their struggles, little conflicts that go back and forth, but it's like a TV miniseries. You remember that show, 8 is Enough? Kind of reminds me of that. You got the twins. It was one of those things that you know, another person like that is this guy. I think he calls himself Kilby Life or something like that. And he has his family. And again, he was originally kind of friendly and out and about. Now he makes videos, but he doesn't interact with anybody. So I don't know. I think in the carnivore community, you have a lot of people that have physical and mental issues. And it's important to understand the limitations of everyone. Now, I think what's happened with Carrie and Homestead How is that as they became more popular, like anything else, you're going to have the in crowd and then you're going to have everybody else. So you have that select group of people that you tend to communicate with, and I think you lose contact with everybody else. It happens to all of us. Right, Milton? Yeah. You agree, don't you? I love those cute little sounds he makes. What? Huh? Yeah. Well, cute little thing. Kitty, kitty. Good kitty. He's such a nice kitten. Look at that soft little kitten. Move this down a little bit. Get this a little bit closer here. There we go. We got. Okay, little Milton. Yeah. Anyway, so going back, you can see how things have happened. Now, the last time that I was on Carrie's channel, as far as I remember, was on the 24-hour live stream. I am one of the few people that he's never interviewed face to face, which I thought that was kind of interesting. I never really thought about it. But what started to get me a little bit sour on some of the things that were going on his channel is some of the people that are on my channel, they would contact me personally. I'm not going to say who they were because they haven't given me permission to do so. But they were very concerned about the direction that it was going in and all the time and effort that was being put into this documentary, and the lack of concern for the real world problems that people were having. Then they started that group, the Healing Humanity group, and it's just another one of those pay to play carnivore groups where they're out there. You stop it. They're getting people to subscribe to this. That way they have an income they can leverage. Now, yes, it all goes to the movie, and Kerry says that he doesn't take any of it, and I believe it. I don't think that he's the kind of person that would benefit financially from the movie. But I'm sure that he gets a little bit of money from his YouTube videos, a lot more than I do, and probably his promoted products. I mean, I don't know. He probably has an income 10 times more than I'll ever have, but that's okay. And I see Milton is being his usual self, which means it's almost impossible for me to keep an eye on the chat, keep an eye on my viewers when I have to deal with whiskers and a wet nose and oh my goodness. You people wonder why I put Milton out when I start the chat. Okay. What a cute kitty you are. There is definitely a cuteness to my little buddy here. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. Okay. Anyway, so that's the background of the whole story. Now, what happens? Okay, Milton, you can't block the microphone, okay? Kissy, kissy. Okay, I'm going to put you down. Can you sit down next to me, or I'll have to put you in the house? I'll put you on the couch. Okay. All right. Getting back to the beginning, after I ramble on. And by the way, when it comes to talking, I learn from the best. And most of us are also, oh, Milton sat down. We are also in the group of what I would consider the leader in morning live streams. And I'm sure everybody knows who that is. Our fellow Floridian to the north of me, Mitch. And if you're watching, Mitch, I want to say hi to you. I am very glad that I am the only person that I know of that gets a sound effect on your channel when you mention me. I love that. Quack, quack. That is so funny. And yeah, so again, and also Mitch has graciously taken Saturday off. He took his own advice. He always tells us, take the day off and eat meat. Well, he's taking Saturday off. He will make a video knowing him. And again, just like I thought, Mitch is back. I told everyone when he had his stroke, in about a month, he'll be back online. And in a few months, he'll be back to his usual routine. So aren't we happy? And again, it's people like that that make me very happy to be here, talk about my life, talk about the carnivore lifestyle, because I've known a lot of people, their parents, they had stroke. I know younger people that have had a stroke. And I don't know anybody that has lost all their feeling, ability to move on one side and somehow is now able to walk again and able to speak, and not only speak, but have a really, really nice live stream. So that's fantastic. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. When I finished looking at the van and the engine on Thursday, I found Wi-Fi over there by the Tom Thumb gas station. I went on to the Homestead How channel, and I said hi to everyone. I said, quack, quack, hello from Miami. And, and I saw, several of us there. Obviously, Peter, Papa Carnivore, was there. And I think Booby Goats, Aaron was there. Thomas, Target Prime Rib, he was there. But I believe, he was going to be leaving anyway, so he didn't stick around. But I saw several familiar faces. And I thought, okay, let me go ahead and say hello. And I keep making comments and no one's saying hello to me. That's really strange because even though I'm a quack and I'm avoided by most of the popular channels, most of the other people there that, like everyone you see on this channel, you always... What is this? These idiot customers. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Yes. Oh, it's going, but Right, right. That's right. That's right. Well, another success. My customer was having a really, really desperate situation. But it turned out to be absolutely nothing. The air conditioner in their home had quit, and his mom is very ill. She's on an oxygen machine. And oh, by the way, a diabetic. I mean, seriously, had some amputation. It's, you know, it really is frustrating to me. But anyway, air conditioner stopped working and it was getting really, really hot. So I told him, I said, go outside, see if the outside unit is running. And the outside unit is not running. It's off. And so I was telling him, I said, well, take a look inside and see if the fan is moving. Of course, the fan's not moving. Well, it turned out a branch had fallen off the mango tree in their backyard and it wedged itself in there and it stopped the fan. So it overheated and then the system shut down. So I said, look, when it tried to come back on, it was like click, click. He pulled out the mango branch, and guess what? The fan is now turning. So I think the air conditioning problem has been fixed. Now, that's money I don't make, but on the other hand, it is something good for the customer. And in the end, what really matters? What matters to me is customer satisfaction. The customer must be satisfied in order for us to be satisfied. Anyway, so getting back to what I was talking about before I was interrupted by my customer, and I am kind of glad that I picked up the call because when I see somebody call me 5 times in as many minutes, I know there's something wrong. And so even though I said I wasn't going to answer the phone, I went ahead and did it anyway. And that's the way that I am. I like to help people in need. That's one of the reasons I hate being poor because there's a lot of people that I know that I could help if I had more money. But at this point, I will give my time and expertise or whatever to help people. A lot of times, people just need a little bit of information to calm their mind, to stop them from thinking about all the bad things that can happen and concentrate on what's going on right now. Okay, now back to the whole situation with Homestead How and Carrie. I was over there sending messages, to see what happened. I go, well, it's probably because I'm on Wi-Fi and no one can see me. Might be the device. Well, anyway, I'm driving back to the house. I got here in probably, I don't know, half an hour. So anyway, I get in the house and I look at the chat in the living room. I go back to the beginning. I don't see my comments. I go, well, it must be the device. I'm using this used phone, and what can you say? So I go to my living room computer and I start typing in comments, and they show up on the list, but no one's saying hi to me. And then Peter, Papa Carnivore, mentions me, something about Rick. I said, yes, yes. I'm thinking, that's not like him. Peter, Papa Carnivore is a quack. Whenever one quack quacks, the other one quacks. It's just like you hear whack, 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 whack. And why is he not? And then why are none of the people that are on my channel saying hi to me? So I go, okay, I'm going to go in the bedroom. I go in the bedroom, I type in some comments, and they show up in the bedroom. I go to the living room, they're not there. I go, okay, something is just not right. So I get angry, pick up my phone, and I hold it in front of this computer, and I take a video. And I go in the living room, and then I take a video of what shows up on the list. And basically, this just made me really upset. Now, I normally don't get upset, but I go, wait a minute. Somebody banned me from this channel. What kind of idiot would ban a carnivore from a carnivore channel? Especially a person like me who has never insulted anyone personally. Now, some people get butthurt when I criticize their actions, but that's not my fault. If you do something I don't like, I will tell you that. And the thing is, it's like banning somebody on a channel. I don't ban anyone from my channel. Even the fake Carrie that was trying to troll my channel, I never banned that individual. I had fun with that individual. And I think I may have won over somebody else to the carnivore lifestyle because instead of being combative, I turned it into comedy. And it's like I mentioned in one of my videos. When you turn something into a joke, you know that one person may be mad at you, but everybody else is laughing. So eventually they're either going to leave or they're going to come around. And I've seen that more than more. Anyway, so, and then I went ahead and I posted a short video, and boy, was I surprised. Well, I wasn't surprised, but I was surprised how quickly it happened. You, my subscribers that regularly come to my lives, started to say a lot of interesting things. And I never realized I had that much support. Now, the last time, you know, in all the years that I've been on YouTube, Kerry has never emailed me without me emailing him first. But for the very first time, yesterday at around 11 in the morning, I got an email from him and I posted it. So I think the only reason I got such an email is because of all of you. You were out there concerned, rightly so. You know, nobody likes to see somebody getting sort of screwed. Now, what I want to do, I've been blabbing my mouth for, wow, 10 minutes or whatever it's been. Okay, so again, I'm learning from the master. Mitch, he's the master of the morning live stream, and he does it a lot better than I ever could. But we like to watch him because of the entertainment factor and the rants. This is one thing that Mitch and I do have in common. We both like to rant. I can rant with the best of them. So with that in mind, let me go ahead and let's get back to the comments. I'm sorry that it's taken me so long. In fact, let me see. This is going to be a little tricky. My Google Chrome seems to have crashed. All right, let me go ahead and move this over here. There we go. And I'm going to switch the view. Uh-oh. Where did my OBS studio go? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're going to switch the view. And I'm going to go over here. Now, what I want to do, let me hit YouTube. And you can see that is the last time that I used this computer to go on YouTube. That is the stream that I was on. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. But I mean, afternoon, I'll be free. So, you know, if he wants to bring... No, he hasn't called me, but I haven't been here. But yeah, if he needs to get that computer board checked out, just bring it over here in the afternoon. I'll get this power supply, oscilloscope, whatever. For him, no problem. Mm-hmm. Anything. Anything. Mm-hmm. That's great. Mm-hmm. That's great. Well, plus they live in a better place. I mean, they're not living here in Miami, the septic tank of Florida. Yeah, that's true, but they don't live here. I mean, they can come here and visit, but if they had to live in this hellhole, they wouldn't be too happy. Yeah, because you right. That's it. Exactly. But if they had to live in this hellhole, they wouldn't. Hmm. Oh, okay. Well, you got a stove. He doesn't like the microwave? I don't either. I use a stove. I don't. I mean, why would I reheat? I eat it once. Everything I cook, I eat, and that's it. There are no leftovers. Mm-hmm. Right. That's it. Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, I'll catch you later. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Now, I didn't have this open, so it seems like I have lost the older comments. I don't know what is going on here. I blabbed too much. But anyway, let me see. The first comment I have here is from Mark Harmon. And he says, "Hi, Rick. What happened with your visibility on Homestead How? Hope you're doing well and catch up later. I'm going to a top field to fork butchers today. See you soon, and please keep it real." Well, thank you very much, Mark. Again, another one of our great hardcore carnivores. That love it. And then the next one after that was Bacon Baby. Hi, Charger Mopar. Good morning. Lambs, a couple of comments. Good morning, Rick and all. I don't think the start time is accurate. Okay, so this must be, it's really early in Miami, 5:30. Okay, this is before we started. And Carnivore Keith, I'm new here. Yeah, right. Sorry, everyone. The live stream is on slight delay because of Rick's sudden profuse angina. Rick will be back with us when his heart transplant is complete. So we got several of them here. Now, the furthest back it goes right here seems to be this one. I don't know what happened. Oh, well. Milton must have gotten into my keyboard. I don't know what he did, but that's just crazy. Okay. All right. Now, let's see. Tastes like French toast. Easy as pie. Right. Okay. It's always hot here. CB Carmack says good morning. And for a splash of homemade maple syrup. Okay. I'm going to make it for the kids this morning. All right. You got to take care of business. Yeah, I do. I really don't have to, but I do it because I hate to not give people, if I can help them, I will. They ring 2 times. Yes, something could be going. Exactly. Okay. And I see Erin is here, as always. Check out her channel if you haven't. I'm sure all of us have. If you like geese and ducks and chickens and crazy kids, well, that's the one. I've come to chew bubblegum and confront Rick on him talking behind my back about bubblegum. I've gotten a lot of emails from you about different videos, which is good. So Ricky Lee says, good morning. I better pull out the cream cheese now. It's soft. Is Carrie here? Now, this is fascinating because I don't see Carrie. Do you see Carrie in here? I don't. And this is the other thing that really annoyed the heck out of me. I was on Cindy DeManchi's channel. What was it? Yesterday, or I know I was on her channel, but I was on another channel. And on Mitch's channel, I think is when it happened. I was on Mitch's channel, and Carrie had posted some kind of, or what if it really is Carrie, I couldn't see it. So basically, it looks like Carrie banned me completely from his channel. I can't see his comments, but this is my channel, and I can't even see your comments. How ridiculous is that? Amazing. Okay. Anyway, enough of Rick's rants. All right, let's see what we have here. And Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish, is here. Bacon Baby. See, we got all these regular people, and I want to make a list of who the regulars are on my channel because I got some of the best. I think I have the best people on YouTube. They all seem to come to my channel. Miami is a septic tank of Florida, but I think my channel is sort of like, I don't know if you'd call it, what would I call it? I mean, I think of like the most wonderful ranch possible. People think about a penthouse as being great, but not me. I think about a ranch house. So this must be the old Florida ranch house of the internet. That house that sat on 200 acres of beautiful pasture and cattle all over the place and wildlife. You know, you got your pine trees, you got your palmettos, you got your cows everywhere. And you walk outside and, you know, yeah, you may have to step on cow manure, but at least you don't have to step on human manure like you would in downtown Miami. Okay. Don't you say goodbye on the phone? Well, I turn off the switch sometimes, so I'll turn off the mic if I don't want to say anything. I'm very private with people. I don't like to share information unless they give me the permission to, but some things are public. Okay. All right. Yeah. That was weird. Rick not being able to get into the Carry live stream. There were only 50 in his chat. I only went on there because Rick, see? And I wasn't there. And the thing is, what really I can't understand, you know, I always thought of Carrie as being intelligent, but I'm beginning to think that he's maybe not that intelligent because if he thought that banning me from his channel would not get noticed with the very excellent, very select subscribers that I have, that they wouldn't see me there because I'm always there. It's like Peter always says, you know, Quack Jr. and Quack are always in the same place. So the fact that anybody would do that and not realize it, and what really gets me upset is that Carrie, who's supposed to be such a great guy, didn't even take the time to email me once. I emailed him 3 weeks ago. I emailed him on June 7th. I emailed him again yesterday, but I screwed up yesterday. When I don't know how I did this. I guess when I'm mad, I can't think straight. I ended up emailing myself. So what I did, when I typed in Carrie Mann, it brought up an old email that I had, and I clicked forward, and guess what I did? I forwarded the darn thing to myself. So I took the email that I had sent on June 7th, and I forwarded it back to myself. So I didn't send him an email on Thursday like I thought I did. But I was just like, I was over it. I'm like, what a bunch of losers these people are. So anyway, that's what happened. Now, when it comes to what happened next, again, I mentioned, and I'll show you, I put the post on my comments. Let's keep going through these comments here. I'm always learning. I think we're all always learning. Didn't have time to say bye on the phone. Nope. I have my live stream. And morning to Aaron, there we go. You know, we are all part of the carnivore oddballs and carnivore quacks. We're the ones that will be carnivore long after the carnivore trend has passed. All right, you'll know when the call is over. And you know, it's really frustrating to me because people tell me, well, you know this is unhealthy. You know it's going to kill you. I said, I don't care. I feel great. And when I talk to other people my age or close to my age, and they complain, it's like my friend was complaining to me yesterday. The kidney stones, the joint pains, the inability to sleep. He has to use a mask, you know. He looks like a fighter pilot at night. What do they call that? A CPAP? Constant positive air pressure. You put it on your face. I mean, it's like, seriously? And you go through all that. He's had digestive issues. He told me at one time they were thinking of removing part of his colon because of the diarrhea. I'm like, I had no idea that the people that I know, my friends, people that I work with, had all these problems. And here I am, never going to the doctor, never going to the dentist. I don't even have health care, and I'm fine. So it kind of makes me mad because all these years I had this secret and I never told anyone. Although it was not a secret. It wasn't like I was in a closet. Everybody knows what I eat. They laughed at Rick, you know. Rick, it's just, Rick, all he does is eat meat and drink water. That's it. He's like a cat. You can feed him the same thing you feed your cat, and that's it. I go somewhere, oh, you got to try my wonderful cake. I'm like, cake? No, 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 no. Steak. Cake is duck food. Steak is Rick food. But anyway, and speaking of steak, I have one that is slow cooking in the kitchen right now from the meat that our friend Kurt Meathead gave me. So you'll have to forgive me if I sit here enjoying a delicious steak, because there is no breakfast like steak and eggs. Being raised on oatmeal, Ovaltine, and maybe the occasional egg and a piece of fruit. Ugh. Ugh. Oatmeal and Ovaltine, that's like vomit. Mix the two together, it looks exactly like vomit. It's disgusting. Why would I torture myself with that crap when I could have steak and eggs? Steak and eggs is the best. Why would I eat duck food like spaghetti and meatballs when I could have a heart attack burger? Why would I eat Kentucky Fried Chicken when I can have heart attack chicken? Anyway, let me do less talk and more go through here. Yeah, likely story, Carrie. So is Carrie actually in here? Let me go down here. I don't know. I just can't believe that I can't even see the comments on my own channel. And you know, out of all the years I've been on YouTube, well, in 2010, I got banned from YouTube because of this similar thing going on. But no one in the carnivore community has ever treated me that way. And that's the reason why I was surprised. But it turns out it was deliberate. It wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate but stupid action. Did you think you may have slipped into Twilight Zone? Yeah, you know, I kind of did. But I knew what was going on. I've been down this road before. I just didn't think that Carrie Mann was a loser. But we're going to find out exactly what happened. I like how he suddenly appeared in Mitch's live chat. You know, that's kind of weird too. But you know what I think it is? As long as nobody talks about me, I'm forgotten. And here's my theory. In the beginning, when I first found Carrie's channel, I was considered to be outlier because I was the longest known carnivore. But as soon as Dr. Chafee discovered Maggie White the rancher, she took the place of being the longest term carnivore. And Rick, off to the duck pond. We're not going to waste any time with Rick anymore. And I think a lot of it too is that I'm outspoken. The Maggie lady doesn't say much. She doesn't make videos. She made one video in the dark, and that was it. I haven't seen her since. Has anybody else seen her? I think she left the country. So it's very convenient. She has the ranch. She has the long history of being carnivore, looked great for her age, was strong. So it was a great marketing thing. You could push the movie and make it really have a wide appeal, because you look at this lady that's in her 80s and go, my goodness, look at her. You know, when my mom was in her 80s, she could barely stand up out of the chair. She had arthritis and everything. So you look at that and you go, wow. But a 57-year-old quack who goes around lifting engine blocks and digging holes, this guy's poor. He lives in a decaying house with termites and mold, and he doesn't have any money. He can't support anything because he's paying most of his money to property tax, and he's the oddball of the neighborhood. Why would we want to put that guy as a proponent of the carnivore diet? And not only that, unlike the carnivore doctors, he doesn't have muscles. He's skinny. So there's nothing there. So I think that's what happened. So as time went on, less and less references to Rick. Rick is forgotten. But the thing is, writing off Rick by banning him from the chat, it didn't work. It didn't work because they forgot about a very important factor. It's not about Rick. It's about you. The 3,700 or so subscribers that I have some of the least amount of subscribers for as long as I've been on YouTube. But on the other hand, I have the best because it's like a filter, you know. You filter out all the crap, and what's left? The best. And this is really what we are. And I'm going to say it. We are the best. Because the BS doesn't work on us. When someone's trying to sell me something, they can't. No one has ever been able to sell me crap. I always say a good product or service sells itself. When the customer is satisfied, they are your best salesperson. And I think it's the same with this lifestyle. You try it, see how it affects you. Now, again, another reason I'm not that popular is because I tell people, you know, maybe the carnivore diet won't work for you. Maybe you'll feel worse. Maybe you may have to add some plants back in. Oh my goodness, that is terrible. But you have to realize this is not about dogma. This is about science. And although there are people out there who say that you don't ever have to eat any plants, humans have eaten plants for survival for a very long time. And sometimes you have to do it. And again, there's a big difference between someone who's been a carnivore for most of their life, since the age of 15, and a person who's been eating duck food, living under a stressful life, has destroyed their body, and they think that eating meat is going to fix that. Well, that's like me saying washing my car is going to get rid of all the rust and wear. It's not going to work that way. Once you have damaged a system to a certain point, there is no way that you can bring it back without a rebuild. And I have bad news for you. You cannot rebuild a living animal of any kind, including a human. We rebuild ourselves. It's like a tree. If you rip the leaf off a tree, you'll never be able to put it back on. Once it's off, it's off. Good old entropy always wins. If you cut a branch off of a tree, you might be able to graft it back on. That would be like a person losing a finger and having it put back on. Sure. But once that piece has died, it's not coming back. All right, let me go back to comments here. I'm in that photo. This is great. Thank you, Greg. Corded phones. I use corded phones all the time. One of the unique features of my channel is the way that, you know, yes, I remember that song, Taking Care of Business Every Day, Taking Care of... They even use it in commercials. I'm trying to remember what commercial it was, though. We wanted to listen. Aaron, you're a superstar. Yes, you are. Yep. And again, okay, there's Peter Papa Carnivore, Quack Jr. Sounds delicious. There we go. Yes. Okay. All right. Look at that. Mitch is here. Good morning, everybody. I was talking about you earlier. Now, again, Mitch is probably the only big-time carnivore celebrity that regularly visits my channel. So, and we love Mitch. Anyone that doesn't love Mitch needs to leave this chat immediately because you're not a good person. Morning, Mitch. You had the power of a 50. All right. We got everybody saying hi to Mitch. That's great. Let's see. I don't have my glasses, so I need to go grab them. You know what? That's the other thing. I was talking to a friend of mine. I'm 57. I don't wear glasses. I look at my screen. I have no problems. Again, why didn't I understand this earlier? Okay. Yes, Mitch is here. And by the way, I really enjoyed being on Mitch's channel, you know, being able to be there. I wasn't interviewed by Mitch. It was sort of like a, I don't know if it's a co-host or what you call it, but we're having fun. So our man, Mitch, we're lucky to have him in the carnivore community. Okay. All right. Let's get through these. Who's Mitch? What do you mean who's who's Mitch? How rude, Rick. Oh, come on. Ah, yes. There's Peter. I'm trying to get back up on the butter and add more tallow. It's been tasteless. Okay. I like the taste of tallow. I do chew on it once in a while. And Mitch the vegan. Well, Mick the vegan is a real strange one. And you know, I've been banned from all the vegan channels for quite some time. So I guess Carrie can have good company. It seems straight. It seems strange to me to be on this end of the chat for a change. Well, Mitch, you know what you always say. Take the day off. You relax and let the quacks do their thing. All right. And Peter says, I have an all-time record number of people watching my live stream, 58. You got that right. I am really surprised. Let's see. Mitch is some old professor. Ricky over here stirring the pot. Yep. Stir up the fire ant pile, as I call it. Everyone is eagerly anticipating about the fake Carrie story. I'm going to show that to you. And again, even Carrie, if that's the real Carrie himself, said it's okay. So I'm going to show the email he sent me. And I'm just glad that you're here to check it out with me. I'm so happy. Calling all of us tards. Okay. I see 28 of mine. It doesn't update all the time, but Peter Papa Carnivore, he's got his eyes on this. Okay. Okay. All right. You're in today's chat, Rich. You know that. Okay, so you don't see Carrie. All right, I don't see him either. Okay. Rick, sorry. Oh, Mitch. And yes, that's right. And you got to remember, the first time that I saw Mitch, I was like, who is this guy, Old Guy Carnivore? I never saw him before. And then I started watching his channel. I'm thinking, that's probably going to be me when I get older. I have that same type of attitude. I lose patience with people when they're stupid. But on the other hand, when I recognize that somebody is a good person, I will try and correct them. It's just, I guess, I don't know if it's a generational thing or what it is, because I tended to have older friends when I was a kid. I had friends in their 60s when I was a teenager. So I learned a lot from the older generation. I think that I have a lot of the traits of it as well. So it's kind of nice. But anyway, all right, Carrie's not here. Okay, good. Okay, so you're right. That's right. Elites, quackers, quack pack, all that stuff. Now, I need to get that sound effect. I don't know how I'd get that. Quack, quack. I think that is so funny. Every time Mitch plays that, I always laugh. If you saw me here, I'd be laughing all the time. Okay, Irish goodbye. I'm sure that involves some kind of alcohol. And let's see. Have a great day. Okay. And CV Carmack says your channel is the coin collecting water fountain like you saw in the old malls in day of. Yeah, they had one in Dadeland till they tore it down. But, yeah, there was always that. And in the Sweden House smorgasbord, they actually had like a little waterfall by the entrance and people would throw money in there. I remember that. Okay. Rick, what was your opinion on kiltses when Dr. Nelson showed you comment, started to read it, and then said it was something that went on? Well, I think what it is, Nelson and Carrie and Kiltz and all them, they're kind of together. So the last thing they want to do is have people get against Carrie, because if that happens, it may break their kumbaya or whatever he calls it. I know Dr. Kiltz is all about the positivity and that, but see, I don't believe in positivity. I believe that in order to have energy transfer, you have to have a positive and a negative side. If everybody agrees with everybody else, no progress is ever made. Think about a communist nation where you have central planning. Technology and everything stagnates. It starts out really good at first, but then it stagnates. You get innovation and you get progress when you have people going at it, in a civilized way. Now, obviously, if they go and start shooting each other, that's not good. But if you have people that are determined, they have this idea that's going to work, and you let them try it out. You say, you know what? Go ahead and do it and see what happens. You do yours, I do mine, and we compare notes. If you can do it that way, everybody benefits. But I think a lot of times people go like this. No, 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 no. They don't want to hear anything bad. And I think that's what it is. So you're not going to see this talked about really on any of the popular channels. In fact, I'm persona non grata to most of the popular channels, in my opinion. They never talk about me. When they talk about long-term carnivores, they never mention Rick. I'm an embarrassment to a lot of channels because I'm not trying to pretend to be anything. I don't wear makeup. I don't try to dress nice. I mean, look, I'm wearing an orange shirt. I have sinus issues. I don't color my hair. I don't wear glasses. I do absolutely nothing to try to promote myself. I don't care. In fact, when I was on that first video with Joey in 2022, I waited for several months before I posted a video because I didn't want the video to go viral and then I would have 30, 40, 50,000 subscribers. And then now I'd be on the spot and I'd have to be some kind of influencer. So I let that pass and then I slowly went into it. So I think that's what it is. Realtor, I dealt with a lot of hoity-toity. Yeah, right? The bougie group there. Carrie came into the Mitch Fitz address you, babe. You just put me in T, so fair game. Okay. Maybe I can check back in later. The great thing about my live stream, you don't have to participate. You can pop in and pop out. Or I know some people have emailed me. They say that they put me on their mobile device and they just listen. Because despite my sinus issues, I think my voice isn't that bad. I actually like watching my own videos sometimes. I've watched videos that I've made in the past, and I get a laugh out of them. I'm not the kind of person that bores people. I wish I could get my cassettes to work because I actually took some videos when I used to teach at Miami-Dade College, and I was a very popular professor there, a teacher, because I could teach electronics and people would not get bored. And I always use practical demonstrations. I used to show what happens when you connect a capacitor backwards. It's like a firecracker going off. And I would do experiments with high voltage. I even had a small Tesla coil that I made. That was very interesting. That one interfered with the whole college network. So, but again, I'm the kind of person that gets in trouble because I like to do things a little bit differently. I decided not to take my morning walk so I could hear Rick talk about the fake Carrie saga. What terrific entertainment. Well, thank you, Peter. Glad that you're here. Anyone who sells dude, bro, beef towel soap the way Carrie does is enough for me to change a channel. Yes, to huge douche. Is that a reference to our friend? But anyway, you know that I use beef tallow soap, but you know where it comes from. I make it myself. That's the used beef tallow that I fried with. Instead of throwing it away, I turn it into soap because once it's been broken down several times by heating and reheating, it makes the perfect soap material. I use wood ashes. I'm sorry I never posted the video. When I did make a video, my wonderful little friend here figured out how to push a GoPro camera into a bucket of water. I don't know. And speaking of GoPro camera, that's another one of the longtime carnivore people that I remember. You remember JT, that was a friend of Carrie? I haven't seen him lately. JT was awesome. He was always saying, let's go. He was fun. He made a video about my heart attack chicken. He used to invite me to go on his channel. I had a lot of fun with him, and he disappeared. So I don't know what happened. But obviously, there's something going on that I don't know about. But again, he's one of the few people that have sent me something. I mean, JT sent me, his camera and a couple of accessories, and we know Meathead sent me meat, and our friend Russ Mitchell, good old Russ Mitchell, he sent me meat. He took me out to eat. These are like the top tier of the top tier. And then we all know about Carnivore Muscle Jonathan with all the struggles that he has, and he's tried very hard to help me to get my channel going, and he's a great supporter, and he hasn't been treated very well on Carrie's channel either. So I don't know, there's something going on, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But again, if I have that many people on my channel, I'm pretty impressed. So let's see. I've never seen Rick mad. You do not want to see me mad. When I am mad, bad things happen. I'm like a cat. A cat can spend 99% of its life sleeping, resting, but boy, you put them in a corner and they are the most vicious thing you've ever seen. If you've ever had to deal with a cornered cat, you think about the video that was on the internet years ago called Pinky the Cat. That thing like bit the guy in the nuts and attacked him, and because he was desperate. Kitty wanted to get away, and I went out early for my walk. All right, chat changed after that. Don't want to miss the tea. I don't know what the tea thing refers to, but oh well. The best live ever. Well, Bankin' Baby, you're one of my top fans, so I wouldn't be surprised that you'd say that. Yeah, okay. Look at this. I watched a video with Carrie from over a year ago. I was amazed at how kind and humble he was not that long ago. He was just one of us back then. He changed. This is what I'm trying to say. When people get influence, it goes to their head. This is the reason why politics never works for us. You have to understand, human nature is well known. People tend to change. Everybody will change. Even if a person says, I'm going to run for office, I'm going to do all these things. Once they get into office, you notice they never fulfill their promises. They only fulfill the promises that benefit those that put them there. And I think what's happening, even though I don't think Carrie is personally benefiting from it, but being around all these people, and I'm sure that he makes some money out of this. He thinks that this movie is going to go viral and it's going to change the world. And as the opposite, Rick, I don't think it's going to do anything, honestly. I think what's going to happen, the movie will go out there. All of us carnivores are going to get excited about it. Well, maybe some of us won't. but a lot of them will. But it'll never really become mainstream. You have to realize the carnivore lifestyle can never be mainstream because of several reasons. First of all, with the amount of people we have on the earth and the environmental destruction that was done, it is absolutely impossible for every human being on this earth to become a carnivore. It will never happen. Number two, most people for generation after generation have been raised on an omnivorous diet. I think the best that we could hope for would be that people go to a whole foods diet, a meat-based whole foods diet. That may have beef, but it may also include insects. I don't know. But as long as we have, I don't know how many billions of people on the earth, we have an earth that's run by a bunch of megalomaniacs. There's absolutely no way that everyone can be carnivore. What I suggest is that people should raise their children on a whole foods diet. Yes, you give them meat and eggs, but what's wrong with going outside and having some fruits and vegetables? I'm not against fruits and vegetables. I don't eat them myself. But as you know, I promote gardening. I promote trading with fruits and vegetables. I give them away as gifts to my friends who love them. Why would you deny somebody something that they love, something that they want? For what reason? Oh, you're only going to eat meat because it's the only thing that's good for you. That's nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. And anyway, let me go and check on my meat because I don't want it to burn. So I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll return. Sorry about that. I'm one of the few people that actually enjoys my meat to be less cooked. I don't like seared meat. I hate the idea of searing the steak. I would rather slow cook the steak, and that way the fat is not going to be burned. I like the fat to be sort of jelly-like and almost raw. But again, I'm like a cat. I would eat raw meat all the time if I didn't if I trusted it, which I don't, but I actually do like the taste of raw meat. But anyway, let's get back to these important comments because really what is the most important thing here is not me, it's you. And channels that hustle a lot of money also make YouTube money. So guess who's getting on the chopping block? Anyone who has an opinion. Yes, Lizzie. And you know who that is? Well, I know exactly who that is. This guy. Because this guy isn't going to play that game. I'm not going to do stupid things just to try to make money on YouTube. Honestly, I don't care. I'll survive. I've always been a survivor. And I'm not going to cave into the nonsense. All right, so let's see. That would mean Rick has banned me before, as it happened to me on Rick's Mitch's. Huh. Well, I never banned you. Sometimes YouTube will not allow comments to go through, but that's different than not being able to post on the live. If you can't post on the live, then that means you're banned. If you're able to post here, then you're not banned. I kind of stopped watching Carrie when his girls started acting like they knew how to cook. It was funny at first when they told everyone to use milk instead of heavy cream because it's better for you. I have to admit, I did watch some of their cooking videos, but they never responded to my comments, so I stopped watching. That's what happens. If people don't respond to me, I move on to somebody else. My time is precious, and I'm not going to waste it with people that don't know that I exist. Most of the time, I turn off the laptop, turn back on, everyone can see me again. That's a computer issue. I've had that happen as well. The cache gets all screwed up, but in this case, that's not what happened to me. Okay. And Lori Weitzel, I've stopped watching almost everyone except Mitch and Rick. Well, that's because you know where the good chat is. We know that Mitch is definitely one of them. Now, let's see. All right. I am so far behind, I might as well be Mitch. Yes. Okay. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I can't believe this. Well, you know what? Controversy does bring. Where the heck is Fake Carrie at? I'm out of here. I think Fake Carrie, they changed the picture. I think Fake Carrie is still around. We're going to look at that too. Once I catch up with these comments, if I ever catch up with these comments, I watch Aaron and Tom. Yeah. And you know, Tom is going to that Boston meetup. I think he's going to be live at 3. So we got to end this live stream by lunchtime because I don't want to interfere with Tom. And also, Erin has her live stream. I don't want to interfere with them. I don't want to hog up all the space. You know, I would do what Mitch does and break it in an hour and a half. But since I'm only here one day a week and we have a lot to cover, I'm going to go along with this. You notice I haven't connected the phone yet. That's another thing. But I'm not even going to worry about the phone until I get through this and I go through the story, and then I'll plug the phone in and then you can see. Took a bit to get it working. I haven't seen Carrie in the chat. Okay, good. I had challenged Carrie Man's daughter, Compassion Carnivore, to do a shot of electrolytes or minerals with me on YouTube and probably never got a response. Okay. When you ask us the question, scroll to the bottom to read the answer. Carrie is not here. It was a joke. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. You think Rick outspoken? I thought he wanted ducks in the pond. Actually, I asked myself, would Rick eat this? Well, you'd be surprised what you can eat. You don't have the guns yet. I want a body like Mags. Well, there you go. As you can see, I'm skinny. But even though I'm skinny, I'm extremely flexible and I have 0 back issues. And for a guy that's 6'6", that is pretty rare. Emma is only a teenager. Yeah, exactly. Why was Rick banned by Carrie? We will go over that. Yeah, what happened to Maggie? Well, she's not doing anything, so that's great. She's not going to challenge anything that Carrie says. She's out of the picture. He's already got the footage he needs for the movie, and I guess we'll see the curated version of her when the time comes. All right. Yes, Rick is a 195 pound weakling that can lift engine blocks. That is correct. And a diesel block is not light. Every time I see someone on a bike, I bet you can't ride like Rick. Most likely think that for the rest of my life, so you won't be forgotten here. Well, that's another thing. The bike rides, and that was because of my friend Jonathan that likes the bike rides. That's why I've been doing them. You notice that my channel changes based on who is viewing it. I started a live stream simply because of Mitch. And then it's just, you know, the more input I get from you, the more it changes. Yes, Joey. And I'm gonna do a video on Joey one of these days. Yes. Yeah, see, I heard about the accident. I'm going to unsub their channel if that's what they do. Well, that's it. It's a long story. Rick's going to tell the entire story. That is correct. Milton, do you have fleas? I think I found a flea again. Don't go behind the computer. Oh, no. Milton. No, Milton. Stay away from those cables. That is not a cat place. Oh, my goodness. Don't cut me off, Milton. It has to do the fake Carrie that came on. Okay, I will explain. Yes, let me get through this. Okay, Caravan's daughters and their food creation. Think they are better than, for example, the Keto Twins. And I don't know Keto Twins channel. I don't know who that is. Meets, yes, that is correct. Grow fruit on her farm. Okay, well, that's a good point. Maggie's goal was to grow fruit on her farm. Now, isn't it funny that another long-term carnivore wants to grow fruit? I told everybody if it wasn't so expensive, I'd have an avocado or mango grove. And I have several friends that grow avocados and mangoes. But that's good. And see, that's the thing. Being a carnivore doesn't mean that you hate plants. No. Milton, get out of there. Milton, no. No, Milton. Okay, Milton, come on. I hate to say it, but you need to go in the house. You got to stay out of those wires. That's what the mixer's connected to. And if you pull out that cable, you're going to pull the USB out of my webcam. Okay? I'm putting you in the house. Okay, Milton. I'm sorry. Out you go. Milton's going out. There you go, sweetheart. There we go. No. Ow, Milton. Watch the claws. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, Milton. I'm sorry about that. I had no choice. I had to put him out. He gets behind the computer and he starts like playing with the cables. He'll pull one of those USB cords. Then I won't have a camera, and he might pull out the sound because this computer doesn't have a sound input. So I use one of those USB AV converters. I got a bunch of old equipment, and it was from the garbage. So it's like soldered together. And if that cat starts playing with it, he's going to knock me off. Okay. Good morning, Mitch. And see, Papa Carnivore says, isn't that interesting that both Rick and Maggie are growing fruit on their properties and don't really eat it? Yes, it is. But I think it goes with the mindset. You know, just because you are a carnivore doesn't mean that you can't give people fruit to enjoy, because a lot of people love fruit. And I say this, would you rather have them eating donuts and cookies and cake, or eating mangoes, bananas, and avocados? I'd rather see them eating those fruits. You know, when I see people eating, for example, bread, I hate the smell of bread. I hate the look of it. It makes me feel nauseous. But if I see somebody eating a mango or banana, it doesn't bother me one bit. I don't mind. I mean, I like the smell of mangoes. I just don't like the taste. I love fruit trees because if you think about it, a fruit tree is like an asset. It gives you something. It's not a liability. I mean, yeah, you got to take care of it, but it gives you something. And if you can share fruit that people like, that you're very popular. You may be the weird carnivore like me, but when they see me and they see bananas, they get excited. They're like, wow, these are delicious bananas. Like, yeah. Okay. Mitch Fitz Unite. Yes. Hi, old guy carnivore. And this is my first time watching Charger Mopar Rick stream. Well, John Beatty Art, I am very happy that you are here, and I hope you'll spread the word. Okay, let me get back here. Hello back to everyone. I feel the love. Well, thank you, Mitch. The feeling is mutual. We love having you here, and that's the beauty of my live stream and a lot of our other live streams. Mitch went on to Thomas Target Prime Ribs live stream. Mitch is reaching out and going on to live streams, and that's great. And I think it also helps him because his live streams seem to be improving. You know, I don't know what it is, but when I watch and I listen to Mitch and I'm doing something, I may be working, and I'm listening to Mitch talk about different things, it's inspiring to me. I mean, think about it. I love his channel, and I think it's great. And even being invited on there, even said I could come back another time, and I will. It's just a matter of time. So that's what we want. We want people here that are going to interact. We don't want people that are going to preach to us and tell us about all the great things that the carnivore diet can do, and I'm selling all these great products, and I'm making a movie, whatever. That doesn't really matter. What matters is the individual relationships, the friendships, the acquaintances that we have, and the effect that it has on all of us. Because like I've said for years, you could be the most talented person in the world, the richest person, whatever, and you're dropped in the middle of the Sahara Desert, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. You'll never be able to walk far enough to get to a place where you can eat, and you will die. If you're dropped on a tropical island, you may live a little bit longer. You may have some coconuts and fruit and fish to eat, but eventually something will happen. And of course, you might get old and die. But if you were dropped in an area where you had like-minded people, that's a different story. Because let's say you were dropped on an island and you had a bunch of people like me, for example. You had fruit, you had meat, you had all this stuff. You're dropped on the island, you go there. Now, if you show up with a bad attitude, you're going to be put on a raft and pushed out to sea. It's like, off you go. But if you have a good attitude, they're going to say, okay, would you like something to eat? You need some clothes. You need, what do you need? And then, you know, you need a place to live. Who has an extra room? Oh, I have an outbuilding. And before you know it, you'll make relationships and friends. And if you continue to play nice, well, you're going to keep getting those benefits. And eventually you'll be a productive member of society, and you'll be the next one out there helping the next person. But again, if you turn into an arrogant bastard, guess what's going to happen? You're going to be put on that raft and basically pushed out into the sea, and that's it. And you tell them, you leave, you don't come back, because if you do, well, you don't know what's going to happen next. And that's the way it is. So, same thing with anything. I think it's the same thing with the internet. All right, they're just kids. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're kids that have famous parents. That's all. Maggie wanted to let her grandchildren run the ranch in Canada so she could go to Colombia full time. Well, there you go. That's good. Mitch and Rick both have common sense. That is why we all like them both. Yes, I agree. You've been really missing out. Mitch and Rick are the best. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I don't think I can measure up to Mitch just yet. But I will eventually. I may even exceed him. You never know. That's a hard thing to do, though. Yes, they are. But that's because the twins try those recipes and it's keto crap food most of the time, like Southern Keto, or what's that other Southern guy that compares keto recipes. All right. I just heard about Rick's channel yesterday on Mitch's stream. Same as Thomas. Nice. 63 watching now. You think we'll ever reach 100? Maybe. Maybe after we have that thing going on, you know. It's the banning that got me to come in today. Going to stick around. Well, Greg, I'm glad that you're here. This probably is going to work out to my advantage because, and this is what I told a couple of my subscribers that I communicate with regularly. So, in the end, this may cause my channel to explode, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting. I'm checking out your channel after Cindy's live last night. There you go. See? I was on Cindy's live, also on the way home from work, but you're able to see me. Now 61 people watching the Duck Man. Yeah, there you go. Hi, Greg. Mark Levin is a king of rants. I heard that name, but I don't know who that is. Hi, Sherry. Okay. Lose patience with stupid people. I do. I lose patience with stupid people because most people cause their own problems through stupidity, and I just don't understand it, Do you have to do stupid things all the time? The worst part is then they try to make people feel sorry for them, and I'm not going to go for that. It's nonsense. Okay. That's how I started keto, but now I'm older, and okay, good. Mark Levin, yeah, author and constitutional lawyer. Okay, that's where I've seen it. I know I've seen a video somewhere, and we got some highs over here. Irish goodbyes, you just appeared through. Okay, it doesn't involve any alcohol. That's good. I'm way behind on the comments. If you're someone that's new to Rick Saturday Night Live, please let us know so we can say hi to you. Yes, Peter, great idea. And that's what John Badiard did. Okay, I'm Irish often. Because I know Irish coffee is when they put whiskey in it. Irish goodbye. Correct. Are you saying you're the negative energy? I could be. Okay, let's see. Not new, but this is my first Rick live. Yes, I've seen you comment on my videos. A positive and negative is needed, just like a car battery. That is correct. Because, again, if everyone's positive, nothing will ever happen. And then what's going to end up happening? Well, you might be living a great life, and then a bunch of marauders comes and takes everything you have. If you're positive and negative, it's like the idiots living in high-rises in Miami. When that 1926-style hurricane comes and wipes them out, they won't know what hit them. You need to understand the dangers and the problems. That's it. Confusing learning with criticism. Made me laugh years ago. I have a 75% deviated septum. That's why I sound like this. That's right. The negative is what grounds the system. Yes, that's where the excess electrons are found. And maybe one day, if you want, I'll give you a lesson in basic electronics. I taught Introduction to Electronics for 13 years, plus I tutored for longer than that. I don't think there's anyone out there that can explain basic electronics better than me. And I'd still be working at the college if it wasn't for the fact that everybody nowadays has a master's or doctorate degree, and they changed the program from associate in science to bachelor's. In fact, I still have my old associate in science degree. It was real popular. Oh, yeah. Let's get this thing over here. Oops. So, all right. That 2-year program was a great program, although when I first started teaching there, it really wasn't that good. We had It was the department chairman. It was actually our department chairman at Miami-Dade who was extremely intelligent and probably the best chairman that I ever met in the school. And he decided, why are we getting people that have advanced degrees and experience to teach the introductory classes? They're scaring the students away. Let's put somebody in there that just has a bachelor's degree and can teach the class. And then we can funnel those students into the upper classes. And that's what they did. Of course, I ended up teaching the upper classes as well, but still, no big deal. But yes, I always believe that doing the right thing and trying to give people all the information they need. And some people just can't cut it. And I tell them, look, you don't like it, find something else. You can't force somebody to do something they don't like. That would be like forcing me to be a computer programmer. I hate writing code with a passion. I hate it very much. I would rather dig a ditch than write software code. Syntax errors and all the struggles, absolutely not. I hate it, can't stand it. Okay, Rick does have the best hair of all carnivores. Well, let's see. What do you think? Let me go over here. I think you're right. I do have the best hair of all carnivores. In fact, I'm 57 years old and I use no coloring in my hair. I don't use any personal care products whatsoever. I make my own soap and I don't use any cologne. I can't stand the stuff. Anytime somebody uses cologne, I feel sick. I said, look, I'd rather have you smelling like a dog than wearing that nasty cologne. And everything you see about me is natural. No makeup, nothing like that. I don't care about imperfections. I call them character. All right, let's see. I hope you have time. Tends to be long. Well, you can come in and out. And Lori says, you must mean I love your voice, Rick. Well, thank you very much. I do too. I like the way that I sound. A lot of the vegans, they have kind of whiny vegan. No. We don't do no vegan voice around here. It's really frustrating. I hate the vegan voice. It drives me nuts. Agree with assessment group think it's a disaster. Yes, it is. It always leads to disaster. Yes. And I did voiceovers for several tutorial videos, and I also did several of the phone systems we used to sell. You might actually hear my voice on some corporate phone systems if it's still out there, but it was there. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Johnny, the carnivore champion. Another one of our great carnivore fans. He's working on getting better. You do kind of have a radio voice, and I have the microphone for it, too. All right, he loves God and promotes love. Love, isn't that? Yeah, right? That's the smart way to be. Okay, hip surgery. Okay, here listening. Rick's voice is so soothing. I'm glad you're listening, by the way. Reminds me of Mr. Rogers. Yes, I've been called the carnivore Mr. Rogers for many years. The only thing is, I think I'm a little bit more energetic than Mr. Rogers, but yes. And I get too hot. I can't wear a sweater. It's hard enough for me just to wear a regular shirt half the time because I'm always overheated. But I guess if you put the air conditioning on 50 degrees, I could wear a sweater. Hi, Gary. Okay, yes. Hope you recover soon. Up and Adam in no time. There you go. Adamant. We're all gods. I am not a god. I strive to be godlike. I'm not a god either. I have one God. I'm just one of his little people. I am not a god. I thought GoPro were waterproof. Believe it or not, they don't seem to be because they actually there's a connector where you plug in and somehow it got messed up. Now, I'm going to fix it, but there's an HDMI connector that has some corrosion in it. I sprayed some contact cleaner. I'll get it working again, but it also likes to heat up, so. All right. Rick, your version of elimination diet signature is the fly-in diet. Yep, if it's got wings, it's on the menu. Now up to 68 viewers. There we go. JT and his wife. Yes, I don't know what happened to JT. Carrie never talks about it. I actually emailed JT before, but who knows if he even got the email. Miss JT. I do too, actually. Delicious. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe he is. Really? So JT's on the 420 now? Yeah, right? You saw my video where I was cutting up the banana plant and grabs his machete. No wonder some people think I'm a serial killer. The T is like the gossip or the drama, okay? Sean White and Kip are both off carnivore. Kip is taking a break. I know Kip changed his name. You know, this is one of the reasons I hate the carnivore drama, because people are just mean to old Kip Moore. Kip Moore has mental issues, and the last thing he needs is to have people making fun of him or trashing him. I hope that he can find the peace that he needs. Maybe God can help him. I don't know. But if he doesn't do something about if he doesn't keep his diet in control, I don't think I'll see him in another 10 years. So let's just, let's hope that he gets it together. I hope he hasn't fallen into the duck food. But there's nothing we can do. The only person that can control what goes in your mouth is you. Nobody else can do that. Has anyone noticed Bill Knott's videos now said he's been in carnivore for 2 years? Thought it was more. No, it's probably been 2 years, yeah. It's been a while. I think it's been 2 years. Bill Knott is interesting because 99% of the time he doesn't respond to me, but if I do say something nice about his cat, he will respond. I think he's still really shy. Again, you got physical problems, and I'm sure he has plenty of mental issues. So I try to be nice. I have a light touch with people because we don't know what their struggles are when you don't see them. But I'm so happy that he's gotten benefit. And, Carrie is definitely a big part of it. If it wasn't for Carrie, I mean, who knows what would have happened to Bill. So, but, yeah. I think 2 years is more like it, yeah. But I don't watch Carrie and his cult. I hope it doesn't turn into a cult. It's kind of a shame. I really don't know. And the thing is, I don't care. All my videos are public information. Carrie could log on at any time, and he could see what's going on. So if somebody reported me, I don't care. I didn't do anything wrong. And I'm not going to get even with you. If anyone is watching me and reports to Carrie and you want to tell me who you are, I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm going to congratulate you. I'm going to thank you. Because just like the guy that started the Heart Attack Grill, all publicity is good publicity. And I think this controversy is going to bring more people to my channel. And I think in the long run, it's going to be a good thing. So if you reported me, congratulations. And if you decide that you want to come out, now you can contact me privately because maybe some of the other people here are not happy. But I don't care. Do whatever you want. I didn't know that about JT. I didn't know that either. So we may have to do a little research here. That's why I like having all you people here, because you know this stuff. Okay. 6 months ago. I was recently in Carrie chat and just asked their group opinion of Equip Prime Protein. The moderator said it's not carnivore. Equip Prime Protein. I don't know what it is, but you know what? I don't care what they say. Whatever. Imagine Carrie lurking and writing down our names. Well, I hope you do. Because if you do that, your channel is toast. If you start to attack the smaller carnivore channels, you're going to destroy your loyal base and your whole channel is going to collapse. And Carrie isn't stupid. I think he knows that. Why do you think he offered to have a discussion with me? And we're going to get to that in a little bit. Okay? I believe that deep down, Carrie is a very nice person, and I believe he's very sincere, and I believe he wants to do the right thing. He may be misguided at times, like we all are, but I think when it comes down to it, he really does want to do the right thing. And if he does go down a bad road, I think he'll return to the right path. So that's just my faith. I might be wrong, and people say I'm negative, but I don't think that's negative thinking. Intermission, yes. That was when I get to meet Bill Knott's a carnivore. Yes, that's the truth. He started. Yes, so Peter knows that's the truth. All right. I prefer this cult with Rick. Our very own Jim Jones. Well, there's no Kool-Aid here, and I don't wear sunglasses, so I'm not Jim Jones. And I'm not going to tell you to do anything. I want you to do what you want. You make the decision. I wonder what Rick was having for breakfast. Well, I had eggs. I had 2 duck eggs and 2 pasture-raised eggs, and then I have this delicious meat that is from the piece that our friend Kurt Meathead sent to me, which I was very impressed, and I'm going to keep talking about it because he gave me the permission to talk about it. That's not the only thing he's given me. This webcam that I use over here, that was also a gift from him, the Logitech webcam. So, and he also gave me, other things, which I'm not going to mention it, but, people appreciate it. I guess they like watching my videos, and that's good. And as Rick says, don't drink the Kool-Aid, but you can drink the ice water and eat the iguana. Okay. It's his minions who troll these chats to tell on us. Yes. And again, if you're one of the minions and you're watching my chat, first of all, I'm glad you're here, and I hope you'll learn something. And you will report back to Carrie and say all the things that I said. But again, this is public information, and this material is always going to be out there unless, I may have forgotten to enable. See, YouTube does weird things. Sometimes if you don't specifically click enable the chat, let me see if I did that. How do I do that? I don't know if I can do it now. Oh, well. Anyway, this isn't important. This is just stuff that we're talking about. I can always re-enable this. Let me keep going. That's right. Okay, yes. I wonder when you'd show up. Okay. All right. The grill. Is that moderators? Yes. Yeah, and you can see that Rick does look like Jones. Okay, well, that's not good. I'm going outside to feed my ducky. Quack, 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 quack. I need that quack sound. Okay, bacon minions. Whoops. Oh, my goodness. We have a ton of comments. Oh, wow. This is nutty. Where is fake Carrie? I think he changed his name. All right, so let's do a rapid fire over here. And Brian is here, Wicko's Carnivore. I enjoyed your live with Cindy yesterday. Another one of our carnivore friends. Check out his channel if you haven't. I like Carnivore Quest. Larry and Cassie, yeah, they get criticism, but at least they're sharing it with us. I kind of like them too. I don't really know what the backstory is, but at this point I watched there. Let's see, my comments were it was Bella. Yeah. YouTube automatically removes some comments and puts them for review. And Jiffy says, I only watch Rick and Russ anymore. Well, what is that noise? No, Milton. Oh, Milton's trying to turn the doorknob again. Milton, no. Oh, Milton. You'll never catch up with the comments. Oh, yeah? You watch me. Yeah, well, he did change his name, or she, or whatever it is. Okay. Fake Carrie comes back one day as himself. Okay. All right. Racy comments. Okay. Okay. Wow. 73. See? That's right. And this is all because of a little controversy. So, again, if you're watching, Carrie, I want to thank you very much for helping drive more people to my channel. That's just amazing. I see 76. There you go. Thank you, Carrie, man. You're the best thing that's ever happened to my channel. Now 76. Is Milton fixed? Not yet. Not yet. But he will be eventually. I'm letting him develop. When he becomes a problem, then the little balls, they need to leave little Milton. Carrie comes, he might have that many come from his regulars. That's another thing. Yes. Isn't that incredible? Barely getting 20 watchers. That is correct. Not fixed yet. Yeah, bread is awful. I hate the stuff. Let's see. Blueberries. Okay. Hey, if you want to eat seasonal blueberries, go for it. Yes, that is correct. Fruit almost killed me. Okay. Regularly eat, only nibble on. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Yeah, great live. Yes. Yes, Rick, no preaching. That's right. Cindy is one of my favorites. Good. She also had Caleb on her channel. Caleb's awesome too, Carnivore Jerry, Bacon Baby, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's right. It was a perfect answer. Again, if you haven't watched that interview, you might want to check it out. Let's see. Did homestead housing resolve? Not yet. We're working on it. Don't worry. We're getting there. Puts it in yeah, that's right. Exactly. Isn't that wonderful for Bad Ducky? That's correct. I just unsubbed. Okay. Yes, he gets my ducks. They get my ducks get. You ever had like the last meal or whatever? Well, they get the last month of life, and then one day off comes the head, and the next thing you know, there's that delicious smell in my kitchen. Rob says Carrie's channel, but yeah, he does interview great carnivore people. And you know what? I don't think that Carrie's a bad person. I think he just needs a little adjustment. I think that when he realizes that he's gone too far and has gone to his head, that he may change and he'll come back to the Carrie that we remember from the original Homestead How days. Emotions are a tool, not a lifestyle. Being active. Yes, he was sent out of the room. Well, that's your opinion. But, you know, for a lot of people, organic farm green plants work. It doesn't work for me. And there's Jonathan. All right, Jonathan, he's one of the number ones here. Yes. 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 Peter, you are correct. Let's keep going here. Oh, where's our little Milton? He was here. He'll be back, you know. And let's see. Awesome Electric, Rick. You were printing out fake degrees. No, that's a real degree. I need to print a degree, a doctor in quack science or something. I'm going to make one. I'll put it on the wall. When I do my fake Bart Cave professor imitation, that's going to be another. I'm going to have several different characters just to make things funny. Inflating, yeah, exactly. Jesus said you'll be back for the Armageddon generation, right? Slick Rick. I was called that as a kid. Religious folks. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah. We get the idea. All right. I hate makeup. Why bother? That's it. It's going to rub off anyway. I love to smell yummy. Well, if you like perfume, I can't stand this stuff, but that's okay. All right. Endocrine disruptors. Yes, I'm sensitive to smells. No one has ever predicted anything. Nope. It's all a matter of chance. Haven't you known it? Yep, that's it. Well, I don't think that's even possible, but, you know, it's nothing bad. No one's ever told me I smell bad, but then again, nobody gets close enough to because they probably think they're going to be in the kitchen being cooked. All right. Electricity is useful. Yes. All right. Biblical prophecy. Well, whatever. I wish you could be here tomorrow. I'll be a big boy. Okay. No one has ever predicted anything. Yep. That's it. So we got a little debate here going with religion and whatever. All right. Okay. Fine. Let's see. We're all seeing that. Yes. Breakfast. Hi, Jonathan. Okay. That's true. Raw chicken experiment. I don't know. He probably got salmonella and ended up in the hospital. Milton will return. Don't worry. He's coming. Okay. Your mom's still alive. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. Yes. You know why they do that? That just makes them feel better. They're sick. I'm about 103 kilograms today. I'm on TRT, so I haven't gained anything, I don't think. Next show is October. Okay. And again, amazing what Jonathan can do with all the problems he has. All right. Now we have, I guess we have a, whatever, wrong live, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get rid of you. You can spout whatever you want here. It doesn't matter. Okay. Well, that's good. At least it's nothing I have to, the Bible says, all right. Oh, yep. That's great. No one report you. No reason to. It's your channel. Exactly. Bible has predicted everything we are seeing. Okay, let me see if I can catch. Oh, my goodness. Wow. I can see why these big channels have a hard time. Yeah, I never block the trolls. Exactly. And you'll see that's the way it is. The only time I block somebody is when that was kind of weird. I had somebody come up and then I don't know what happened. I tried to change a comment and it just got messed up. But anyway, we go to Meetup. Brings out the big bowl of punch front. Oh boy. I spread the gospel. Okay. Well, you're welcome here. That's fine. Doesn't offend me at all. Nothing you said was incorrect. Where is Bill Knotts? Okay. Whoop. 69 viewers. But how many likes? Yes. Listen to Jonathan. Click like. Don't, click like. You got to do it. Now you know how I feel. Yeah, see, Mitch says, trying to get through a mountain of chat. Welcome to the big time. You're right, Mitch. You are absolutely right. Okay. You can barely keep up with these chats. I mean, you could talk, but wow. Okay. It's fine to spread the gospel. Yeah. Well, that's okay. It doesn't bother me. You can say whatever you want. That's fine. There's one of those sugar diet. Oh, I can imagine. I blocked him. Okay. You're the PC version of me today. I garner no patience with these dribblers. Yes, I agree, Jonathan. Spread the gospel. Okay. Well, Beefy is the fake carry. I didn't know that. I'll show you who the fake carry is. Sonder Homestead. How? Being blocked, and they changed the capital H to lowercase h, a different fic. Okay. I'm not superior. Okay, more religious talk. My cat's gonads are still there, only disabled. Oops. Okay. And Bill is here? Yes? All right. Hello, Bill. I have friend like random. Okay. Love to raise my own chickens. Why block a person? Yeah, I'm not going to block a person talking about God. Hasn't said anything wrong. I know some people get offended by religion, but that's your, you have the First Amendment right to say what you believe. And also, if you have strong faith, you can put it out there. I don't have a problem with it. There's a few people in the carnivore community that are very much into their faith and they promote it, and that's fine. Okay. Block them too. Yeah. That's true. I think Milton has well, he might. He's got a few little white hairs on him. He's a cutie. No need to block anyone. Well, that's it. Or if they start attacking people directly, if you attack somebody directly, you will be blocked. Guaranteed. Okay, now, I'm catching up. Yes, Mitch, I'll get there eventually. And Clan, there we go. Milton is so cute. Yes, black cats are awesome. Okay. Yeah, 20. Wow. Cats can live a long time. 20 years, that's a long time. Speed run. Ready to get Milton out of timeout. Okay. Makes sense that Carrie's little business exploded. Now he has to rely on lots of help volunteers. It may be one of those helpers communicated very misconstrued. Okay. And it looks like we are caught up. Peter said, but you said the guy it's enough. He's spreading his gospel. Rick doesn't mind his channel. Okay, that's fine. Well, anyway, we have caught up, and that's very good. Now, there's a few things that I want to do, and I want to check and see. Okay. You're welcome to do so. I have no problem with that. I, too, believe in God and His Word. I don't talk about it much here because this is not what the channel is about. If you want a Bible study, that's a whole separate matter. But at this point, what we're trying to do, we're trying to establish connections and how the world is deceiving us, how they're using debt, and they're using poor food, and they're using distractions, entertainment and such. And that's the important thing. Your faith is your business, and it's your right. It's your God-given right to believe whatever you want to believe. Just like you can believe that there is no God. If you want to believe that, that is your right to do so too. But you ever heard of Pascal's wager? I believe that is true. If you're not familiar with Pascal's wager, look it up. Bye, everyone. He's caught up. Well, no. We're not going to buy anyone. Now, what I want to do, let me see, first of all, settings. And let me double check here. Kiltsy blends faiths. Yeah, that's right. But you got to realize, a lot of people, when it comes to religion, they believe in a so-called prosperity doctrine, that you can speak things into existence, and I believe that is false. It's actually unscriptural. That is not something that I promote, and that is something that leads to a lot of disappointment. So that is the one thing. But understanding the facts, understanding human nature, and getting a relationship with God is very important. If you don't want to do that, well, then you'll have to go by what you see in the physical world. And that's it. The main thing is that you don't tell other people what to do and you don't dictate what they believe. And as long as you follow that route, you're fine. Establish connections and support from one another with some comic relief. And you've described my channel in a very good way. Rick doesn't mind. That is correct. Rick does not mind. And this is very true. The Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil. And every time that you see corruption and you see suffering and war and all this stuff, it always leads back to the control of money. Always. And even if you don't believe in God, even if you think the Bible is a bunch of crap, most people I know that are successful, they're familiar with Proverbs. There's a lot of information in there. You can read through there and you can see a lot of the things that we go through today are still there. But again, you don't have to believe, and I'm not going to force anybody to believe anything. You believe what you want to. It's not my place, you know? Makes me think of large food corporations. Yes, it's all short-term thinking. It's all the next quarter, the next 3 months. That's all they care about. They just don't care about the long term. Put out on priming, especially beginning. I think I mean just sort of like a reset. I guess priming is stuffing yourself, which is what I like to do pretty often. Everyone calm down. We want to get to the story. God is not in the business of deal or no deal. That's right. Amen, Rick. People stop talking. Okay. Trying to listen at work. I'm glad that you're listening to me. That's one of the great things about this channel. You can listen. Are you home yet? Okay, so money does not make happiness. Of course, with no money, you're not going to be happy, but it's all in how you use it. Now, my video editing skills are terrible. The equipment that I have is primitive, so I have not been able to make any of the videos that I want to. There's a lot of videos I want to make about different subjects, not just, carnivore diet. Now, you go to a lot of these popular carnivore channels, and what do they always talk about? I got this health problem. I got that health problem. I need to do this. I need to do that. Oh, the carnivore diet can do that. I'll give you a good example of that. The Dr. Ken Berry channel that some people just love. They love Ken Berry. You notice I never talk about him much. I've never been able to reach him. He's never contacted me. You go on his channel and you have thousands of people scrolling up. Oh, just go, 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 go. And everything, he only looks at the channel, at the questions that you pay for. And, I think it's just silly. All these people are there lining up. I had a friend that used to watch him. I said, why do you waste your time? I'm not going to waste my time on that channel. I'll find somebody else that may have not as much knowledge, but they have enough. It's just a way of communicating. But I think a lot of times people want somebody else to solve their problem. That's why a lot of times when they talk about their faith in God, it's in God's hands. I'm going to let God do it, and that's it. But the problem is, if you're going to wait for God to do it, it may not happen in your lifetime. His timing and ours are totally different. I would think that, if God created you and he put you in a place, wouldn't he want you to take advantage of what you have available to try and make things happen on your own? That's what I would think. Why would you? It's like having parents. You teach your kids how to do different things. Now, I've never had kids, but I was a kid. And eventually, the parents will allow you to do certain things yourself. And when you're a kid, you don't want your parents to do everything for you, although some kids now seem to. But when I was a kid, I want to do the stuff myself. And you may fail. You may get hurt. It happens. But the reality is, being able to do it yourself is a good source of satisfaction. And I think a lot of times, people just try to transfer that to somebody else, and then they blame them when it doesn't work. So I'm not like that. All right. Saber-tooth tiger to leave his kill because he was full. Yeah, right? Motocross racer. Praise the Lord is the first thing he says on TV. He's a real one. Okay. Carnivore priming helps me feel better. Okay. You don't want to starve yourself. I don't believe in this whole fasting. If you're fat, sure, that works. Now let's see the wisdom from Jonathan. I'm spiritual, meaning I believe there's more than what we can observe through our senses. I'm open to ideas that could be very wrong or very right. My current mindset gives me comfort. That's right, Jonathan. See, that's it. Jonathan's not out there blaming people for his problems or blaming God for his problems. He's working with what he's got. That's what we should all do. And it's a shame that Jonathan is not recognized more for what he is. It's like my other friend, DC, David Charles, Learning to Live. I don't see him on too many of the popular channels. He was on Kiltz's channel last week, but I don't see him on the other channels. It's almost like he's been ignored and he doesn't have that many subscribers. And yet he has quite a history of cancer, surviving cancer, dealing with all kinds of health issues. And look at him now. Yes, he got damaged from his health issues, but he's doing the best with what he's got. So he's another one of the real ones out there. Okay, now it's over 8 million. Right. It's a sudden and drastic increase. And a lot of it is due to technology. Yep. Okay. I'm not sure. I don't play games, but okay. Answer one of my questions. Coach moderator answer. Yeah, you must be talking about the Dr. Berry group. You know, it's like Bob, you know, semi-retired Bob, who I don't see here right now. He's probably still sleeping. He's tired. But he said that he got an answer from the Dr. Berry group, but I never got one. And the only time I've really watched Dr. Berry is when he was interviewed by Barkay. And obviously he knows quite a bit, but he doesn't have the time for me. I'm not going to waste my time over there. My time is too precious. Why would I waste it in a group where no one's going to see me? It's like what Carrie did with Homestead Hal. I'm not going to watch his videos anymore or comment on anything until we resolve the matter. Now, if we resolve the matter and I'm back in, I'll come back. But for now, you will not see me in any of Carrie's video events, lives, or whatever. I'm not going to waste my time because obviously I'm not wanted there. Okay. Mentions gospel. Someone keeps on and on. It gets too much. Starts to interrupt the show. Well, the thing is, I can just skip past any comments that are too much. But yeah. And you know my view on evolution. You know how I feel about entropy. My views are very much well known. That's right. I'm beginning to like on more. Yeah. There you go. Excellent. Thanks, Jonathan. It's really, yeah, I think that's really a pay-to-play channel. And see, this is what I'm upset about. This is, I think, why Carrie's mad at me, because I called his Healing Humanity a pay-to-play channel. I tell it like I see it. I'm not going to mince words. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to butter you up because you're some celebrity. I'm going to tell you exactly what I feel. You're dealing with someone who's been down this road for a really, really long time. I've been carnivore longer than some people have been alive. And I invented the heart attack diet. Rick's heart attack diet is my invention. The diet itself is not my invention, but the name Rick's heart attack diet, that's my invention. I should have trademarked that, but it won't make me any money, so why bother? But really, I have a feeling that as time goes on, like everything else in nature, certain parts of the forest get bigger, other parts die out. I think that a lot of people that come in hard and fast, they tend to crash and burn, and those that are steady, they tend to last a bit longer. And hardship can actually help you to be more determined. Okay, future carnivore coach, Kiltz's class. Well, good. I hope you can do something with that. I think the Ford with a trash transmission will be going away finally. You have a Ford with a broken transmission? My van has a broken transmission, but it's not going anywhere. I'm fixing it. It's going to be the diesel van. It's going to be Rick's quack van. It's going to be the fear of ducks and iguanas everywhere. When they hear that diesel engine running and they smell that vegetable oil and they see the white van coming close, the ducks and iguanas will be running away. But what they don't realize is I'm just going somewhere else. They're going to have to watch for the bicycle and the guy with the net and the crossbow hiding in the bushes. That's the one that's a problem. Milton, you're not going to get that door open. I took the doorknob off. He's determined. He thinks he can turn the doorknob. I'm very open-minded and a person of faith. Good for you, Peter. Good for you. 34 years old and still do gaming, but I've since reduced gaming. Maybe obese. Well, there you go. It's like anything else. If you spend all your time in something, it's going to distort your life. Moderation is key. And if it's an addiction, get rid of it. If you're addicted to it, dump it. You know how Mitch always talks about being, he says, I am a carb addict. Carbohydrates are the enemy. So for you, dump the carbohydrates. If gaming is an addiction, dump it. If you're like me and you want to eat a piece of fruit, go ahead and do it. If I eat a mango, you think I'm going to be eating another one anytime soon? Absolutely not, because it's going to remind me how nasty they are. It's very hard for me to eat fruit. I just don't like it. Fruit is survival food, and I will eat it if I have nothing else. Oh, good. I took on a client pro bono this week, putting my money where my mouth is. She thinks she's dealing with her health issues. I refuse to believe it. Now, you see, Jonathan doesn't have a lot of money to give away. He's like me, just getting by. But he'll give his time, and that's what I do. Why do you think I'm here? I demonetize. There's no commercials. I'm here to give people encouragement, and that's it. 58 watching. Well, there you go. Many of the gamers folks are becoming obese because they don't get enough exercise and they're eating lots of processed foods. Yes. And you know, Peter has a lot of experience. Some people may get mad at him because he's always making comments, but I think he's a good guy and he's got a lot of information, and I will let him comment on my channel. Remember, the opinions of people in this channel are not necessarily the opinion of Rick the Quack. So nothing that anyone says in this channel is going to be approved or disapproved by me. I let everyone express their opinion because I do believe the First Amendment is very important. The freedom of speech, freedom of religion, those things are very important. And I believe that the truth will set you free. If you try to limit the things that are being said, that is not acceptable. So it's up to you. I let you say whatever you want. You attack somebody and you're gone. Please let Rick get to the story. It's coming. I've subscribed because I like him. And when he was interviewed by what's his name, I found 40-year carnivore. You're probably talking about Joey Schwartz. Yes. Dr. Barry and his wife. Important part. But he is so big he can't answer everyone, kind of like Rick's favorite place, Disneyland. I've never been to Disneyland, but all right. Yes, Joey Schwartz. I can show you, his channel's still around. He just became an insurance salesman. That's right. And of course, this quack from Florida, I only associate with good people. That's because Jonathan is smart. He knows where to go. Yes, I hope so too. Watching too many lights make you say, yeah, right? Thank God for Bluetooth. What I do, I put it on the speakers outside. And that's it. I have intercom speakers all around the house. And I turn on the laptop. And also, I have a transmitter, which is here somewhere. Let me get it. Oh. Okay, here it is. I use one of these like they used to use at the drive-in movie. And I plug this into the computer, and it transmits on FM. And then I can use my FM radio to listen, which it's here somewhere. I'm not going to bother to get it. But anyway, yes. Okay. I saw that Carrie will be on this show with you in a couple of weeks. Hope things get worked out. Well, I guess Carrie must have posted it. Now, when I got the email, which I'm going to get to very shortly, I was kind of debating because I know some people don't like Carrie and they don't think that he should be on my channel. But you know what? Rick is all about free speech and Rick is about discussion. I am honored to have anyone on my channel, even vegans. So it would be hypocritical for me to refuse to have a discussion with Carrie face to face. That would be disrespectful. So yes, I am very happy to have a face-to-face discussion. And this is why, after today, I'm going to say absolutely nothing about Carrie until we have our face-to-face discussion, out of respect for you and for him, because I believe that that's important. I believe Rick's channel will blow up very soon. Well, I hope so. I hope so. And the Frill Grandma says DC is intelligent. Yes, he is. And Papa Carnivore, who seems to be my #1 fan, at least I don't have those stupid little crowns on my channel. If we did have a crown, I'm sure he'd be the one. Rick is the original 41-year carnivore, and there's no one like him. We all love the carnivore quack. Yes. Yes, we do. Even me, I love the carnivore quack. I love being the carnivore quack Carnivore helps the brain. And yes, Rick, for your carnivore and to mental or physical problems. Right. How many other people can talk as long as I do without drinking water, just eating meat? You know, that's it. I just want to succeed. I want to be somewhat cursed. I can't help myself that much, but I can use my experience to help others. It gives my life value. Jonathan, you have so much respect for me, and you have a connection with me that you've admitted it. That I don't get emotional, but it's definitely it's I don't know how to describe it, but let me just put it to you this way. You have a very important place in the carnivore community. Even if Homestead Hal doesn't care about you, Rick the Quack does, and I know Mitch does. I know a lot of us do. So, and I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're able to do whatever you can. That's very nice. Maggie White as well. 65-year carnivore. Both her and Rick are fascinating. Yeah, fascinating people, I guess. We are fascinating. I hope I can contact her one day, but I don't know. I seem to be in the middle of nowhere, although she is further than me, so that's pretty good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deborah Wisegal. Good to see you again. Can't go through all that without learning a lot. That's true. Rick's channel is already blowing up. It's great to see, actually. He's a really good guy, just different. And, it's funny what Peter Papa Carnivore was saying the first time that he saw me. I'll have to get him on my channel one of these days. He can explain the reaction he had when he heard about me, the way that I eat ducks and iguanas and all that stuff. Yes, sometimes each of us forget how much we've learned. DC is top tier. Jonathan, you are correct. Again, part of that sort of carnivore elite group. Yep. I don't really like mangoes. I don't either. 40 years carnivore, North health. Yeah, no health problems. Sure, I got sinus issues, but I got lots of energy, no aches or pains. I've never been in the hospital. I even have a hernia that needs to get fixed from a bad car accident. And I've dealt with it all these years because I don't want to get cut up. I don't trust the medical system. Now, eventually it may happen. Plus, I don't have medical care anyway. I can't afford health insurance. Ridiculous. We got 50 likes. Wow. Okay. Again, I don't have the most subscribers. I have the best. And I'd rather have 1 or 2 or 3 of the best than 1,000 of the worst. Participating in the carnivore chats and trying to help others heal and find hope is my small way of paying it forward. What I've learned from carnivore. Yes, Peter. Agreed. Carnivore hosts are all different and each one has its own gravitational pull. That is absolutely correct. It makes 2 future carnivore coaches enrolled in Kids Coaching Course and Rick's live today. Heck yeah, there you go. All right. Partner up. My husband makes on carnivore. I can manage his ketovore for now, but I am on the right track. Well, only you can do it. If you have to deal with the duck food, as long as you have an addiction, it's a problem. But once you break the addiction, you'll be like me. I can cook any duck food for anybody. I used to make my dad homemade bread. I used to make my mom pumpkin pie. I know how to make duck food. I just don't want to eat it. There's a difference between making it and eating it. Disney reference. Yeah, that's what I figured. I hated Disney. Rick pays attention. He's seen what his friends and family have gone through that he hasn't. The biggest difference is his diet and activity level. That is right. I'm sure your neighbors. Well, you know what? They can listen to it, and I do it on purpose. It's not that loud, but if they are outside, they can listen to it. I have a couple of neighbors that are quite obese, and I'm hoping that maybe listening to Mitch or listening to some of our other great carnivore friends, even Thomas. I listen to Thomas a lot. And I actually have a friend that came by. He said, "Who's that?" I said, "That's Thomas. His YouTube channel is called Target Prime Rib. He had diabetes really bad, got his part of his heel and his toes cut off." Like, wow, he's not that old. I said, "Well, he's around 50. Oh, that's terrible." I said, "Well, but he's on the carnivore diet." So things are going to change. So yeah, you're a fair person. That is correct. And I don't get emotionally upset and I don't get butt hurt. And I think when you've been carnivore as long as I have and you've had to deal with all the problems that we all have to, I think you get to the point where it no longer matters. Thank God he took them with him this morning. Yeah. Till the documentary is out. Right. Amazing. We can definitely enroll in PhD coach. Okay. I'm not going to do that. Look, what am I going to learn that I don't already know? And I don't see the point of it. I don't want to spend that kind of money. If I had that kind of money, I'd buy a big old piece of beef. That's the way it is. Talking fast. You wouldn't, I could talk fast. Remember that guy on Federal Express that used to go, it has to be there tomorrow? I was like that guy. I could talk really, really fast. It's just one of those things that I've been able to do most of my life. I had to force myself to slow down. Glad you understand. When people talk faith, it's okay. If Rick doesn't mind, a random is carnivore. Yeah, Dr. Barry, time is a commodity. That is correct. I think this spat with Carrie is part of the evolution of social media. And it's also the best thing that's going to happen to my channel, I think. But it's going to come down to me and Carrie. It's going to be, let's say, how I do and how Carrie does. And the thing is, when it comes to debates, I am really good at debates. Now, we all know Barkay. He likes to debate people. But Barkay has a tendency to personally attack them, call them a name. Rick never does that. Never and ever. And I will sit there and I will let a person talk and talk and talk. And then I'll say a little something at a certain moment. My debate style is very interesting. But the thing is, I'm not trying to tear down Carrie. I actually like Carrie. I like his channel. I always have. I would like to meet Carrie someday. I love the fact that he has his movie theater. He lives in the country. He has a great life. I just want to get the truth out there. That's it. And I want to let him know the things that I see and some of my subscribers have seen that they don't like. Maybe he's not aware of it. Maybe he is. But I'll tell you one thing. He will be if he talks to me. You're going to find out. If you've ever seen me in an interview, and you notice that most of the new carnivore channels, they pick me for their first, second, or third interview. Why is that? Is it because I bring them channels? No, I don't bring the viewers to channels. It's because they like the way that I am, they like the way that I speak, and they like the reasoning that I have. Maybe they like the way I sound. I don't know. But it's like Aliyah Wells said, I like having Rick on my channel because all I have to do is say a couple of things and let him talk. It's the easiest interview I've ever done. And that is very true. I agree with that. And again, it's nice that I can be, it's like Brian. I was on his channel. Bob, you notice how semi-retired Bob invites me for several of his live streams. And then Dave Mack, we all love Dave Mack. Who was Dave Mack's first interview? It was me. And I think I was the one that kind of got him on this whole interviewing idea, and he just went from one to the other. I think I was number one and Bob was number two. And him and Bob, they appear together every other Wednesday, I think it is. And great chat. Again, we got some of the best, and I mean the best people in the carnivore community. So if they start to stray a little bit towards the popular end, maybe we can kind of steer them back. And I think we can do that with Carrie, because the thing is, Carrie don't care what I think, really, by myself. But what he does care is what we all think. Because even though I'm one person, I would say at least 50 or 60 very active people that are on his channel and other channels. And if they get aggravated, you know what's going to happen? They're going to start getting other people. They could divide the community. And then his channel is going to start losing subscribers. People are going to stop watching his videos. And then when his movie comes out, if it doesn't do that well, the series and all that will be up in smoke. So, and again, I don't know if it was Carrie that decided to contact me or somebody else asked him to contact me or somebody else wrote it in his behalf. But whoever did that, I congratulate you for taking the initiative to contact me, because I screwed up with the last email I sent you and it got sent back to me like an idiot. So, thank you very much for taking the initiative, and you will be rewarded for it. I guarantee it. Now, it says that Dr. Barry has PhD. I hate that stupid term, proper human diet. Every time somebody says it, I get so angry. It makes me upset. Proper human diet, proper BS diet. That's what it is. There is no proper human diet. Human beings are adaptable. Now, I guess technically you could say, maybe Whole Foods, sure. All right. But anyway, carnivore coach training, 6 months, around $3,500. And they accept basically, well, I guess if you want to spend that kind of money, you might as well just go, I don't know. I don't know what it's worth. What are you going to do with it? Carnivore coaching. Is there any kind of requirement that you have to have a degree in carnivore coaching to start a carnivore coaching website? I don't think so. I think anybody can do it. You could get the information for free. Now, if it was $100, the guy's got to make something. I'm not saying if you're going to offer a class, You got to get paid something for it. But $3,500, that sounds like something Paul Saladino would do. See, that's another reason I'm not really that crazy about the Dr. Barry channel. And if people don't like that, too bad. I'm putting together plans and energy towards finding ways to coach people. Yeah, CB Carmack. And again, you're willing to, if you can do that, that's great. But why would you spend that much money when you could just find somebody that knows the carnivore diet and get the information from them? Rick never had to go to the dentist. I haven't been to a dentist since 1986. I have 2 cavities in the top, which were from when I was a kid. I have no other cavities that I know of. My teeth don't hurt, and I chew on ice constantly. They should have fallen out by now, but they're nice and tight. In fact, I got hit in the face with a coconut, got my lip a little bit split, but it didn't knock my teeth out. Happy Saturday, just joining late. Well, Kim appreciates life. You're never late. I go all morning. You can come here whenever you want. Okay. Yeah, well, hey, whatever that does, I guess that degree and $1 will get you a cup of coffee. I have to go. Well, Brian, I'm glad you were here. I enjoyed your live yesterday, and I'll catch you on the next one. Juliet Marie says hi, and almost like they have to be ready to transition. See, yes, so true of social media. Yep. Don't we all? And, you know, I think he's in Boston. Isn't Carrie going to be there? Again, he mentioned he would have a live at 3, so we need to finish this around lunchtime. And Bill Cook says, got to run, maybe back later. That's good. Thomas is at the Boston event with Lewis. And Lewis, that's the cat man. He actually called in on my channel. Good for him. We got a really nice conversation. If you didn't hear it, you can catch the replay. And let's see. Okay. I guess that's a type of shoe. Yeah. And I think Thomas has been kind of shut in. He's like me. He's poor. I don't know where he got the money to travel. Maybe somebody helped him out. But I'm glad that he's there. You know, I'm glad. Because the poor guy, I mean, he's had so many setbacks. But now the rest of his life, it's good. I like Marquet's knowledge. Yeah, I'm not a fan of his debate style. If your debate style is calm and emotionally collected, I'll be here more often. You're going to see how I do things. I'm an example of what long-term carnivore can do. My mind works very differently, and I tend to be very down-to-earth, but I am a little bit analytical. 200 accepted from the status, when does first, calm moments later. It offers the business teaching side of things, which I hope Dr. Kiltz. Well, I guess Dr. Kiltz's program is going to be less expensive, so that might be a better choice. Now, again, I've told you many times, when I first saw Dr. Kiltz, I thought he was a used car salesman. He sort of has that kind of, I don't know what vibe, but he seems like an okay guy. So, you know, try it out and see. I mean, he seems nice. You make Alia laugh. Yes, I do. I do. And I know she likes me, even though I'm a whack job. The iguana pack is power numbers. That's correct. Same thing with the quack pack. Needed something unique for t-shirts. Yes, it would. You'd buy a whole cow. Maybe more than a cow. Years ago, we used to get a whole cow for $300, but I guess the world is a different place now. Yeah, I think he's talking about a post-hole digger. And I have one too, but his name is Bob. My post-hole digger is named Bob. Bobcat. It has an auger. Very, very effective. Yeah, I hope it works out. Yeah, it seemed very sincere. We're going to go over this hopefully soon, once I catch up with the comments. Thomas is a trooper, yes. I already got the info for free. Okay. Well, if you think you can make money on this, great. I don't think you can. Thomas is working to make extra money. Okay. Well, I know he was at the Quick Check convenience store or whatever. So let me go over here to, if I can get to it. Where's my, here it is. Okay. Now, let me go to, where's YouTube? Here it is. View your channel. I have 53 people watching, so we've lost a few, but we may get more. That's an awful lot for this time of day. And let me go to the posts over here. Now, I'm always open about what I post, and let's just see how this story went. Okay. Now, when I was on Mitch's live stream yesterday, this came up. Now, I couldn't see this comment. So evidently, Homestead How has figured out some way where I can't see his comments. And it says, Mitch, Rick's comments were hidden after his repeated interaction with a fake account impersonating me on his channel for weeks, asking for donations. Several confused reported it to YouTube. Rick can contact YouTube. Well, if you look at my YouTube messages, there is nothing from YouTube whatsoever. And what I would like to know, is it my responsibility to try and delete a fake account? I actually said on my website, on my live chat, look, it's a fake Carrie. And Meathead, Kurt, called in the first time that I had the interaction. And remember what he said? I think it's a fake Carrie. So I've said many, many times it's a fake Carrie. We made a running gag out of it. It's a fake Carrie. So that's fine. Several confused reported it to YouTube. Now, if you're confused by a fake Carrie, that doesn't say much for your abilities. You need to train yourself on how the online community works, because you're going to be the next one sending your life savings bank account information to Nigeria. So if this somehow confused you, I would recommend that you stop using YouTube and you maybe I should offer a course. I should offer a course in internet security, because no one has ever been able to hack me, no matter how much they've tried. And I've had fun. Denial of service attacks and man-in-the-middle attacks. It's always fun. I enjoy the experience. But that is an example. Okay. So now, so basically, if this is the real Carrie, which I guess it is, I don't know why he would have to have a chat of 1999. So I'm not going to assume anything, but this was on the Old Guy Carnivore channel. I couldn't see it, but one of my wonderful subscribers sent me this screenshot, and I appreciate that very much. Okay, then after that was over, I got this email. All right, it says, "Hi, Rick. I really hate that there's so much drama going on right now. Why don't we discuss this? I'd be happy to come on your channel, maybe on one of your Saturday morning lives. I'm already booked the next 2 Saturdays. I'll be at meetups in Boston and near Montana, but I'm open to the following Saturday if that works for you. If you want to promote that, I'm coming on and we're going to talk things out. I'm totally fine with that. I think this back and forth through videos and chats is creating unnecessary tension and confusion, especially since most people don't even know the full story. This way they can hear the whole story from both sides. As for you trying to email me, I double-checked and I don't see anything recent from you. Yes, that is my fault. I emailed myself with the email I sent on Thursday, so I apologize to that, Carrie. The message I have is where you asked about Dr. Baker in Miami. I responded to that promptly. Yes, you did. I also get a flood of messages, emails, and comments daily, so if something slipped through, I apologize. And again, I said that when I sent it on June 7th, that you would probably not see it, and I'm sorry. And this time, it was my fault. However, I know the reason why you emailed me, because my subscribers were making your life difficult. If they wouldn't have said anything, you would never have emailed me. I would have been chatting away and never know that I was banned from your site. So, again, it's not me. You can thank my wonderful subscribers. I have the best subscribers on YouTube, paws down, and Milton can vouch for that. Okay, so let me know if that Saturday works. I think having an honest live conversation would be a better way forward for everyone. Thoughts? And I sent him a response, which I don't have here. Okay, and it says, well, I put this, okay, oh, it is. I guess it didn't show the rest of it. I said, thanks to, okay, that's what I put for you. Thanks to all of you for getting his attention. You are a wonderful group, and I look forward to what comes next. Any suggestions you have would be appreciated. And that's what I'm going to have you do. Now, you can see here that there are a lot of comments, and I encourage everyone to put your suggestions here. Now, Jonathan said, definitely would not promote him. He has treated me like dirt since I came across him. And I'm not going to read through all of it. I mean, you can see here, he has made 5 very good points. And especially number 5. Well, 4, failing to even consider having me in his documentary despite everything I've shared with the online community. That was the other thing that was really bothering me about Carrie's documentary by not including Jonathan in there. Now, I can understand why he wouldn't include me, because I'm a quack. I would scare people away. But Jonathan, come on. How can you not include Jonathan in your documentary? He even offered to be in your documentary. But no, wasn't good enough. And then number 5, failing again to invite me to the event he had in London. And again, Jonathan lives in the UK. Why would you not invite him? So these points are going to be in our discussion. And I want to see what he says, because Carrie's going to have an answer for everything. I can guarantee you he's practicing already. He's a smart guy. He's articulate. He knows how to deal with people. That's why his channel is so popular. So all these points he's going to have an answer for. But the answer is not what's going to matter. You know what's really going to matter? I mean, think about it. When you ask a person a question, you see their facial expression, you see the mannerisms they have, how long it takes to answer, and what they say. And that's the beauty of it. Now, of course, in person is the best, but there's absolutely no way that I'm going to be able to go to Montello, Wisconsin to talk to Carrie in person at this point. But at least we can do it online from the Quack Studios. In fact, I've been debating whether to do it from here in the bedroom or from the living room, which is where I used to do all my videos from. I may do it from the living room, if you don't mind the sound of that air conditioner in the background. But it's going to be interesting to see, because some of these points here, and let's see, also Jonathan mentioned, and again, you know, he had made him wait several hours to come on 24 live stream. Well, that happened to all of us. It happened to me. I was early in the morning. Not following through on his promise to host me as a guest on his channel. Now that right there, number 2, that's 100% inexcusable. What does it take to have Jonathan as a guest? On my channel, anytime. You know, and obviously I don't have, I mean, I do. I could use Jonathan's StreamYard, but I'm trying to do this as a grassroots. I want to do everything on my own. But Jonathan is welcome anytime on my channel. Whenever he called me to his channel and I was available, I went in, because we're like that. But why would Carrie not at least, you know, I don't know. But again, I'm going to ask him this. And all the points that you put on this page, I'm going to ask. See? Carrie Man is absolutely awesome. All right. And there's a lot of sub comments here. Very, very lively discussion. I'm going to laugh so hard if fake Carrie is shocked to see real Carrie. Well, there you go. So, Pharaoh Grandma, that's funny. Let's see. We probably won't even be thinking about it 3 weeks from now. I think he's upset about how some people are saying the documentary is taking too long and won't reach many. I'm sure that negative talk is what's bugging him. Yes, that's what it is. Pretty crazy, isn't it? You're absolutely right. Yeah. And you can see my friend Meathead over here. He's a pit bull in the chat. He does not take the BS. He's out there telling the truth. Well, anyway, if you want, you can look at my comments page and you can see this. Now, also, you'll notice that I put one video. Now, I know Carrie talks about video exchanges or whatever. There is only one video I put out there. I think it was in the regular videos. Now, I put my usual, you know, cactus, chickens, cat videos. I put one this morning about that beautiful cactus in my front yard. I put it in the regular videos, which usually only get less than 200 viewers. But this one, I got 369 viewers. So this is what I put. I will play it to you right now. Oh, this thing is going crazy. Hold on, let me replay this silly thing. I don't know what's going on here.
Because of
oh, let's see. I've been trying to post comments on the Homestead How chat, but I guess they must have me blocked or something. I go to another computer and it doesn't show up. So I don't know what's going on here. I guess now I'm persona non grata on this website too. Let me see if anybody else can see me.
The weight loss is just a nice benefit of doing carnivore. What really happens is your body heals, and people heal at different
All right, let's try another one.
time frames. Everyone's different. Just a quick example with my wife, she delivered triplets. I never delivered triplets, so she had a lot of healing to do. I don't know what that did to her liver, to her body. Like, she had inflammation in her legs.
Look at this. They're talking about me, and they don't even see my posts.
So
what is going on, you nitwit?
As well. I also feel like, I don't know if it's okay to say
what is going on with this group?
Men are maybe more likely to just be fine eating raw, fatty meat in many cases, where
okay, Milton.
Maybe women aren't. I don't know. Is that in many
Look
cases?
At this.
I don't know. That's what I got.
Keep the matcha.
Wow. They must have blocked me from the website.
I think Adam has a point ancestrally speaking.
What is going on here?
Go through 3 major periods of insulin resistance.
That's pretty disappointing. And I've tried 3 different devices. I tried a tablet. I tried my other computer. Let me see if it shows up on the other computer. Let's see. Don't trip me, Milton. Milton. Goodness.
Then you're adding times. Men usually will
see, it's not showing up.
As well. Our metabolisms are not
bastards.
The same.
This homestead hell is a joke. Either that or YouTube's gone crazy. There's the comment. My comments are not showing up. All right.
Well, we don't have the same.
That is really, really sad.
So, yeah,
I almost feel embarrassed to be part of the carnivore community. Disgusting. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Forgive me while I enjoy some more of this delicious meat. Thank you, meathead. It's great stuff. Oh, it's tender. It's got a lot of fat. That was an excellent cut. Amazing. Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. Considering all the videos I've been in, I haven't seen any of these people who produce meat offer to send me any meat. They don't do that. Because, again, no one's going to try to sponsor a channel with basic truth, you know. I'm not going to... I got a piece of fat stuck in my teeth. It happens all the time. I'm going to have to get the toothbrush and the lard. Oh, there we go. Anyway, so that's the whole story. Let me go back over here and see if I can get, what am I doing here? All right, let me go back to the comments. All right. Wow. I get up 5 a.m. daily. Well, it's 6 a.m. now, but I guess it depends on what time zone you're in. You must be Central Time. Cheaper than going to college. Yeah, right? Well, that's true. But still, college basically gives you accreditation. What do you actually get from that $3,500? You don't get a bachelor's degree or master's degree, or what do you actually get? What is it that you can do with that you couldn't just do yourself? That would be like me offering a degree in growing bananas. I mean, anybody could get a banana plant if you had the right climate and grow bananas. Or a degree in duck harvesting. I mean, what exactly is it? The only reason why college exists is for accreditation, is to limit who can do what. It's basically a way of increasing cost and also putting people into debt. Because it's like being an architect. Oh, you got to go to school to be an architect. People were learning how to build for thousands of years. There were no architects. You get some wood, some rocks, you put up a building. If it collapses, you didn't do a good job. That's it. You know? But starting in like the 1600s, the churches, they began to make institutions of higher learning, and those institutions became the gatekeepers to knowledge, because people were generally illiterate, and you had to go through those institutions to be able to get higher learning. And then, of course, once they became the gatekeepers and they got their people in the government, they made laws saying, well, you have to get this or that certification degree or whatever from that institution. But in terms of training, like a vocational program, I mean, I never went to school to be an auto mechanic, and I'm a pretty good mechanic. I never went to school to be an electrician or plumber, and I do a good job because I just look at what others do and I do it myself. It's not that hard. But anyway, Who cares, right? And Ellen says, it is obviously a fake account. Who could be confused? Well, I guess Carrie was confused. I don't know. Or whoever's confused. I think it's just a bunch of nonsense, honestly. I think it's all made up. It's just an explanation to try and put down what happened. Blame YouTube for it. I mean, you did something, you goofed up, you're not going to own up to it. Well, we'll see. But I'll tell you one thing. To offer to have a one-on-one, face-to-face interview, you get a lot of points in my book. I'll tell you right now. I'm very happy about that. So I think it's going to work out well. Aaron gets up at 4 a.m. Yes. If I had 10 kids, I would too. You probably have no choice. He's projecting. I think so too. Why would someone publicly post what should be between the two of you? I don't know. But that's what he said. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Oh, we have a call, but I don't have the hookup. Hello? Oh, well. I guess it got cut off. Anyway. The goal is ultimately carnivore, of course. Yeah. That's a good point. That is a good point. More publicity. But that works both ways. Yes. And you know who else said that too? Mitch. Mitch was very, very pleased, as I was also, about Jonathan's documentary. And the thing is, you have Jonathan, who really can't do much. He has to spend most of his time either laying down or just trying to do basic things in life. And he was able to make a documentary, very little money, with plenty of good information. So what's the point? But again, and you see Polish Mike, this is another person who was initially on Carrie's channel. I don't see him anymore. It's almost like Carrie forgot about him, isn't it? I don't know. Jemet says, I like the letter real Carrie sent you. If it's real Carrie, I don't know yet. I mean, who knows? Maybe in the interview I'll have AI Carrie. But I like AI because I can usually change AI to believe what I believe. That's a great thing about AI. And I hate to say it, but the little bit of experience I've had with AI, you try to debate them on a subject, I usually win the debate. I don't know if it's programmed that way or what, but it is kind of interesting. Real humans are hard-headed, but that's just my opinion. Yes, I am planning to go there. Now, that invitation is through my friend Russ Mitchell. He said he's going to make sure that it happens, and I trust Russ Mitchell. So, yes, I am planning to go to the Tampa event. All right? So, yes, I am planning to go there. Now, I got to deal with Milton. I don't know who's going to take care of Milton for me, but we'll see. Hope they work it out. Maybe it should be private. You know, that's up to Carrie. He can call me whenever he wants. He has my phone number. He has my email. If he wants to talk to me privately, he can do that. If he wants to rehearse before we go public, that's fine. But I have nothing to hide from anyone. And I figured it's better to go public because the problem is if we do it privately, then he may think differently. Somebody may say, well, I asked Rick this and he said this and whatever. If it's a public video, everyone can look at it. Everybody can critique it, and no one can hide what's going on. Okay. Well, I thought the first one was fake Carrie, but I could be wrong. But we're going to get that figured out. Carrie's channel because people in the group program, but he's not my cup of tea or coffee. Well, it'd be kind of interesting to see why some people don't like him. Okay. I was a bit disappointed when Insider of Carnivore Community tickets at Reese, Tennessee conference was $2,000? What? Oh, come on. Tickets at recent $2,000. That's ridiculous. All the stars were there, like Kelly Hogan. These people are not stars. To me, who's the carnivore star? I mean, seriously, there is no carnivore star. The carnivore diet is very simple. You know what the carnivore diet is? All you have to do is just eat meat. Just eat meat. It's not that hard. It's delicious, though. Okay. All right. $3,500. I don't start my own business. I could be employed by some doctor's office. But the problem is that really going to give you any advantage? Is there any legal accreditation behind that? That's the question I want to know. It might be a good video there. Private chat with Carrie instead of a panel. I was thinking about a chat because I want you to be able to post comments. That way we can kind of get this figured out. Now, again, I haven't done anything that I see as wrong. I think I've done what any of us would do under that circumstance. The right to challenge someone, the right to express your opinion is a basic human right that should never be interfered with. Any group or any individual that tries to interfere with that, in my opinion, is not valid. If you're out there trying to force people to believe a certain thing, you're doing the wrong thing, and that's it. But I don't know. I'm not going to do a panel. What I want to do is two. Me, Carrie, that's it. I can, whatever I need to say, and then we'll have the chat scrolling by, and we can look through the chat, and we can make it happen. Now, I got to figure out how I can do that. I mean, the other option is to call on the phone, but I'm going to try to do video. I think that it's very nice if we can actually see the facial expression, because the facial expression tells a lot. It's like you were saying on the Dr. Kiltz, when Dr. Nelson saw the comment, he quickly wanted to get away from it, because I think what it is, he's trying to get to be more of the in-group. And I think what's happening is this is like pulling apart, you know, because a lot of us, we have our own doubts and we have our own opinions. And I think that it's like a wedge driving in. Every time that this gets pushed in, that's what's happening. I think it's really kind of funny that a nobody like me could cause that much of a ruckus just by being blocked from his website. Rick, you're most likely blocked. That's what I thought. It seems to be the case. Wow, look at these comments. Mitch, you were right. I'm telling you, Mitch was right as always. Totally with Terry here. It will be live 12th of July. Yes. Yes. I'm not into all those heavy recipe channels. Simple ones. That's right. A little heat, a little meat, and you're good to go. Some of us outliers who understand. Yeah, and see, that's it. We're not the in crowd. Most of us are on the outside. In fact, I got on the carnivore diet because I hated always trying to be one of the cool kids being laughed at and pushed to the outside. So I figured, you know what? It's not so bad being on the outside. You don't have that many people around you. You get to do what you want. You got a great life. So being on the outside is great. I sous vide. It's SOUS, but that's fine. It's 3 steaks yesterday, just waiting to char. Well, see, I don't like my meat charred. I don't. I like it tender. Not. The goal is turn a $40,000 job to an 80. Okay. Shoot. My taxable income is actually zero. By the time I take property tax and expenses, I have no income. Okay. Alabama rednecks, billions are still lost on diet nutrition. Oh, you are not. Yeah. I know a lot of rednecks here in Florida, and they all have a gut so big. It's terrible. And the worst thing is their wife is even fatter. Usually the wife has a gigantic rear end. The husband has a gut that overhangs. Can't even see his own shoes because he's so fat. You know, what really gets me is when they're younger, most of the rednecks are very skinny. But as they get older, they're just... It's like farmers. Have you ever noticed, if you watch any farming channels, the young farmers are generally skinny, and the older ones are really fat. But there are exceptions. I love how Forrest Jerry does her cooking. I haven't seen that. So close, Jack sous vide. There you go. That's the right way. Wish you could just apologize, unblock. Of course it's a publicity issue. Yes, that's fine with me. I have no problem with it. Can you imagine what would happen if Carrie ended up looking bad by Rick, the quack, the nobody, the person that has less than 4,000 subscribers? Can you imagine? I think it's a great opportunity. You can try to smooth talk and fast talk Rick. Doesn't work. You're wasting your time. Had to adjust my goal, turning my negative income into a positive. Lower my expectations lately. The market is killing me. Yeah. I don't know if it's a stock market or real estate market. They're both a bubble. CV, you do great at that. I think you would. If you're on Rick's channel, you're intelligent already. Just look, we're talking somebody that's obviously intelligent himself saying that, so that's good. The block should come off on a handshake. You know what? If he wants to block me, I don't care. I am not going back to his silly little channel until we have our little discussion, and we'll see what he does. Because the thing is, you can try to fool me, which is really hard to do, but you're not going to fool the people that come to me. This is not a bunch of dummies. These are people that have been down a lot of different roads and have a lot of experience, and they know BS when they see it. And believe me, the BS is pretty thick in some of these groups. Mitch already said unblocking is not an easy thing to do. Well, you know what? Whatever. The thing is that Carrie, being a mega YouTuber, he's got pull. I don't have any pull. I contact YouTube, I get nothing but a computer. They could care less that I exist. I make them very little money. They don't care about me. But Carrie, he could get it done. I mean, how many people do you know that have over 300,000? All right. I agree. Yes. And again, Polish Mike, I wish you'd make more videos. I always enjoyed your workout videos, but whatever. Carnivore Justice at 8 with Rick. I need to get a gavel. Probably break it in the process. Yep. Jonathan, make sure you spell his name right. It's Jonathan. He's a smart guy. I used to see him in one of the Carn Facebook groups. Yes, absolutely. Did not cost $250,000. Rick, maybe you and Elon are from the same planet. It could be. I just didn't get the money that he did. Digital marketing and search engine optimization. I know. Apply what I know. I will go to work for Dr. Kiltz. Okay. Well, look, if you can get on the Dr. Kiltz team, I think you'll do very well. And if you can help those rednecks over there get off the duck food, you're doing even better. I hope that you have success. You're a smart guy. I think you could have success. It's better than having to be, rural law enforcement. If it is private, is that another? Yes, that's it. See, if it's private, then it's another he says. I am not going to do it private. What I'm going to do is very simple. I'm going to do it right here. You're going to see me. You're going to see Carrie. And you're going to see exactly what happens. Because the thing is, I don't like this he said, she said, whatever. No. We don't do that. It's in the open. I'm in Florida. We're going to go in the sunshine. I might even do it outside. You never know. We get our differences out in the sunshine. And the thing is, I don't have a beef with Carrie. I didn't do anything to the guy. What did I do that was so bad? Nothing. I did absolutely nothing. And I should not have been treated that way. But you know what? I don't care. Because the thing is, what does Carrie have to offer me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What is he going to give me? Is he going to make my life better? I don't know, maybe. But I can make my own life better. And you know what? Every one of you is more valuable to me than Carrie Mann. Especially the handful of you that are really close. Because you know how to help me. You know how to give me the information, encouragement, whatever. You're the people that matter. Now, if Carrie wants to be friendly, I agree with that. It's fine. And I'm not personally offended. That's one of the things. That's why people used to say, well, Rick, you would be great as a president. And I said, why is that? Because you don't get personally offended. Well, the problem is I don't want to be around a bunch of lowlifes, because when I'm around lowlifes, it's like when they try to get me on jury duty, being around all those attorneys, I feel like I'm around a bunch of lowlifes. Like, why in the world? It bothers me. But when it comes right down to it, what is the most important thing? The important thing is that people know the truth. People know exactly what's going on, and people know what it's going to take to make their life better. And they don't get false hope. They don't get scammed by a bunch of these motivational speakers that tell you all the things that you can do to get rich. Send me money. Send me $300, $500, $1,000. Buy my program. Buy my tapes. Buy my DVDs. Buy this. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to help you make a ton of money in real estate. I'm going to help you to do this or that. No, you're not. You're not going to help me to do anything that I couldn't do myself. You're full of BS, bunch of crap. So if people are going to be scammed by these people over and over again, it makes me angry. This is why I start on YouTube. These energy scammers were over there scamming people, telling you can run your car on water, you can make a motor that runs your house. A bunch of nonsense. Like, look, people, educate yourself. Learn about entropy. Learn about the laws of physics. Learn about the real world. Stop being a dumb, I don't want to say the word. I don't use profanity, thankfully. It's not in my nature. But I do get upset with people. So what I'm trying to say is no false hope, please. If you have false hope, it's always going to fail, because if your thinking is only positive thinking, you will always, always, always fail. It's like if you picnic on the railroad tracks every day and you think, well, the train's not going to hit me. Well, guess what? One day you're going to get run over by the train. You have to understand there's a difference between optimism, pessimism, and realism. Optimism, you always think things are great. Pessimism, you always think things are bad. But realism is a combination of both. You may say, well, the weatherman says it's not going to rain today, but I don't want to leave my toolbox open in the front yard. So I'm going to close the toolbox and I'm going to put a container over it, just in case it rains. And 90% of the time it never rains. But that one day you're working on your car and you got to go to the bathroom. And while you're sitting on the toilet and you got your hose ready, all of a sudden, here comes the rain. You walk outside, your toolbox is full of water. It's a complete mess. And now you have to act fast. You have to dump all your tools on the sidewalk. Then you have to get a can of diesel and dry them all out. Then you have to re-oil the tools that are grease. It's a big mess, just because of one positive thinking that went wrong. And this happens all the time. It's like if you're working on your roof and you leave it open and you don't have a tarp. Oh, it's not going to rain. I had a day like that, 0% chance of rain. Guess what? As soon as I had the roof torn off, it started to get cloudy, and I go, uh-oh. I put a piece of plywood on it, covered it with 2 tarps, put bricks around it, and waited. And all of a sudden, it started pouring. And I was helping my parents, and my dad's like, I can't believe it rained today. I said, yes, that's it. So positive thinking is wrong. You should never rely on positive thinking. That is the stupidest thing ever. And negative thinking is also wrong. You have to be a realist. You have to be in the middle. Remember, the positive and the negative terminal in the battery don't do anything until you connect something in the middle, and the electrons can move and the energy can be transferred. Very, very important. All right, let's go back to get off of Rick's rants, because, the rants do come up, and we'll go back to the comments. And yeah, but so many are making a lot of dollars off the car and lifestyle diet. And I am very upset about that. Again, I have no problem with people making money for products or services that they offer. But to overcharge somebody for something, to make false promises that they're not going to keep, to tell them, if you sign up for my carnivore program, I'm going to fix all your problems. You're a dirtbag, and I'm going to call you out because you're full of it. There's no way that you can guarantee that changing your diet is going to fix your life. So if you're spouting that crap, then you deserve to be punished. And what's eventually going to happen, I think, is that people are going to have a backlash. They're going to turn against the carnivore diet, and we're going to end up worse than the vegans. And that's what I'm afraid of, and I see that is the direction it's going in. But anyway, enough of the rants. Let's get back to the comments. Rick, you're freaking awesome. Well, thank you, and I agree. It's because you're awesome. And here we are. Good morning, Rick. There's our meathead. And thank you very much for delicious meats that you can power my live stream. And I notice also, interestingly, since I've been eating this delicious fatty meat, my sinuses are less active. I've had more beef and less chicken. Maybe that's part of it. My energy level is also boosted, but it could also be the adrenaline from getting excited about getting to debate about this. Yes, I did call out the fake. Yes, I did. Many times. All right. We've all become dietitians, it seems. You're never late. You can come whenever you want and you can leave whenever you want. That's the beauty of being in Rick's Carnivore Club. You're never late. You're never early. You're just here. Wishing you luck on your coaching endeavor. Yes, I hope that you are able to make that happen. And I guess you'll be going with the Dr. Kiltz program. Let's see what happens. I think it all comes down to how many people know Dr. Kiltz. Good. So you were blocked for not having truths about the carnivore diet, or you were blocked for not having truths about the money his documentary is gathering. I really don't know. I won't know until I get to talk to him face to face. And I'm very good at reading whether a person is telling the truth or not. And you know what? Whatever I miss, you're going to catch. Hello, Kurt. Truths, yes. Carn friend got blacklisted for calling out each car that promote Ozempic GLP-1. Well, some people may have to use Ozempic because they're in such bad shape if they're obese, but I'm not a doctor, and you know what? I'm not going to recommend anything. It's not my place to. Hi, Kurt. Of course, Healing Humanity is taking too long. When you're running a YouTube channel, uploading videos there 24/7, how's there time to finish the doc? Well, that's true. But also, they've turned it into sort of a world traveling thing. I guess they go to meet all these people. And again, it's really odd that they never came to Miami, but I guess Miami's just way too far away. I mean, they'd rather go to Alaska. That's much closer. So, whatever. Who cares? I could care less about that nonsense. Yes, I enjoyed Jonathan's documentary. Very inspiring. And again, Mitch said the same thing. And when I heard Mitch, because I was talking, wow, Jonathan made a documentary. Great information there. I was promoting it to, in the chat. But then it's like Mitch said it was great. And Mitch is a realist. He's not an optimist. He's not a pessimist. He's a realist. And he says all these documentaries, I don't know exactly the words he used. You can check it out on his channel. But he said that you're only reaching the people that are already in the carnivore community. How many people in the general public know about this movie Animal? And you know what? Nobody's talked to me about it. Evidently, it's just so limited. A few theaters, maybe something on Amazon or Netflix. I don't know what. With about, 10,000 other documentaries? Who knows? Okay. I need food and a chance to shower before carb eaters get up. Okay. Back in a bit. I'll be here. How many times have we seen Jerry do a fundraiser stream and 2 days later uploads a video of the family having lobster and filet mignon? I can think of 2 times. Jerry. I don't know who Jerry is. Spend 5 walking hours, and tipping. Yeah, there you go. Why not make my future? That's it. Fat bottom girls and beer gut boys. I guess it's a geometry. Yeah, I said it. Surf and Turf documentary. Middle of making a BBB meatloaf. Oh, nice. All he hears is cricket. Carry contacts and go to quick return call or email. Yeah, Rick contacts YouTube. That's exactly it. YouTube doesn't care about me. I'm a little guy. I can shout out Rick, Mitch, Thomas. Yeah, you should make content. Why not? I also stopped watching his channel a while back. I guess you're referring to Homestead How. Okay. Pay-per-view. First impressions are best. It didn't take me long to realize he's a selfish, attention-needy egomaniac. IMO in Minecraft. Typing on a tiny keyboard on my phone. Easy to make typos. Yeah. I never understood how anybody could type on a phone. Controversy subtle like coals to ashes. Well, we need to get to the bottom of this now because it's like termites. If you can eliminate the termites when they start in your overhang, they won't take over your house. This kind of controversy is going to take down the carnivore community if we don't address it now. And I'll be very glad if I'm one of the people that's out there that can help bring this to the surface and get rid of it, nip it in the bud, as they say. Taking you on a thrift store. I've seen your thrift store videos before. Didn't like your opinion of how well the documentary will do when it's released. Well, you know what? That's my opinion, and I'm not changing it. Look at all the other documentaries that have been out there. And I'm not the only one that has an opinion, as you know. Yes, there's somebody else in the carnivore community that's been saying the exact same thing. And that's it. Terry Soup. Last time I was here, I took a nap, watched a bunch of videos, and noticed you were still alive. Yes. You should not have been treated that way, Rick. That crap hurt my feelings. And this is the reason why people were probably complaining to Carrie. They're, I know Peter, Kurt, Meathead, all these people are like bombarding him probably with emails and comments. And this is going to keep going. So Carrie realized he's going to have to talk this out. Otherwise, it's going to dog his channel and his subscriber count is going to go down. And then his wonderful Healing Humanity movie may not do so well. The Healing Humanity series may not do so well, and it will fade away into history just like everything else. And meanwhile, those of us that are certified quacks will continue to eat the carnivore diet and enjoy what life we have until that massive heart attack comes. And we go, and fall over. And then finally, we'll shut up because we're dead. And that's it. All right, yes, let's go. Regardless of the steamrolling people, because you don't like their opinion is utter nonsense. Rick's innocent drawn into Carrie's BS. That is correct. That is correct. But the thing is, I'm not as innocent as people think. Please leave the machete home when you go to the meeting. Oh, don't worry. I'll leave it at home. Don't worry. Rick is doing public. Maybe helps both. It has been drama for sure. Pray it works out. Both carrying carnivores, saving lives like our Mitch. Yes. Yes, Jeanette. Yes. Don't be a dumb duck in the muck doing a cluck just to get a buck. I love it. I love it. Thank you very much on the encouragement comment, Jerry. Okay. Rick is scaring some of them that are in competition. Carnivores shouldn't act like that. Exactly. Exactly. We're not competing with each other. We're supposed to work together, not compete. We're the outliers. Period. No need to cuss. I've seen you chop that tree out. Yeah, well, and I don't get tired. I do this kind of work all the time. People say, man, Rick, aren't you tired? I'm like, nah, I'm fine. I'm eating just meat. Carrie was my friend on Facebook once upon a time. Yet when I asked him for advice, I was just ignored. See what I mean? Once they become popular, you become lost. That's what happened to me. It happened to all of us. I bet most arrests are not carnivores. You got that right. I left and took a shower listening. I knew our boy Rick would be here. Well, I told you I'd be here at least till lunchtime, but I want to get off, before our friend Thomas goes online. I really don't want to take up his time because he's over there at the meetup, and it'd be kind of interesting to see who he meets. He might even meet up with Carrie. In fact, I wonder if some of the people at the meetup are thinking, what did you do to Rick? What is this? And, oh no, quack, quack, quack. Or if it's a Muscovy duck, it's Quack Jr. You should edit a video, the vlog video, with an old clip of Smurfs filling Gargamel fighting it before you're live with Carrie. You're funny. Gargamel had a black cat, didn't he? I've been driving to work and listening. Very interesting story. Well, that's why you come to my channel, because we're interesting here. I've listened in the shower plenty of times. I have a speaker in my bathroom so the government can hear me poop. Well, I have a speaker in my bathroom. It's actually one of those intercom speakers. I have them all over the house. In fact, I'll show you one of mine. Hold on. See that speaker over there? That's one of my intercom speakers. There's my rotten roof with leaks and cracks. I fixed that leak, though, but the water damage is still there. That's why my house has so much mold in it. And books. And clutter. But anyway, put this back here. There we go. All right. So we're good. Let me go back to the other one. Okay. So yeah, I have speakers all over the house. And I have a doorbell that when you push the button, it rings the buzzers on the phones. Half the time people come here, they don't even push the doorbell button. I'm like, I got a doorbell, buddy. And they go, knock, 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 knock. So you know what I do? I don't answer the door. Oh, I came to your house and I knocked and I knocked. I said, I told you to push the doorbell button. I'm in the back of the house. I can't hear you. Oh, but you should have heard me. I'm like, no, Some of the rooms in this house are soundproof. In the front of the house, the back of the house, it's all insulated. But, you know, what can you do? Okay. Okay. Carrie, not Jerry. Oh, Carrie, okay. So, Jerry, let me see. Where's that comment? Whatever. Anyway, here's a question. Where can you watch Jonathan's documentary? Let me show you where you can watch Jonathan's documentary. All you have to do is go over to YouTube and look for Carnivore Muscle. Okay. Look for the Carnivore Muscle channel. Why is it not coming up? What is this? Some gay guy? Carnivore diet, whatever. Okay, carnivore didn't work. They're trying to sell stuff. See, now they're trying. I've seen this guy do other ads. Carnivore didn't work. But anyway, here it is. The Carnivore Diet documentary. 8 days ago on the Carnivore Muscle channel.
In the vast expanse of time before the chronicles of history were ever etched, the earth breathed a wild, untamed rhythm.
Okay, now I'm not going to make you watch this on my channel because obviously you can watch this at your leisure, but it is on the Carnivore Muscle channel. If you are not a subscriber to the Carnivore Muscle channel and you're on my channel, I recommend that you do so, or this man over here may have to force you to subscribe. He has 14,700 something subscribers. And again, all you have to do is look for the latest video and you will see the carnivore. It's called Meat Heals, the Carnivore Diet documentary. Boy, that looks delicious. But anyway, that's where you can see it. So it's not that hard to find. And I recommend that you watch it. I watched it. It was, I think, originally put out for his members, but eventually it was put out for everybody last week, and I did watch it, and I commented on it like I always do. Okay. Yes, Jerry. Okay. Get to work. I hope this Carrie thing goes well, as is stressful. I do like the positive sides of this channel and not be negative. So negative. Love you, miss my Milton. Well, Milton is here. He can be let in. As usual, Rick, the goat is right. This needs to stop. I'm not the greatest of all time, but I'm not the worst either. I'm now just coming alive. There you go. And again, that was Jonathan's documentary called Meat Heals. And they have to hear my lectures and crooked conspiracies and diet nutrition guidelines. Well, if they would listen more and eat less duck food, they'd be better. Carrie's trying to get content for his doc, but on the other hand, when his doc is published, the paychecks slow down. You know, if he's gotten all the money donated to him, if he makes any money from the movie, where does it go? Does it go to pay people back, or does it go to make more movies? That's a good question. I have a feeling that there will be no profit from the movie. And the sad thing is that people like me that don't watch movies aren't going to watch it because I'm not going to pay for something like that to waste my time. But that's okay. I mean, realistically, if I watch a carnivore documentary movie, what am I going to gain from it? Am I going to learn something new? Maybe. But what is it going to do for me? I don't know. Everyone has an opinion. All right? I know that old saying. Well, here, nothing is cool. Indiana is a poor state. That's why Kiltz is helping him. Well, who's in Indiana? Shoot, Florida's a poor state. Love you. It was 70 here when I got up at 7. The only way it's going to be 70 here is if you got the air conditioner on, because let me tell you, it's 85 in the morning here. What's that saying about all press being good press? I call them prostitutes myself. Yeah, Thomas is going live around 3. So we don't want to be here, you know, when we want to be on his live. Or also, Erin Booby Goats likes to go live, and I don't want to interfere with her live. You can see how Mitch has graciously avoided going on Saturday to interfere with my live. So let's support each other. There's no reason for us to be everything. And besides, we all have lives to live. You have interesting people to preach for. Yeah, me too. When is this Tampa meetup? It is in November. It's called Hack Your Health. And according to my friend Russ Mitchell, I will be there. Soundproof rooms, creeper van. Well, you know, there's a reason why people think of me as a serial killer. And when I open my garage door and they see the chainsaws hanging up in there, the kids down the street were scared to come in here. They thought I was crazy. Okay, ceiling looks rough. Yeah, it's a dump. You are hilarious. Smart and humorous. Yes, he is. Have you talked to Aaron lately? No, I've commented on his videos, but he never contacts me. I hope he's doing all right. I guess you don't want to be around the quack. Jerry here on YouTube. Indiana copyright. Copyright, okay. Heels. It's called Meat Heels. Yes, I saw it. Very awesome. All right. And Annabella's here. Hello. And says hi to everyone. You're a quality human. Yes. I got the name wrong. Okay. I subscribed to Jonathan. There you go. Carnivore Key. So you have a new subscriber. Check out his video when you get a chance. All right. I'm curious if Homestead Howe reached out to Jonathan for his story. Are there even other... Well, no, because Jonathan was on his channel for the 24-hour, but he has not reached out. It's the same thing. I was on the 24-hour also. Carrie never emailed me after that. Once the documentary thing went going, and I think the turning point is when they discovered the Maggie lady, because she's ideal. She's old, she's been carnivore longer, and she's not active online. So it's easy to use her for the story rather than someone like me who could turn on you any time when you start spouting BS. Okay? Feral Grandma, hi dear. I was wondering the same, yeah. Been writing for hours. I've written 2 chapters. Oh, there you go. I appreciate that. I have Mitch some more gifts. He might cuss me out if I send too much. He would tell me, you can't hoard all this stuff. Well, there you go. Good job, Annabella. You should, or Jonathan's going to get you. How many times he's planning to promote the movie outside carnivore space? No response. So far, the hype is only in carnivore community, but we already know about carnivore. Yes, Mike, yes. It's not going to make any difference in the real world. All that money. Remember I thought Rick blocked me. Nah, Rick ain't blocking nobody. If you get blocked on my channel, it's because you block yourself. Great for anyone still eating duck food. The more films, the better. I don't think they're making these to impress us. But the problem is that they're not going to see it. They're not going to see it because it'll never catch on. You're a fine kind of crazy. Well, thank you. I know I am. Thank you, dear. I realize they're written for 4 hours. Wow. Mitch tries to stay humble. Yes, he does. Rick, how is Milton? Milton is in the house. I may open the door and let the beast in, but he was over there trying to rearrange the wiring in the back of my computer, so I had to put him out. Otherwise, I would have been taken offline. Where did Rick go? I'm not here? Okay. Free Milton. We need a GoFundMe for poor Milton. Ah, poor Milton. Milton's got it made over here. Who's Rick? There you go. Yes, I know, and I found that out a couple days ago. The target audience should be non-carnivores to learn about this diet and impact on health. Us, we already know the truth. Yes. Milton likes his weird lifestyle, but I do worry about the fleas. I got my eyes on the fleas, don't worry. I preach every kind of criminal, think I'm murderers, thieves, sex offenders, even though I can't share my thoughts on those types. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. I haven't seen it. I don't know anybody else that has. Make us smile. Where's our meow? Milton bang on the door. He was trying to open the door, but I took the doorknob off. You're calling CB. Indiana, Alabama. Okay. I thought I did, but every time he goes outside, it may be another battle. Should I open the door to let Milton in? I'm going to open the door and see if Milton wants to come in. Milton. Ah, Milton is funny. Milton is sleeping over there on the couch. He put his head up, stretched, and then went back and sat down. So I think he's protesting me. I left the door partially open. He can pull it open if he wants to. Well, anyway, let's see. Hi, dear. Carnivore diet be the new sad. Here, kitty, kitty. Well, there you go. Well, let's see how we're doing. I'm sure by now things have settled down. I'm probably down to maybe 40 or less. Let's see. Oh, I got 56. Wow. I think we're hitting new records over here. Now, there is a bit of a debate. Rick, should you talk to Kerry in private? Should you talk to him in public? Should you not talk to him at all? Well, I'm not trying to promote him on my channel, but I don't think that's necessary. Kerry has how many subscribers? Let's look. Should I unsubscribe? Nah. Should I join? No way. Okay. There we go. Oh, there's Anthony. Yep. He was on recently on Kilts as well. And there's Old Guy Carnivore. See, again, everyone has been interviewed except for the Carnivore Quack. He has 321,000 subscribers with 2,000 videos. Okay. And he started in 2015. Okay. 51 million. I know. Okay, good. What is this? Amazon? Let me tell you something. You will never see me do an Amazon link. I hate Amazon. I won't buy from them. Forget it. What else has he got here? Facebook. I haven't done that in ages. Homestead How website. Let's see. His website still. Enter to win. Blah, blah, blah. About us. Okay, well. Looks like a nice little website. Selling products. Interesting. Okay. A lot of carnivore stuff. All right. I've never really looked at his website. Okay, well, I click support us. I don't see anything. They have a blog. All right, so he promotes his videos. There's Barry. Healing Humanity, Meet the Team, blah, blah, blah. Cholesterol. Okay, so he's promoting his videos. Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah. Seems like a pretty generic website. Nothing outrageous. Not bad. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Okay. Yeah, pretty basic. Almost like an HTML type site like I used to write. Okay. What is this big giveaway? Mother Earth News. That still exists? Oh, wow. My dad used to get that Mother Earth News. Okay, no longer accepting entries. Must be an old post. I guess the website's just not that active anymore, so... Okay, we'll get out of here. What else do we have? Healing Humanity movie. I think it's pretty lame that Carrie said that... Oh, I hear the door opening. Uh-oh. The Black Menace is coming. The Shadow knows. Here he comes. There he is. Hey, Milton. What you doing? Look at that little Milton. You're such a cute little kitten. Yes, you are. Okay, and you're not getting my steak. No, no, no. Anyway, okay. Now, stay away from the back of the computer. You can sit here if you want, okay? But stay away from the back of the computer, please. I don't want to get knocked offline, you silly cat. Anyway, Upcoming events. Oh, look. Boston Meetup. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. What is this? What is this coupon code? What the heck is that? Join a community like no other. Only $30 a month. No, I don't want your notifications. Wonder who these people are. Pretty good shape. Is that Carrie and his family? I don't know. Whatever. Might be a stock photo. Sign up here. All right, let's sign up for Healing Humanity Life. $30 a month. And what's the most important thing? Oh, yeah, the payment. I got cash. You don't take cash? I can pay you in iguanas. Yes, I'll pay you in iguanas. That's it. What's an iguana worth? $10? I'll send you 3 iguanas every month. How's that? Come on, people. Seriously? Healing Humanity Life. Come on. No. When you're in the quack pack, you don't need Healing Humanity Life. So we will close that out. All right. What else do we have here? Oh, boy. Guest speakers. Dr. Kiltz. Dr. Wiedemann. Oh, he's talking about, I never saw our video. Thomas Seyfried, the cancer guy. And then we have our friend, Uncle Fester. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. I'm not insulting him. It's a joke that we make all the time. He wants me to be Lurch. You rang. And then we have old Carrie himself and his buddy Adam. Carnivore Today. I like Adam. He's a really good interviewer. Diane Ladd, I don't know who that is. But it doesn't say how much it costs. But then again, there's a Kiltz meetup. Oh, that's gone. Okay, that's old. All right, whatever. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. All right, mission, must-see teaser trailer. Oh, that's all boring stuff. I've seen all that before. Anyway, we're going to get out of here. I'm getting bored with the Homestead How. I want to go somewhere where it's free and there's a big old quack. So let's go to the Rick channel. Let's see. All right, more info. Oh, when did this idiot start on YouTube? July 12th, 2007. Hey, when is the day that Carrie wants to interview? Interesting. So I've been on YouTube since July 12th, 2007. I have 3,480 subscribers, 818 videos, and about 700,288 views. Okay. Yeah, not bad, not bad. And then I have my little description over there. But where's the products? Where's the promotions? What is this? Where's the Amazon link? You mean this guy isn't trying to get money? Well, that doesn't make sense. Everybody goes on YouTube to make money. Wow. Maybe I should email him. Oh, maybe not. You know, I heard that he was promoting a fake version of me. I should email him and ask him. Or maybe I could call him on the phone. Oh, no. I'm not going to do that. Anyway, so that is. Let's go back to the comments here. All right. Here, kitty, kitty. Leave us the ceiling. Looks like feet on my young man. Well, that's what happens when your roof leaks in Florida and your tree sheds rust. Milton, we love you. Meow. Milton, they love you. Look at that. We all love little Milton because he's so cute. He's a good kitty. Victory for Milton. Yes. He opened the door, but now the room is getting hot. So I got to close the door because it's letting all the hot air in. Let me shut that door. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to air condition the whole house. Okay. In my house, all the doors have squeaky hinges, and it's by design. It's not to be like a horror movie. It's so that I know when somebody's coming in. If somebody was to, let's say, break in my house and they could get past the engine blocks, the hardware, and all the other stuff without killing themselves, can you imagine they try to open one of those doors, you hear squeak, And meanwhile, in my room, you hear click. And when they open the door, there's a gigantic bang. And that's it. So thankfully, Milton is short, so he has no danger of being on the other end of the bang. All right. Yes, you reached the end of the chat. Oh, wait, there's more since this one. Yes, there is. It's heating up today in Jersey. Funny. Yep. Kerry didn't talk to Rick privately. He just blocked him. That's exactly what he did. Didn't even bother because Rick is a nobody. If I would have been, let's say, one of the carnivore doctors, or if I would have been one of his friends, you can be sure he would have called me on the phone. It's like I don't have his number, but he has mine. But that's fine. What works for me may or may not work for others. Goes the same way for Kerry making the documentary. Pretty safe to say we don't know the complete inner workings of the making. Very good point. Very good point. Cold for a few days. High 50s is weird. This is usually the kind of year we get a hurricane in Florida, so. Rick leaving us open to talk behind his back. Maybe he's talking to Kerry. Nah, Kerry ain't going to call me. I'm dirt to Kerry. He don't care about me. The only reason he's going to contact me, I think, is because you people are making his life difficult. You turn the heat on him, and now he's got to look in my direction. Strange how there's a home center for a short time. Yeah, I think somebody did that as kind of a reaction, which I think is really interesting. I have a seriously genius video idea. The week leading up to your Live with Homestead Hal video going to palm reader psychics asking how to address the blocking. That's funny. Try to hack the system. I have no idea how to wind down from writing now with no caffeine and no sugar. How cool is that? That's a carnivore in a nutshell there. Well planned. Milton, I hope you don't have fleas. Why are you scratching? I didn't see any fleas on you when I combed you last night. How do we send you gifts? Maybe I'll send a box of meat. Well, I mean, I'd have to give you my address because that's the only way you can do it. I don't have any other kind of account. I don't have the money to get a P.O. box. I guess if I was one of those high-end carnivores, I'd probably get that. So-called palm readers. I could go outside and read the palm myself. I got coconut palms, queen palms, king palms, sago palms, all kinds of palms. I think he was using beef. I've lost 2 dress sizes. Oh. I call bull stuff. Yes. That's it. That's Milton. Zoom in Milton. Yeah, well, we got Milton right here. Oh, Milton. You sweetie. Look at that face. Look at that cute little guy. You're a sweetheart. Yes, you are. You're a good kitty. I love my Milton. He's awesome. I'm glad that my neighbor found him in the street. And you didn't get run over, and you became my little pet. Yes, instead of being another road pizza over there on 137th. The imposter was a friendly, annoying type. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Carrie, I don't know what's wrong with you getting butthurt over a joke. It's a joke. People do it all the time. It's a tradition in this part of the world. They make fun of politicians all the time. This is not North Korea. You have a picture of the North Korean leader and it has dirt on it, they'll cut your head off. You can make fun of the president here all you want, and nobody cares. It's actually a European tradition, the Joker or whatever, making fun of the elites. So if you want to be a big shot with an I instead of an O, that's your choice. But if you want to be sort of a personality in the community, you need to know how to just go with it. It's not going to hurt you. It eventually works its way out. I've been doing high-fat carnivore. Okay, that's good. I used to love Whoppers. Glad they closed down in my town. A Whopper, that's a joke. I call that a mini burger. That thing's a joke. It's like the Wendy's commercial. The home of the big bun. Where's the beef? It's a really big fluffy bun. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? That's all I think about. Where's the beef? There is sound. Shut him down so. Rick is missing in action. Hopefully he didn't fall through the floor. My floors are concrete. I can't fall through the floor. Love Dr. Nelson. Yes. Dr. Nelson is controversial to me. Okay. What genre you write? Genre? Ah, there's the quackers. Yeah. Thomas Lewis Eltholimer. Sweet romance. Okay. I never understood the concept of romance novels. It seems boring and silly to me. But hey, what do I read for fun? I read technical manuals. Here we go. This is the kind of stuff Rick will read. I would never spend my time reading about some silly nonsense like romance that doesn't even exist in my life. I'd rather get something, read something I could use to build something. Hey, if I had my way, I'd build my own home nuclear reactor. You know, forget the Iranians. I'd run my house on nuclear power. Then I'd never have to pay a power bill, and I'd never have to pay property tax either. Because as soon as they go to try to kick me out, I'll just say, okay, meltdown time. They'll be running in all different directions. You want to take my house? I'm going to melt down my reactor. And this entire neighborhood will be uninhabitable for centuries. Is that what you want? Okay, fine. You take me out, the reactor goes with it. Anyway, that's the mad scientist in me. Okay. Carrie, you look so happy in that thumbnail. Really? Let me see. Okay. Oh, well. I'm not sure which one it is, but I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter to me because, and see, there you go, always with Maggie and this person, blah, blah, blah. Never anything about Rick, ever. I mean, ever. You'll never find a video in here about the 40-year carnivore because I am persona non grata on the homo how, whatever it is. Anyway, with this silly camera with that goofy looking mount, oh well. What do they call that? The gimbal? Screw that. Anyway, there we go. All right. It's not like Rick gives out his phone number. Yeah, you know, anybody could call. Now, I have the phone disconnected right now because I wanted to address this issue, but they can call me anytime. Please give Milton a kiss for me. All right? Come here, Milton. He's a sweet little Milton. Oh, good baby. Sweetie. Okay, there you go. You can go back to sleep. Sorry I stirred you up. All right. Quack. My skin is dry. What is the quickest hydration fix? That's really easy. Now, if you're like me and you eat with your hands are constantly getting beef fat on them. But what I would recommend is getting some room temperature beef tallow and just put it on your skin. I put it on my hair. I put it on my skin. Now, my parents told me it would cause my face to break out, but I'm the only kid that never experienced acne in his whole life. I mean, as you can see, my face is not perfect, but I am 57 years old, and I don't have a bunch of wrinkles like all the other people my age. And my neck is tight. I don't have the turkey. A lot of the other guys in their 50s, they got a turkey neck, and I don't have that because, again, I've never been overweight, and that's the way I am, you know. So I'd go for the beef tallow, and you don't have to buy fancy beef tallow from Paul Saladino. All you got to do is get whatever fat you have, render the fat out. You can keep it in the refrigerator, and then just put it in the room, let it soften a bit, just rub the whole thing all over you. In fact, if you want, I'll go get a block of beef tallow, and I'll show you later on. It's not hard to do, and it's very easy. Lewis is a great supporter of Thomas. Yes, he is. I think it was Lewis's apartment. Oh. I think Thomas was in a motel, though. Rick is getting dementia and forgot us. No. Carnivore Channel looks sus. No paid promotions, no grift. Yeah, exactly. That guy, there's something wrong with him. He's not out there trying to make money. You are gold to us, Rick. Well, thank you. I like being gold. Gold is always better than fiat money. Rub beef tallow on it. That's it. Milton started eating Rick, so he had to go make breakfast. Okay. Yeah, see, it's great for dry skin, too. Exactly. I think if the imposter wasn't Rick, it's one of Carrie's daughters playing a joke on him. If Carrie thought it was me, then he's pretty stupid. Because how in the world could I be sending messages on my own channel? It's just totally ridiculous. We'll find out. That's the reason I want to have a discussion with him, because I want to see what's going on in his head. And I'll tell you one thing. As long as he has me blocked from his channel, I think everyone should do like a little boycott and just stop wasting their time there and see how he likes it. Maybe he'll get some new people. Maybe he'll like it better. But I do think, you know, I don't know, whatever. I use beef tallow. Good. I got eggs for $5.99. Okay. I wish they'll get cheaper. And Mama Cracker says, good morning, Rick, everyone. And Rick says, good morning. I like what you got in the picture there. That looks delicious. Maybe this is a fake Rick channel. Yes, it could be. Because there aren't too many channels that have neon, wood paneling, a black cat, Shure 55S microphone, and technical manuals, and all the other things that you'll find on Rick's channel, including the phone. It would be very difficult for AI to fake this, but I guess anything's possible. Do you have a PayPal account? No, I do not. I really don't use PayPal. I don't. All right, let's see. There's a baby Milton. Yes, we are currently on hold without music. Okay. Steak with fleas. I like black pepper. You know, fleas are flavorful. It'll take a while to go through these comments. Okay. I think it was when he moved away from the mic. Milton rocks. Fleas are meat for some animal, I suppose. I know ducklings like to eat them. Yeah, fleas and ticks get eaten by birds. There are twists and turns in my novel. No wonder it's a romance novel. Got to watch those twists and turns. Show and tell. That's another thing you'll find on my channel. People with hot heads don't take kindly to some jokes. Yes. No, I haven't. I have not tried that. You need to be able to... Yeah, exactly. And I laugh at myself all the time because I know I'm a quack. Coleman's English Mustard and Frank's Red Hot. I don't use any sauces or anything. I don't even use salt. You know, the meat that I eat, I never salt the meat. That's why I laugh every time Carrie's saying, we got these $20 salt shakers that support our movie. I'm like, what am I going to do with a salt shaker? I don't use salt in my food. I just throw the meat on the engine, put it in a container or wrap it in foil if I have to, drive for a half an hour to an hour, and eat. So my engine cooked meat looks exactly like this, and I'm used to eating. I love it. Very tender. Look at all that delicious fat. I mean, seriously. Meathead knows how to pick the good stuff. Delicious. Oh. I think that's one of the reasons I'm not popular. How many other people do you know like to eat? Milton, no. No, Milton, no. No. How many people do you know like to eat fatty meat? No steak sauce, no salt. Basically steamed. I like to steam the meat on the stove. What I do, I put the meat up on a grate, I put water in it, and I start the fire, and the steam initially cooks the meat. Then as the steam boils off, it turns into a Dutch oven. So I'm typically using either a stainless steel or cast iron pot, and then some of the fat will drip down, but most of it stays on the steak. It doesn't render off. So I get to enjoy the full flavor. I mean, look at this delicious. Look at that. It's so good. Look at Milton. No, Milton. No. Bad Milton. Oh. Awesome. 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 Love it. Okay. Let's see. Eating more fat will help your skin. Yes. My dad used to get skin issues, and he also got dandruff. With my dark hair, if I had dandruff, you would see it. I've never had dandruff in my entire life. That depends on when the iguanas come around again, or lazy me goes out there and fixes his crossbow. I got a place in Coral Gables, I can hunt them. One of these days. That's right, he used lard in his hair, and so did Tom in one of the Zoot Suit cartoons. Looking forward to your 50-60 diner theme. There you go. Well, I'm going to have ceiling tiles on the wall, just like my old 50s, like my room there, and that's it. All right, let's see. I've stopped watching Carrie a long time ago. I'm wondering, must be the best Rickroll ever. This is Gary No Slow that's always first on Mitch's live stream. And Jonathan says, good. I promote your videos. That's what I do. Hey, there's No Slow. Yes. He was here earlier, though. Ah, look, it's Dustin. Good morning, Mr. Quack Quack and friends. And again, if you're not familiar with Dustin, Keto Simple, I know some people get hurt when, he's keto. And he likes stuff like something called Keto Chow, which I guess is like cat chow, but for people. And it has different flavors. Maybe you're not a quack like me. Maybe you prefer the keto side of things. Check out Dustin. He's also associated with his friend Chris Cooking Nashville, who makes some very interesting food items. And I've had people say, well, Rick, why do you watch his channel? He's making that. Because he's having fun with food. Oh, he's fat. So what? My friend Russ Mitchell is fat. You think I don't like him? I love my friend Russ Mitchell. Fat or not, I don't care. It doesn't matter. If you're eating well and you're feeling good and you're healthy and you're fat, what's wrong with that? Yeah, I'm skinny, big deal. But some people can do well being heavier. And the thing is, if you go around criticizing somebody by their shape, do you think that's really going to help them? You start calling somebody fat. Some of these people, like that idiot Cole Robinson or whatever with his stupid sugar diet. You're fat, you're fat, you're fat. What is that actually doing? It's just getting attention to his channel. I don't know. It's crazy. But what I'm trying to say, check out the people you see here. Dustin's a good guy. He has a cat, a couple of cats. Hello, sweetie. Go kitty. And he has his little Darkwing Duck bit that I get a good laugh out of. It's kind of neat. All right, let's see what else we got here. And Annabella says, Rick, maybe you're AI. Well, I don't think AI could do something as wacky as this, but hey, you'll never know. Yes, if you have a Buy Me a Coffee link to your channel, YouTube doesn't take a cut. Just a small fee from the platform itself. That is correct. Yes, it is. I'll figure something out. But again, I'm not really that concerned about getting paid for this. The main thing I want to do is just try to meet people. I don't care if I get money or not. Yep, they're saying hi. My Wi-Fi flaked out. That's why everything I have is wired. Ethernet, baby. Ethernet. Hey, bacon, baby. Who is Jason? When searching Homestead How, and AI gave me this response. Jason. That I don't know. If anybody knows who this Jason is, that's it. Oh. Homestead How YouTube channel. Creator Jason passed away. Battle with cancer. Maybe they mean Jeff DeProsperous. That's weird. My earbud said battery dead, so I have to go switch it. Okay. Huh. Constantly ask Rick to do a buy me a coffee, but he needs to be steak. There you go. I appreciate you, Rick. Glad to be here. I'm glad you're here, Jonathan. Not popular? You got 50 people watching. Well, that's because of the controversy. And I think the Carrie interview, if that happens, is either going to sink my channel or it's going to push it forward. I have a feeling pushing it forward is probably more likely. Because I'm not the worst one here. I'm actually relatively lively, and I do have some pretty long live streams. I can go and go and go. Again, I'm the only one that you see that doesn't drink water all the time. I don't lose my words. I don't use a script. I'm just going by the comments I get. And I haven't had the phone active today, but in the future, I will. It's just I want to get this out of the way because after today, I'm not going to say anything more about Homestead How, Carrie, or his entourage, period. I'm going to wait until I have a face-to-face with him, which is going to be public as he requested, and I agree. We're going to do it together. We're going to get to the bottom of this one way or the other. And what happens after that is going to be your choice, not mine. But as long as I can't comment on Carrie's channel, I will not watch it. And to me, it doesn't even exist. So if you want to find me, you'll have to check out some of the other channels that I'm on, such as Old Guy Carnivore Mitch. And again, I'm the only one on the Old Guy Carnivore channel that has his own sound effect. Wink, wink. So if you want to find me, you can say hi to me there, or you can come here on Saturday and say hi to me here, which is even better. And normally I'll have the phone handy, and I think the next live stream I'm going to do from the living room. I think I found a way where I can put the microphone where it doesn't pick up the air conditioner noise. And I might even build a filter. I was thinking about building a hardware type filter out of an inductor and a capacitor to try to cut out that frequency from that stupid air conditioner motor. I need a new motor for my mini split. It's got a bad bearing, and since it's a stepper motor, it's going rrr, 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 rrr. And the problem is I don't want to spend the money on it. You know, maybe I'll put in there, buy me a new motor for my air conditioner. But I'll go ahead and do that because I think it'll be kind of nice. I'll do it from the couch. I may also do some videos standing up, like when I do some of the longer form videos, I'll do it from a standing position like a lot of people do. But whatever. I think I do pretty well just sitting down. But either way, it'll be fine. Okay, let's get these comments cooking. Let's say beef fat is the sauce. I use my runny yolks as dipping sauce to eat the meat. I eat egg whites too. Of course, I don't throw away food. That's good. I like my eggs scrambled in beef tallow. I don't like to have to chase the egg yolk around the plate. I just scramble it up, pour it into a container, cook it gently. You can actually eat it like a taco. You can take the eggs and you can mix it with cheese, and then you can load it up with meat, and you got yourself Rick's Heart Attack Taco. Or, the taco that gives you tachycardia. Buy me a steak then. Yes, buy me a steak. Jonathan. Hacking Carrie's donation link to the point. That's funny. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Hacking the donation link. Do a man in the middle attack. That'd be funny. My goodness, these comments don't stop. Okay. Jonathan says, Milton is looking at wanting it badly. I already fed Milton. I don't know. He's just greedy. He fell asleep now. Dr. Anthony Chafee doesn't eat salt anymore. See, he's another one that doesn't. I don't use salt. I would never salt a steak. And I tell people, put the spices away. Don't put that crap on my steak. I'd rather just drag it through the dirt and cook it. No. We aren't doing that. Some kind of other homestead channel. It might be. It's a real thing. You hold your girl's head under the blanket after you fart. Dutch oven. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's a pot with a lid on it. Dutch oven. See, I can't do the farts. That's the other thing. Called Homestead How I Went to Heal Me. Because he started as a homesteading channel. He discovered the carnivore diet. If you haven't seen Carrie's story, you ought to check it out. Dr. Barry Group, and then Dante Ferrigno, which is another interesting channel. He's another Floridian. I'd like to meet him someday. I'm sure I will if I get to November. But, yeah, so he started the diet. Well, Carrie... He experimented with keto and whatever else. Always shows a picture of when he was fat. So, yeah, no wonder he's popular. Let's see. All right, let's see. All right, let's get through these. Dustin. I'm glad Dustin was here. He comes here pretty much every week. Check it out. Again, Dustin has a pretty long live stream. It starts like early in the morning. What is it, 7:30? I think it's 7:30. I know when I wake up, I see it on there. And I always have to quack in. He's fun. His wife, it's a great channel. Keto Simple. Yes, love to Dustin. How does it feel? Oh, he had a birthday? I didn't know that. Yeah, move to Australia. You'll get an interview for Homestead How. It's funny I can go all the way to Australia, but never could come to Miami. I mean, Miami is a foreign country. In fact, it's so bad, they're building an alligator Alcatraz down the street. So, you know. Oh, this is nice. Rick, you've helped me so much. I stopped weighing myself. My clothes are getting looser and looser. I'm feeling better. That's what matters. Yes. Yes. The results. Very important. Hey, Annabella, I have to catch up with your latest video. Getting older is interesting, especially when you're looking for a heart attack like I am. You should definitely do the buy me a coffee thing. I'll do something. You know, I agree. I really think it's kind of stupid for me not to have donation link or whatever, because I know a lot of people out there, they like to, I like to give stuff too. I give away fruits and vegetables all the time because it doesn't cost me anything, but there are people out there that like to give things away, and if you want to give it away to somebody, it might as well be me. I mean, it's probably better to give it to me than to the movie, right? How'd you wind up in Miami? I'm in Daytona Beach. It's much hotter and expensive your way. I was born here, and when I was a kid, it wasn't this bad. It's been the uncontrolled migration, both from other countries and from places like New York City and California, that has wrecked this place. Unexplored territory. I'm still fat, but I'm much fat than he is. Yeah, see? And again, Dustin, he ain't no Dr. Chafee or Dr. Baker, or, you know, he ain't no Rick, that's for sure. Skinny as a toothpick. He's fat. Okay, fine. But it doesn't matter. He's much less fat than he used to be, and he's healthier, and he's getting better. Normally, when you get older, you get worse. So if you're not getting any worse, you're winning. Anyone that would criticize somebody that's improving is not the kind of person you want to know anyway. It's just bad. I wonder what happened to them. Yeah, sightless carnivores. I haven't seen them in like a year. Keep them in your prayers, please. Sure do. I'm glad you reminded me. I forgot about them. Yeah. That's right. July 19th is going to be the big day. Okay. July 19th. You know, whatever. It'd be kind of interesting. At least it's not a wrestling match. That would be funny. You imagine a wrestling match between the 40-year carnivore and Carrie? That'd be a riot. Well, if it was arm wrestling, I would lose. But actual wrestling, yeah, you know, hard to say. But no, that's fine. What's your controversy with Dr. Nelson? That's interesting. Dustin says, our community should focus now on working together to help as many people as possible instead of whatever's going on with Carrie. Well, again, that's up to Carrie. I didn't start anything. Carrie banned me from his site. Whatever. You know, I just wanted to tell my community about it because I was concerned that maybe some of you would think that something was wrong with me, that I wasn't on Carrie's live stream, because I always go there. But now, since he won't let me on there, I can't comment. I can't go there. So now if you want to find me, you got to come to my channel. But I think if Carrie does have a discussion with me online, then it's going to probably make more people go to my channel. And depending on what he does, because it's not up to me. I'm the easiest person to get along with. I don't demand anything. I don't ask for anything. I'm not demanding. You can do whatever you want. All I ask is that you give me some respect and just follow through with what you're going to do. That's it. Yes. Oh, nice. Beef cheeks, I haven't had those in years. Don't need salt if you use butter. I don't even use butter either. I stopped buying butter when it got too expensive. Used to eat a lot of butter. Don't buy it anymore. Yes. I guess that was a joke. Say the number next time. Rick has it posted. If you want to send things, you can call and ask. Yeah, exactly. I use salt and butter. No, you need to come up with Rick's nitroglycerin nachos. Well, that's easy. Just get some pork rinds, and then you can put some of my, what do you call those things? Scotch bonnet peppers. Yes, it's a plant. Take some pepper juice, put it on there. If it doesn't get you going in, it'll get you going out. If Carrie did block you intentionally, it looks like a petty move. I really don't know. I can't imagine like Carrie would do that intentionally. It's really stupid. I mean, think about it. If you block someone who's been on your channel for years, that's well known by a lot of people, that's not going to go over well. And to think that nobody would notice it? I mean, Peter, Popper Carnivore was already saying it, and Kurt, a meathead, where's Rick? It's like, it's crazy. Last week, when they had their Q&A, I was there, and people said hello to me, but this time they didn't. So I don't know what happened, but I'll tell you one thing. If he did it intentionally, he's going to regret it. Not because of what I'm going to do, but because of what you're going to do. Okay, I started well over 420 pounds. Got to watch that 420. I know people that love 420. Rick said Jason Channel's called Homestead How. Okay, cancer and he wanted to heal humanity. John Betty Art. Ah, excellent. I hope so. What is it? All right. Yes. Good job, Dustin. You know what? We can try that. What happened to Homestead How YouTube channel? Let's give that a shot. Okay. Okay, why do I have no... Oh, hold on. My fault. I don't know. That's Carrie's. Oh, there we go. Huh. Homestead channel was available on Roku. That's something else. What happened to Carrie Homestead How? That's just regular Carrie. Homestead channel will be discontinued. Oh, well. Whatever. Oh, hold on. Okay. There's a Reddit post. Carnivore will never become mainstream. Yeah, exactly. The interesting thing is, I asked, who's been eating carnivores for the longest time? You see, there's a lot of them. There's one that's missing. Interesting. So what happened? Before the Maggie lady came up, I would come up, but now I don't come up anymore. So I guess what it is, to get search engine optimization, you try to go for the people. Let's see, longest living carnivore. That's an animal. Oh, there we go. There's me. 2 years ago. Okay. So I'm not that hard to find. Interesting. Anyway, why does it feel so hot in here? My air conditioning taking a breakdown, starting to sweat. Oh, I hate when that happens. Okay. Some other dude's picture and it takes you to Carrie's site. It's weird. Keto simple, no spaces. Yeah, that's how you find. It's very simple. Very cold this winter. Not here. Okay, question. If you found a person romantically appealing, what would be the top 3 characteristics that they would ideally have? Well, number 1, be in good shape. Strong enough to be able to do what needs to be done without assistance. Number 2, don't be too short. Most of the gals I've seen are way too short. And if I wanted something that short, I would have a pet because they tend to be shorter. Yes, like my little Milton. Yes, you cute little guy. But I would say, average, maybe above average height physically. Now, characteristically, personality is the number 1 important thing. The personality would have to be like mine. Now, I know a lot of people, they like the opposite. Some people are just really, they have that real fast personality. Other people are laid back. I would have to have someone as close to my personality as possible because I just can't relate to people that they're either overly materialistic or they're very concerned about what people think. I just don't understand any of that. So for me, it would have to be someone that thinks like me. So it's like a friend of mine said, it's very easy. All you got to do is just clone yourself, replace the male with female parts, and you got yourself the perfect wife. I'm like, okay, but I'll make one additional change. I'll make her a blonde or redhead, and then she'll be perfect. And that's it. Can you only imagine what kind of kids that would produce? A couple of 6'6" quacks. That would be too funny. Probably living in the country with about 100 ducks and who knows how many cats. Cute little monster. Yes, you are, little Milton. That's a good question, though. That is a good question. Yes, I agree, Brookie. I agree. And I believe that, too. I believe Rick and Carrie will work it out. Well, the thing is, I really have no problem with Carrie. He's the one that started this. It wasn't me. So it's up to him. Discuss his journey, heal humanity. I got to find out who this Jason person is. That's interesting. I got to shower and get ready to head out. All right, Dustin, glad you were here. I'll catch you tomorrow morning, like I always do. Wow, look at this. Absolutely amazing. I tried to search and got some names, Garrett and Stacy. I've heard those names too. My microphone always wants to get away from me this time of day. What is wrong with you? Myself. Ah, what do you know? Okay, it might just be the way that the bottom was moved. Over the scales. You don't have to worry about a scale. You can look in a mirror. I mean, you know what? Who cares how much you weigh? It's how you look that makes a difference. Muscle weighs more than fat. Muscle, compassionate, strength, and character and love. That sounds like a good combination right there. I like that. Enjoy your visit. You would win. Yeah, the arm like the advantage. Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, you might be right. That would be kind of funny. I don't think I could win against Caleb, though. What happened to Homestead Halley? Okay. It's about health, not the numbers, right? Okay. Good. That's right. It's too far from me, though. My bicycle would never make it there. Yeah. Kerry wording his super chat to Mitch, his replies to my questioning. All right. Check out Meathead's channel. This will be interesting. Well, another thing I like about Meathead, he don't play around. You know that old saying about pussyfoot? Well, the only pussyfoot around here is the one sitting next to me. Right, little Milton? All right. Yep. Thou shalt not stumble upon Rick without paying the dues. Yeah, right? I was outside growling, so I got doing now on my computer. Okay. 420, the devil's lettuce. That cannabis. I ate the same chain Brazilian steakhouse. Was great, yes. Habaneros are my favorite hot peppers. Nope, Rick, you entered it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just distracted with my little Milton. He's got his paws on my keyboard. Rick's EKG casserole, eggs, kefir, and guacamole. That's too bad I hate guacamole, but it's not a bad idea for my friends. Eggs, kefir, and guacamole. EKG. I've been carnivore nearly 2 years. Yep. What happened to Homestead How YouTube channel? Homestead How is not a relevant name. I mean, we can try this again. Copy. And we paste. Gotta love these computers. Let's see. Boom. Paste. And we search. And we get Carrie again. Okay. Okay, here we go. Search labs. But then it goes to his channel. Okay. Maybe Carrie copied somebody else's channel. That might be what it is. No longer active. Huh. Okay. Oh, well. That is kind of interesting. Anyway. All right. Okay. 7 months. Oh, somebody found it. 4 years. This claim is difficult to verify for information, but is one of the longest durations mentioned. Okay, so it is out there. So I'm not the only one saying it. Email my life, and that is where the key is. Stop the added crap, and you can definitely add more meat and actually eat less. Well, I don't know about eating less, but you know. Yes, it's Saturday. I'm 5'2". Well, you know, what can you do, right? You're funny. Oh, there you go. See? Wow. Well, I guess you must be getting better if you're getting a little taller. Problem is all the pain you have to deal with is terrible. That's possible. 5'11". Jeanette. Yeah, exactly. You should be proud of yourself to be so fit when you have so much pain. I'm proud of you. I think we all are. Because usually when people are disabled like that, they just turn into a blob. You don't give up. Good. No more diabetes, no more high blood pressure. 5 pounds of fat, gain 2.5 pounds of bone density and 2.5 pounds of muscle. Yeah. Again, Sean Baker would be considered overweight, but I wouldn't consider him obese. That's for sure. Slow and steady wins the race. Yes. I want guacamole. I hate avocados, but I can make you some. I got plenty of avocados. You inspire me too. Yes. Awesome, sweetie. I love you guys. Well, we're glad that you're here. It's mutual. My scale are definitely not friends. My scale don't bother me. In fact, I have a scale in every room. I haven't used it in a while. I have a bull skull hanging on my fence. It has a bullet hole in its head. Squirrels like to gnaw on it, though. I wonder if sharpened teeth are for calcium. That's a good question. Window did nothing to deserve that. Okay, busy with getting ready for work. It's Saturday. Can't find Meathead's channel. I'll have to look. I'll find it. You know what I can do? I can do this right now. We'll just go here, and mine, since I'm the owner of the channel, if it comes up, which it probably doesn't, and it doesn't. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, I hate this thing. It should give me a go-to channel, but it doesn't. Oh well, I'll do it on my other one. Do 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 do. Here it is. Let's see. Wow. Okay. Meathead. Oh, come on. Here it is. Go to channel. All right. There it is. Okay. So this is the one. So there it is. So you can find it. Let's see what it's listed as. It's listed as at Meathead for Life. See up there? Meathead for Life. There you go. So anyway, that's pretty simple. Okay. Whoops. What did I do? There we go. All right. Got a jet. Take shower, wash hair. Was interesting and fun. Love you, Quacks and Milton. Thomas and Lewis on soon. Yeah, we need to. It's after 12. We need to start getting off of this. Just shove it in a closet. And thank you, Rick, for showing me how far I fell into that stupid hole. Again, apologies, everyone. I should be doing my continuing education. Okay. Animals eat both. Yeah, they do. Squirrel pick. Yeah, the squirrel is in the desktop for some reason. Let me see here. Oh, where'd it go? Well, whatever. Skull eaters. Unstoppable. Nothing going to stop me. I'll never quit. What time? I think they said they were at 3. That's his channel. Looks like 3:15. Yes. Thanks, Rick. Said you were hidden but not blocked. Well, if I'm hidden, I mean, that's basically blocked. I can't make any comments. How? What's the difference? Oh, well. Anyway, that will be resolved when Carrie and I have a little conversation. Right, Milton? Do I have to send Milton over there to get him and attack? Because he's a vicious beast. Aw, he's harmless. You sweet little thing. You're a good kitty. Look at those paws. You are such a sweet cat. I love you very much. You're a very pretty cat. Well, anyway, let's check out and see how many people we still have. See if we've gone down. 53. This has got to be a new all-time record. I'm really impressed. That's pretty nice. So anyway, let me go hit these comments again, and let's see what we got going on. I need to sleep soon. Okay. Hidden is temporary, blocked is more permanent. Well, why would I even want to go back anyway? I mean, seriously. If that's the way that they see me on that channel, I really have no reason to go there, honestly. And I have my own channel, so if people want to see me, they can catch me on Saturday. Or I'm also on other days. Milton is perfect. Yes, he is. Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up. And the other thing is, too, it's not just me on Saturday. That just is the time that I do it myself. You can find me on Tuesday. You'll find me on every other Tuesday, and sometimes I'll pop in at the end on Tuesday. And don't forget about our other friend in the carnivore space, which I don't see today for some reason. Bob of Carnivore Talk. Now, Meathead is often, I think he's always on Bob's Carnivore Talk. Now, for those of you that are new to my channel, you may not be familiar with Carnivore Talk. So what I'm going to do is go back over here to Carnivore Talk. I want to go to YouTube. I'm going to type in Carnivore Talk. Whoops. Okay. And here's Bob, Carnivore Talk. All right. And he has a live stream, which is generally on Monday night. Milton, will you stop pawing me? You got sharp claws. Look at that little monster. Keeps pushing me away from my mouse. So, and if you click on his videos, there he is. I see a familiar picture over here, don't I? Oh, yeah. Look at this quack. And you can see we had 6 people, and I'm sure you recognize some of these. There's Bob. There's me. You know who this guy is, don't you? He's the one at the Boston meetup now. So you can find me Monday nights when I get home from work. Sometimes that's not till 9 o'clock. And you'll find me on the Carnivore Talk. Then on Tuesday, who else do we have? We have Russ Mitchell. And what do you see over there? Well, there's Russ. I don't know, this guy, he looks kind of weird to me. I think he's a quack. There's Peter. And there's our meathead. So I'm not that hard to find. So you can find me Monday night, on some Tuesday nights. You'll find me on Saturday morning. And once in a while, somebody else will invite me on their channel. Now, there aren't too many people that have the courage to invite me on their channel, but the ones that do, we know who they are. For example, where is he? There's Dustin, there's Jonathan. Huh. Hmm. Let's see. I don't see him. Why is my phone ringing? Oh, well. Yeah. I'll get it later. Okay. Oh, my friend's calling me. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'll be shutting this down in the near future. Still gotta make my lunch. Anyway, yeah, there's several channels you can find me on. I'm not that hard to find. So it's just a matter of looking around, and the quack will be here somewhere. So if you no longer see me, yeah, DC Rebuilding. If you no longer see me on the Homestead How comments, then that's it. I don't blame you. I know I won't go back to watching and carry stuff. It was just handled way too rudely. That is correct. I've forgotten to like it. I've liked it now. Hopefully that's mine. Hospital again. Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully it's nothing serious. I did see him, on the channel a little while ago. Thanks for shouting out Carnivore Chalk Channel. I always do. And by the way, they have a community. If you don't want to pay all this money to be in the Healing Humanity $30 a month community or be raped by Dr. Barry, you can always go to the Carnivore Talk community, and I'll show you that in a second. Thomas Shaved, yeah, he goes through that once in a while. That's DC Rebuilding is his channel. I'm on there occasionally. He was on Dr. Kiltz's last week. David or DC, David Charles, is one of the hardcore carnivores, and it's not just carnivore, but it's other things like grounding, sunlight, and all that other stuff. Okay. Texting him last night. He was in hospital then. Okay. Right there. He can close this when he likes. Carrie's a great story, but I see snark in his videos. Like pushing carnivore too much, yep. And downing others in stores, calling what they eat poison. That is not... Well, you see me. I go to the store and I tell people, I say in my videos, look at all the duck food, duck food, duck food. I've done those videos too, so. Although I don't call it poison. I call it duck food. So maybe that's not too bad. Yeah, Graham Carnivore Transformer has a good heart. I hope that they're able to help him to get physically better because, again, can't do much when you're really sick. But, yes, he does. But let's hope that whatever it is, it's minor, and he'll be able to continue on. But remember, not everyone can recover from the damage they have. Some people, like Jeff, which was a friend of Russ, Jeff DeProsperous, didn't make it. But he did his best. And eventually we're all going to kick the bucket. So all we're doing is delaying the inevitable. That's basically it. Let me go back over here to the page. Let me go to, oh my goodness, Carnivore Talk. All right. Here's his website. And you can join the community for the really high price of this. All right. So that's what Carnivore Talk will cost you. And you have a lot of good people there. You have different chats you can look at. I mean, what are you going to get anywhere else? And we got some pretty good people in there. I guess this is one of those carnivore waffle things, which I don't understand why people do them, but I guess some people like that stuff. You got some sausage and waffles and, me, I'll just eat a slab of meat. Water, vinegar, salt, fresh garlic, fresh dill. That must be a mustard. Yeah, it's a mustard. Mustard is probably the only condiment you'll find in my refrigerator. I do keep mustard in there. I get the cheap stuff, and it's just pretty basic. A lot of friends like it, so omelet. So yeah, if you want to belong to a community and you don't want to spend a bunch of money, now I'll give you an example here. All right. Ducky, ducky, ducky. Ducky, ducky, ducky. Come on. Stupid thing. Oh, here we go. All right. Now, let's say that I wanted to go to the Healing Humanity group. All right, we're going to try Healing Humanity Home. There we go. So I went into the Carnivore Talk. Where is the Healing Humanity group? I don't see a group. What is this? It's a stupid movie. Let's see. Healing Humanity. Okay, healinghumanity.life. There we go. All right. Okay, I want to go to your website, but I can't. Oh, shoot. Well, here. Here, Carrie. I know this is what you want. How many do you want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Not enough? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. More? 29, 30. Okay, so that gives me the whole year. What? Only a month? That's it. I'm done. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here you go. Here. Take all my money. Here. Take it all. That's it. That's all I got. Look. Here you go. That's all you want is my money. Milton. Here, you want some of this? So there's my $50 or whatever I had. That's all the money I had in the house. Anyway, that won't be here for long. I'll be spending that at the grocery store. Milton, you sure like that money, don't you? What are you, Wall Street guy, you know? Cute little thing. Anyway, so yeah. So instead of having to spend money on that, we can just go over here and we'll get it for free. And there is a membership that you can buy if you want, but that's your choice. You could join his group. He only has, well, he's got about 2,400 subscribers. And the thing is, if Kurt, the meathead, promotes his site, you know it's a good one. So it's a no BS carnivore site. But anyway, enough of Rick's crazy comedy. All right, let's see. All right. Oh, my goodness. Well, duck food isn't poison because I like to fatten up the ducks. I don't want to kill them. I mean, if I gave them cyanide or I gave them antifreeze, that would be poison. But that's okay. You know, I like duck food. Duck food is comedic. Remember, it's all about comedy. And Ketovore says, and my girl, I watch Carrie's videos and my favorite is his wife, if he could just cool it. Well, Jen is awesome. I think she's pretty sincere. Yeah. She's awesome. I mean, you know, if he could just cool it. But Carrie has got to market that program. He's got to get people out there excited so they'll join his group or send him money for his movie or whatever. I don't know. I don't think he makes any money on the meetups personally, but I'm sure that I don't know if he uses the donations to pay for his expenses. I mean, that's kind of reasonable. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. And you know what? I don't care because in the end, the movie's not going to do anything. Really. I mean, it may get some interest, but it's never going to be popular. The carnivore diet is never going to be mainstream, period. Get used to it. It's up to us. This is on an individual level. It's peer-to-peer. It's like peer-to-peer file sharing. It's never going to go mainstream, ever. Radical speech can turn people off from our way of eating. I agree with that. And again, you'll see me one day maybe out with a rancher, and the next day you'll see me on an avocado farm. I don't have any problem with that. Do you think I'm going to tell people not to grow fruit when I grow fruit in my own yard? And as someone mentioned, I need to look this up. If Maggie's gone to South America to grow fruit, that would be kind of ironic. So the next time somebody says, well, Rick, you're a hypocrite because you give away fruit. Well, what about this other lady that's been a carnivore most of her life? You know? And again, you know how much I charge for the fruit? Nothing. Nothing. You're not going to see me, you know, with money, except for now with dollar bills, because that's all I have. I can sit here like Scrooge and do this all the time. I mean, this would be Homestead How when they're doing their event. I don't know. Whatever. I bet he'll get offended if he sees this. How dare you say that I'm trying to make money off of this? It's a joke. It's a joke. A joke. Seriously. Doesn't anybody have fun anymore? I mean, you know, didn't they used to have a thing where they put you in a phone booth and they circulate dollar bills and you have to grab as many as you can? Maybe I need to make one of those. Okay, now let's check the comments here. Didn't realize Carnivore Talk had their own website community. Thanks for sharing. Well, I'm glad to. Now, we know there are other communities out there. Oh, shoot, hold on a second. Hello. Hello. Yes. So, mhm. Yes, I'm available for you. Mm-hmm. I'll be glad to check it for you, whatever you need to do. Okay. No problem. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. For you, no problem. You're always top priority for me. I may delay your dad from time to time, but for you, it's always top priority. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, great. Hi. That's my friend. He wants to get some circuit board checked from his boat motor, and you know, my friends are top priority. I have other friends that are always asking me for favors, but they never really return the favors, so I push them to the back burner. And I have to admit, I like to concentrate on the people. This is the friend that helped me find an engine for my truck. I can't believe I got money up all the way up on the light. I got $2 bills stuck on top of my light. That is too funny. Anyway, let me hit these comments so we can wrap this up by 1. I really don't want to interfere with Thomas's live stream. I'm the only one that's right. Shuffles, fried from him. Shuffles are amazing, but I can't do many. I'm the only one that's right. Yeah, I guess you're talking about, let's see, radical speech. Okay. Dr. Kiltz also has a free community. Yes, the Dr. Kiltz Mighty Tribe is free. I can mention that, but I'm sure most of us are in it already. But yes, if you're not familiar with it, on the Dr. Kiltz, let me just go ahead and show you. Dr. Kiltz, I think he's more interested in getting people involved. He's not trying to get money out of you. Obviously, the course that he's offering is cheaper than the one that um, Barry has. So I don't think Dr. Kiltz is motivated by profit, but making money is part of how you survive. So let me see here. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. Let me see what it takes. Kilt's Mighty Tribe. Okay. So what is the price for Dr. Kiltz's Mighty Tribe? It is free. And then you just put your information in there, email, create a password, that's it. So if you don't want to spend 30 bucks a month to be in the celebrity club, you can get pretty much the same celebrities for free in the Dr. Kiltz group. And by the way, guess who also is in the Dr. Kiltz group? Yep, the Quack. So the only group that has the Quack in it is that one. And that's kind of an interesting thing. You won't find me in any other groups. I know you have, what is that other group that everybody talks about? S&M, I mean, S&M, S&G or something like that. Let me see. Okay. No, that's not what I want. That's an insurance company. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Okay. How the heck do you get in this crap? Let me see. There's nothing here. Choose an option for act. What is this? Oh, yeah. That's it. Money, 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 money. $30 a month. I want your money. Here, have a disc, dumbass. So it's another one of those I want your money group. Okay. That is fine. So okay. So we know what we'll do with you. We will send you back to the duck pond. Nope. All right, we'll get rid of you. Okay. Still trying to sell me this. Oh, okay, I got something better than that. Goodbye. All right. We're not really carnivore anymore with Carrie and Jen. Okay, well, nothing like a little bit of clickbait. Clickbait is always great. YouTube channel, whatever. All right. Anyway. Okay, so we'll go back over here and let's see what else we got. Hasn't hit the exact comma what to eat yet. She works so hard but losing so slowly. Wonder if it's a butter. I don't know, but it's like Dr. Kiltz himself said, which I thought was a very good point. Being a little bit overweight is not necessarily a bad thing. People tend to be concentrating on losing fat so much that they'll become unhealthy. And I think in some ways, if you feel good and you perform well, if you carry around a little extra fat, we all have it. I have a little bit too. I have a tiny little bit on the waist over here. I mean, I don't have it anywhere else, but I think we all carry a little bit of fat because it's a protection. And I wouldn't worry about it. If you're healthy, go for it. I've gained insight from you. Just dial it back a bit. I agree. I like Jen, his wife, too. She's awesome. She's looking a lot better, too, since she's been on the carnivore diet. Back from the market. Took a long time. Yeah, she's actually ketovore, isn't she? Right. I don't watch enough to see some shorts down that. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Mm-hmm. The thing is, I don't hold back. I'm not going to pussyfoot around. I am not going to try to be a politician because I have nothing to gain from it, only to lose. Remember, when I die of my heart attack, people are going to look back on some of these videos if they still exist and say, wow, this guy, he was something else, let me tell you. Throw that Monopoly money, Rick. That's right. You didn't include taxes. Oh, I forgot about that. So can't join. Well, there you go. It goes toward the movie and monetary gains, so on the website. Yes, Aaron. Yes, it does. And Rick is rich in humor. I am definitely rich in humor. Milton would be a good lawyer or doctor. Yes, he would. You're such a sweetheart. But you're cute. You're cute to be a lawyer. Maybe a doctor. Taste buds are changing. Yeah, exactly. Transfer charge, $3.92. I don't know. At a yard sale, I just use paper, but hey, what can you do? Duck food is a positive way to say it for sure. I call it duck food. People laugh. It's duck food. I mean, think about it. If you feed the ducks rat poison, that's poison. But if you feed them bread, it doesn't kill them. They may get a little fat. I've given them heart disease. I've had ducks die of heart attacks from overfeeding them. But you know what? If you catch them right after they have the heart attack, the meat is absolutely delicious. There's nothing that tastes better than a duck that had a heart attack. The meat is soft and fatty. There's a bunch of fat around the heart that you can see the blood vessels are blocked. They make an excellent food. And this is probably why you don't see fat. It's like Carrie always says. Now I'm quoting him. You know, if you saw a deer with its fur falling out and the stomach hanging down in the wild. No, because anything like that would have been eaten a long time ago by a predator. So, but Mr. Ducky is in his private suite in Rick's ground level penthouse getting the executive suite treatment. And if he doesn't have a heart attack, see, for example, the way I'm feeding them, if they didn't have a heart attack within months, they'd be dead anyway. I mean, if I didn't cook them, they'd die of a heart attack. Let's put it that way. Most of these ducks have been eating duck food their whole life. They come to my yard, they get fattened up even more. And then when I cut them open, I see they all have blocked, they have plaque in the arteries. They have fat around their heart. The easiest way to tell that your duck is unhealthy, it has fat around the heart and the meat is very tender. If the duck is healthy, the meat's going to be like shoe leather, really tough. So, and cooking a wild Muscovy duck is an exercise in frustration. It turns into an inedible, it's bad. It's like chewing on a shoe. It's terrible. Lifetime supply of stress kids to worry about broken washer. Yeah. Well, I have stuff breaking all the time. I don't worry about it. I've eaten a huge plate of duck. What? Huge plate of duck food? What are you eating? Bread? Yeah, welcome back. Butterballs. Government hates cows. Yeah. Zombie food. Fatten them up. Keep on social media depressed. That way they'll do what you want to. Yeah. Except work. Just kidding. I knew it. I knew it was a joke. Okay. Checking into the chaos. There's no chaos here. It's just fun. Lots of fun. Ricky, you're right about documenting carnivore. Yes, I think so. 24K views already. Budget, 100 pounds. Impact priceless. Jonathan, when I heard how much Mitch praised your video, I was impressed because I liked it. I figured, well, maybe the average person isn't going to like it. But evidently, it's pretty popular. So that's just amazing. Amazing. It's probably cortisol, yeah. I was at Super One. I don't have that here. You rebel? Good job? Yes, it was. I'll send you a care package of duck. No, I think he's got ducks at his canal, and I think there's iguanas already over there too. I'm talking about like you like here. I love you. Zero Carb Life channel's using honey now, it seems. Zero Carb Life. Is that lady? The one that's supposed to be carnivore for 15 years? I thought of y'all when I spotted it. Cheers. You better not eat duck food. I do. Land O'Lakes. I'm kidding. Close to. Put me in a phone booth where I can win steaks. There you go. I'd like that. Have you ever seen the Crystal Maze? Old school. No, I haven't. You'd find it hilariously awkward. I'll have to look that up. Huh. Has a good background noise filter. Didn't even hear that ring. A filter will work. Send Aaron a phone booth, Rick. I wish I had a closed in. All the ones I have are pedestals. Happy carnivore. Instead of money flying around, steaks. There you go. That'd be painful. Butter woman. That is customer service A+. English comedy called Porridge. Comedy on prison. Huh. I just love English. Yeah, they don't give you steak in prison, that's for sure. Faulty Towers. I remember that. I think it's faulty with a W. F-A-W-L-T-I. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Crazy with the sign always crooked. Mighty Tribe. That is correct. Ripping Yab's great comedy. Kilts and Mitch Grew is good people. Yep. Are you being served? Hyacinth bucket. Remember that? Hyacinth bucket. It's not bucket. It's bouquet. Nice. Things are quite different now. My generation is fact. Well, not all of them. Not you. I remember Dave Allen at large. Steak and Butter Gang. That's what it is. SBG. But the thing is, they spelled it wrong. That S is supposed to be a $. SPG. Is that the mail? Let me see here. Oh, shoot. Oh, well. I guess no mail is good mail. I hardly get any mail at all. That's good. Okay. Doctor Who. Yes. Who, when can I get it? That is hilarious. Now I feel bad. I like carrying his message. Just a bit too radical for my style. Well, again, you have many options. Even Carrie himself admits it. The more radical they get, the more they self-destruct. Next thing you know, he'll be like Kim Jong-un of the carnivore world. I don't know what I would be. Definitely not that. I'm having a small birthday party tomorrow. I would invite you all. Well, Jonathan, if I lived there, you know I'd be there. I'd love to see any get-together you had, but maybe you can do it online. I don't know. Dr. Kiltz could shut down his YouTube channel, walk away, it wouldn't affect him. He has one of the biggest fertility clinics in the country. It's not about money to him. That's right. That's why he's not out there trying to make money. Now, he did charge money for his get-together they had in Tampa, but I think that was to give money to Carrie because, you know, Carrie needs his money. That movie is going to be very, very, very expensive, and they're going to need movie for the series. Not that any of us are really going to learn anything from it, but hey, I mean, I'm sure everybody that's in the movie has already been on his YouTube channel. So what's the point? Happy birthday, Jonathan. Yes. I don't watch anything that has an English accent. My husband can't understand it. Another thing that pisses me off, he can't understand it. Well, yep. I remember those too. Only Fools and Horses. I remember that. Dr. Kiltz is the man. He's one of them. Happy birthday, Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. Yes. I'm quite good with accents. I just struggle with Scottish. It's not Scottish, it's crap. Remember that from Saturday Night Live? 30 tomorrow. Nice. Can he watch with subtitles? Dr. Barry's the best who helped me at the beginning. Well, I guess for some people he is. I have no opinion on Dr. Barry. I have no idea. I don't even think about him much anymore. Happy birthday. No, he reads too slow. You have Netflix, a decent amount of South Korean TV shows. You can get North Korean on the satellite dish. Thanks, Rookie. I wonder if it's about hormones. I did birth a bunch of babies. That could be. Maybe that's why your weight is the way it is. But hey, if you're going to be heavier, it ain't the end of the world. Just don't be sick. Eating fat has helped me a lot. Continue to feel 80 until I am 80. There you go. Saw you on No Carb Channel. Yes, that would be Dave Mack. That would be his very first interview. That is correct. It's probably been a couple of years by now. Got the extra skin I like. Huh. Hello? Hey, there you are. You were on Carnivore Talk, so now you're here. It's great. Hey, weight loss is hormonal. I'm out. Save the world that funny. Let's see. Hi, Annabella. Hi, Lexi. Hi, Frill Grandma. Got the highs going. All of you guys here. This is my first time being in Rick's Live, and I'm so happy I made it. Well, I am so happy that we're here again. Enjoyed seeing you in the Carnivore Talk. I'm sure I'll see you again there. And hi, Lisa. So we got the highs. It's always fun here. Yes, it is. Where have I seen that saying before? It's always fun here. I think it was on a shopping channel. Steak at the... Wow. Giving steak at the hospital. That must have been in the old days. What are your thoughts on insulin suppression? You mean from being on the carnivore diet a long time? I really don't know. I would have to take my blood sugar at a normal time and then eat a mango and see what happens. But if I eat a piece of fruit, it doesn't have really any effect on me. So I think I eat so much yogurt and eat cheese. Maybe that's why I don't have insulin issues. Plus, I eat a lot of meat, so that has protein in it. I don't think it's an issue for me, but maybe for some people it is. I'm finally in bed. Well, hopefully you'll have some nice dreams. And good night, Anna. Dreams will bring you novel ideas. Yes. Rick, would you eat snails? I have eaten snails more than once. To prepare the snails, you have to clean them out by feeding them clean food, such as lettuce or other vegetables that are clean. And that way, you put them on a clean surface so they don't drag around a bunch of dirt. Snails can carry parasites, but if you boil them properly, you'll be fine. In fact, we even had those giant African snails. I got a hold of one of those babies and I cooked it up and I ate it and it didn't kill me. So, are mollusks carnivore? No, they eat plant material generally. Plants are their thing. Dr. Anthony watches videos help me. Yes, and Dr. Anthony Chafee has a lot of videos. He doesn't do lives anymore that I've seen, but he does have interviews and videos. They used to be Sunday night, but I guess he moved it. I haven't been on the channel for a week or so, but I am a moderator on his channel as far as I know. Been there. I'm going to be on Dave Mac's channel too. I'm so nervous but excited. Is he nice? Yes, he is. If you have any doubts about it, check out his very first interview, which was of me, and you'll see he's just fine. You will get to talk, and he will not pressure you in any way. That would be good. All right. And Bacon Baby says he's very nice, watches earlier interviews, the same questions every time. Such and such, why did you try carnivore? And you know what? I can get a little excerpt of that too. Where are we? I know we're here somewhere. Just look for the ducky. Mr. Ducky, where are you? There it is. No carb life. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the videos and we're going to go to the oldest ones. Oldest. Boom. You can see when he started out a couple of years ago, that's his first video. He did several videos. And then he says, hey, I want to interview somebody. So he approached me. Do you want me to interview you? I'm like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Okay. Where is that interview? There we go. Now my picture looks terrible. It's got 96,000 views. 96,000 views.
Sauce and garbage on top of it. You basically can't taste what you're eating. You could be eating an old sock and you don't know.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem here in the U.S. With a lot of the Southern cooking, they have their barbecue, but they saturate everything with sugar sauces and spices and all this other stuff. They talk about, oh, it has to have a rub, it has to have a steak sauce. And whenever I go to a friend's place and they have a barbecue, I said, I don't want to see a single bottle of steak sauce or I'm going to throw it in the lake. Don't put that garbage on my steak. Oh, but it makes it better. No. I want to taste the meat. I don't want to taste sugar and vegetable oil. No. And I have to argue, but now they know, if you're going to cook Rick a steak, don't put anything on it or he'll give it to the ducks.
The ducks can enjoy the porterhouse steak.
To buy 1969 Dodge Chargers, which I still drive to this day. That's where I got the name of my YouTube channel, Charger.
Oh, that's where the name comes from.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I love my Chargers. It's like dirt. That was, I don't even want to think about how bad that was. And I know my dad, he'd pour soy sauce on it and try to cook it to make it taste palatable. But as for me, I always preferred the bacon and eggs. Ever since I was a kid, I like meat. So, and once in a while, we didn't eat out much, but when we did, we usually went to a place called the Sweden House Smorgasbord, which is an was an all-you-can-eat restaurant. You can actually look it up online, see pictures of it. And I remember that one of the things they always had a man that had this white hat on top, and he would carve this roast beef. That was the first thing when you went to the smorgasbord. So I'd always want to get some of that.
Since 1983.
Okay. You get out of there. So yeah, you can see that. And that video is over 2 years old. It'll be 3 years before you know it. You can spend a lot of time on YouTube, that's for sure. Anyway. Now, what is this? See, I keep getting these notices. Nope. We ain't doing no memberships, buddy. We're not doing supers. We're not doing shopping. Nope, 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 nope. All right. You're earning from ads. I'm not making any money here. Let's see. Well, I got 32 subscribers in the last 21 days. 28 days is not bad. And this is how much revenue I've made in all my time on YouTube. Okay, so that is $6.32. All right, let me pay myself. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Now, for almost 18 years on YouTube, this is how much I'm going to earn. Now, right here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and $6. And we have 3 dimes right here and 2 pennies. So this is how much money I've made in all my time on YouTube. Ridiculous. Joke. Anyway, you're eligible for super thanks, blah, blah, blah. No. No, 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 no. We don't do that. It's worth more to me to not subject people to commercials than to make a penny. Leave a heart and reply on your post to show you care. Yes, I do. Okay. Oh, look. Dr. Kilt subscribed to my channel. Nice. I knew he was a good guy. Yes. I'm surprised he's only got 82,000 subscribers. Well, if you're not subscribed to the Dr. Kilt's channel, I would recommend that you do. Why not? It's free. So, well, nice, nice, very nice. Okay. Good man. Let's see. Yeah, we got vegan dolls. I got a vegan subscriber? Nice. Let's see. Huh. Okay. Vegans are welcome on my channel, as you know. And if you happen to live in the Miami area and you like avocados, mangoes, or bananas, let me know. And I will give you some of the best quality organically grown fruit that I can get from my yard. So vegans are welcome on my channel. So you're not going to see me telling people, oh, don't eat that. That's poison. Oh, that mango, that'll kill you. Well, I mean, mangoes, you could be allergic to it. But I don't know anybody that's allergic to bananas. But remember, when you deal with Rick, Rick lets you make your own decision. I'm not going to make the decision for you, period. All right, so let's see. Dr. Anthony wouldn't block you. He has class. You got that right. Dr. Anthony wouldn't block me. That's right. I remember that. That may be the first place I saw you. I saw you, it might have been on Dave's channel. For some reason, Carnivore Keith hasn't gotten a lot of subscribers, and he's the one with the famous duck food blues. You'd have to see that. See, a lot of his interviews make sure he's the same off camera. He's the same with me. I had no problems. Oh, just sent you an email. Carrie sent me an email? All right. May not have sent yet. Okay. Super chats. We're not going to do super chats. I'm going to find some other way. I mean, I don't know, PayPal. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Don't worry. I'm going to be here. I'm not broke yet. I still have a few dollars left. So, and yes, these are real dollars. They're not Monopoly money. Well, actually, they are Monopoly money because they're Federal Reserve notes, which means they're not real money. They're just debt instruments. See right here? I may even have a 20 over here somewhere, but what is this? Come on. Oh, well. Anyway, it's like Thurston Howell on the Gilligan's Island. He's always throwing money around. For what good that does, I'll never know. And Bojoid says, I like Kilts because he is free. Yes, he is. And, you know, it's kind of interesting. Guess who is not subscribed to my channel? That's right. Homestead How is not subscribed to my channel. Kind of interesting. Oh, you sent me an email? Let me see if I have an email here. Take the cash to the litter box. No, he's going to... Okay, let's see. Let me go to... Where am I? Okay. 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 I see somebody edited a clip here, so let's see what CV Carmack has put for me. Why is it not working? All right. That's funny. That is too funny. Okay. There you go. See, you got to have a sense of humor in this place. All right. Okay. Speaking of sense of humor, if you want to see somebody out there, and I've had this video before, but let me show you a little something. Just make it funny before we go. Okay. Remember this one?
New calls to close down a restaurant that prides itself on unhealthy meals. A customer at the Heart Attack Grill, that's the name of it, was rushed to the hospital after eating a sandwich called the Triple Bypass Burger. Health advocates say the restaurant should be shut down. ABC's Ryan Owens has that story.
I'll have a double bypass.
Good choice.
The Heart Attack Grill is a bit like Hooters with a hospital theme. Waitresses dressed as nurses, customers in surgical gowns.
Get your arms in over here.
Free food for anyone over 350 pounds. The menu features a single, double, triple, or quadruple bypass burger, complete with unlimited flatliner fries cooked in lard. So when a man eating a triple bypass at the Las Vegas restaurant Saturday night suddenly appeared to need one, a lot of people thought it was a publicity stunt. An onlooker shot this cell phone video of paramedics taking the man with chest pains to the hospital. The restaurant's owner, in his doctor's costume, says it was the real deal.
This wasn't a playful thing. It's a very scary event.
We first met the fake doctor when he opened the original Heart Attack Grill near Phoenix, complete with an ambulance parked outside. We talked to him after the restaurant's 570-pound spokesmodel featured in a series of commercials.
A couple months ago, I was wearing these.
Died of pneumonia at the age of 29.
Aren't you glorifying obesity, which obviously kills?
Absolutely. I think it would be immoral to stop at this point.
Explain that to me.
We're past the point of no return at the Heart Attack Grill. We have blood on our hands at this point.
Which is exactly the point made by a Washington-based health advocacy group that just sent this letter to the restaurant's owner, asking him to declare moral bankruptcy and close.
We have been honest from the word go about exactly what we serve.
The unrepentant doctor tells us the man wheeled out of his restaurant is now doing okay after a free burger that may have nearly cost him his life. For Good Morning America, Ryan Owens, ABC News, Dallas.
Now, that's comedy, isn't it? You're over there stuffing people with a bunch of big, fat burgers. Now, the only problem is the Heart Attack Grill isn't even as bad as some of the other places, because even though they give them sugar sodas and all that, you see the size of that monster burger? That thing is huge. And I do mean huge. But then again, what they call a quadruple bypass burger is what I call Rick's Heart Attack Burger. All right. Now, it's 1 o'clock. I think after 3, Thomas will be on. I don't know if Erin Booby Goats has a live. I don't see her anymore. But on the other hand, I am going to wrap up this stream. I got a friend of mine bringing me a circuit board to look at. I got to get my oscilloscope out. Well, actually, I have the oscilloscope right here. I keep them handy. Here we go. I've had people tell me I'm like the carnivore Carrot Top. I can grab just about anything around here and use it for a gag. You might be right. I know for a while Carrot Top was on steroids, so he looked pretty built. So there's some carrot jokes, but I don't want to make them in this channel. Okay, so I did play it on the show. And let's see. I'll wait in silence for this email, and you got it. Let's see. Milton is taking appearance fees now. Might end up more expensive than Yellow Ted. Well, I have to feed him meat all the time. He's eating his raw meat. So he does cost me about $30 a month. That's it. That was actually a real screen recording of one of his latest videos. I see that. But I don't think Carrie's going to make any videos about me until after we have a one-on-one video. And then either he's going to cooperate or he's going to turn it into a feud. And either way, I'm happy. I think he'll cooperate. He's not going to waste his time battling with a quack like me. But if he does, that would be rather interesting, I have to admit. The carnivore grudge match. That's what it is. I don't think they're ever going to go through any rural towns. I think Kerry lives in a rural town. He doesn't want to go to one. No, I didn't see it. I gave you a good plug, Rock and Roll Star. I got to check that out. I've just been so busy with work. Maybe the sooner I get off the stream, that'll be the first thing I check. Maybe not Ryan Dish. Okay. LMAO. Good job. Yeah. Appropriately quack-esque. I think it's at 3:15. Okay, there you go. And it's already 1. So we need to wrap this up ASAP. It looks like the comments are waning down. So that's good. And let's see. All right. Goats, I don't know that. 12:15 my time. 1:08 now. Hey, John Michael, you're back. Let's see. 3:15, okay. I only missed 1 hour while on the phone with Cindy. Hold on a second. Hello? Yes. Good. Excellent. All right. Sounds good. Mm-hmm. It'll work for me. Just keep in touch. All right. Okay. Excellent. Well, I didn't have the audio patch on, but Looks like we got something going on Saturday. I'm going to keep everybody informed. And let me tell you, you're going to make this good. You that are watching me are going to make this turn into something really good. And one way or the other, it's like I've had a couple of comments saying that my channel will blow up. It's either going to blow up and disintegrate, or it's going to blow up and people are going to get a better experience. And again, I don't mean anything bad for anyone. Whether you're Kerry or what's his name? Now I forgot his name. Dr. Barry or Steak and Butter Gang or whatever. I have nothing against you, but I do have a bone to pick with anyone that's trying to make money from the carnivore lifestyle in an unreasonable way. Remember, let's say you're a rancher, you sell meat and you make money off of that. You got my blessing because that's a free market product and I can choose to buy it or not. If you sell a product, you sell a barbecue, you sell cooking, you sell knives, forks, whatever, anything related to the carnivore diet, if you provide a quality product at a reasonable price, you have my blessing. But if you try to rip people off, charge them a lot more money than it really needs to be, then I find you reprehensible. That's just the way it is. But you know what? It takes two to tango. If people are educated and they know what is really a good value, it's going to be very hard to scam them. It's like if somebody tries to scam me, it's almost impossible. And that's what I'm saying. So again, if you want to offer services, maybe you offer coaching services, maybe you, I don't know, maybe you have a meat processing plant. If you offer a service that is a good value, then you deserve to do that and you deserve to make a profit because that is the way the system should be. That is how a free market works. But if you're going to try to gather people up into a cult and then extract from them, in other words, you have to be in my cult, otherwise you're not going to be saved. Then you extract from them. No. That's wrong. If you want to create a group and say, hey, you want to come to my group? Come on in. And there's nothing wrong. I mean, if you want to charge somebody, if somebody wants to give you money, it's like when you go to church. I don't know of any church where they have admission. Have you ever gone to a church and they charge you admission? I've never seen that. You walk into church, you sit down, and what do? Well, they have a box for donations or they pass around a collection plate. You don't have the money? You don't have the money. That's it. And that's the way it should be with any group. It takes money to run a group, but you should not be forced to pay money just for entrance. So even if it's only $1, all right? If I have to pay money to be in your group, you're not my community, period. And that's what I'm saying. But yeah, and saying that, I really should set up some type of donation or payment system for my website because I'm basically counteracting everything I say because I'm telling you to donate if you want to, and I'm not giving you the opportunity to do so. So I will work on that. It's only a matter of time. I'm very happy that, I've had that much interest. I didn't think anybody would want to send me anything, but it's already been proven that there are people out there who have sent me things, and that's great. So anyway, let's get this wrapped up. We got a day to do things. And the Ferrograma says later. Gary Nostel says, check your email in a few. I have a message for you. Thanks for the great live stream. I will check my messages. I got that email video in, Rick. Topped it all off. There you go. Middle of the forest. It was timely and funny. Yes. We don't like sarcasm here. Start making some videos, CB Carmen. Yes, you are fun. You should, if you get the time. And then what happened? It will incarcerate because they don't have you kicked off YouTube. Yeah. Sure hope. I've been kicked off YouTube before in 2010, but I came back. Yes. And this is a good point. I guess that's where Rumble is waiting for. I'm going to have to set up a Rumble channel. I've been meaning to do it. I've been lazy or just too busy, but I think that's what I'm going to do for sure. Thomas is on with Lewis at 3:15. Okay. Did you see my email to Rick? Well, he can play it back if he wants to. Okay. You could go and play it back. Now, let me double check before I go. Let's check what we have here. How many people do we have? We have, I don't know how many we have. 47. Okay. So we're going down a little bit. But you know what? That's an awful lot. 47 for the end of the stream. I have a feeling my live streams may get more people. I don't know. But, you know, at least with Mitch, you get an hour and a half every day. And with Rick, you get it all in one day. I started at 8. It's already 1:13, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 5 hours and 13 minutes. So we'll hit it at 5 hours and 15 minutes. We don't need to break any more records. And by the way, out of all the people you've seen on YouTube, how many do you know that can talk this long? I didn't get any phone calls today. I only got up a couple times to let Milton in, and I think I did a couple things. I don't remember, but I didn't really go anywhere. And by the way, I drank no water. I did eat meat, but that was it. So I think out of all the carnivore chats that you've been in, this is probably one of the most interesting. Well, not the most interesting, but those unusual. Let's put it that way. There is only one Rick. There will probably only be one Rick. And little Milton, the little cuddle kitten. Yes, you are. You want to say goodbye, Milton? Let me go and give Milton over here something you can see. There we go. We'll take our webcam from Meathead and we will point it to Milton. Hey, Milton. Yeah. Cute. Such a sweetheart. Look at that beautiful animal. I hope you don't have fleas. I'll get the flea comb. Oh, thing is so soft. Yes, you are. Okay. All right. So anyway, let's crash the plane. I mean, land the plane. Now, next week, we will have our more standard live stream. I will not be talking about Carrie. This matter is over. If you want to express something about Carrie, you feel free to send me an email. You also have my phone number, which is in the description. You can look at any of my videos and find the description. And basically, that's all there is to it. Let me wrap up the comments because you know me, I like to keep up. And even though Mitch didn't think I could, I did it. Well, actually, he didn't say that, but, you know, it is not easy. I guess we'll see each other again. Yeah, target prime in 2 hours. Go eat some meat. Yes. All you got to do is just look for me. I'm there somewhere. Thank you for all you do, brother from another mother. Yes, Kurt, Meathead. I'm glad that you took the time and the patience to communicate with me because it's like anything else. You know, if you want to find something good, you got to look for it. And I may not, I'm not perfect. I may not be that smart, but I think I am better than most because I'm a no BS kind of guy and I have nothing to gain by being fake. Yes to Rumble. Yes, I'm going to have to do that. Everyone have a great day. Eat meat. I wish I could play some music, but my computer is still kind of flaky. Likes to be interviews with Carrie and also with Dave Mack. Her story about using medical keto. Oh, good. Okay. Like I said, the only person on the carnivore diet that has never done a one-on-one interview with Carrie is me. And it looks like if we do an interview, it's going to be very interesting. Now, I have a feeling it won't last long. Carrie will be in a hurry. I don't think it's going to be a really long interview, but if it does end soon, it's not because I cut it off. And it says, bye all. Yes. Thanks, Rick. This was very entertaining. Well, thank you for being here. Later, Meathead. I'm sure we'll talk soon. And remember, Monday night, Carnivore Talk. Be there or be square. Most of us will follow you if they kick you off YouTube. Yeah, you can find me. Your vid was too cute. I got to see that video. I really do. I think it was the hair. I'd play it here, but I know you got to go. Anyway, let's have a round of applause over here for the original Carnivore Quack. And we're going to close this down. I'll be there for the man smackdown. There you go. The 41-year carnivore versus the 2-year, 3-year, whatever carnivore. That'll be interesting. Now, obviously, Rick is not like Dr. Baker. No. But more like, I don't know, Dr. Frankenstein? Bacon Baby says, thank you, Rick, by all. Just watch Carnivore Keith. Okay. See you next time. Hopefully you can figure things out with Carrie, but if not, we're here for you every Saturday. Well, thank you, Mike. I'm glad. I hope I get to see some more videos from you in the future, but I'm glad that you are here. I think you should make the Carrie Rick live on Amazon and Apple. Forget Animal Movie. Well, who knows? It might be a trend, you know. I'm sure a lot of people that watch Homestead How are going to go, who the heck is this Rick guy? And then they'll do a little research and go, wait a minute. Rick was he was on videos before Homestead How made carnivore videos. Bye from Terry Sue. Bye from Jackie W. Realtor. And Carnivore Keith says, yay, Lisa. All right. It is 11:20. What is it? 11:20. So, 5 hours, 20 minutes. Not bad. Let's shut her down. I'll see you either on Monday, or I'll see you maybe on Tuesday, or I'll see you next Saturday. Same place, same duck pond. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. And as CB Carmack says, it's been fun.